Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather live stream. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We have another busy day ahead. We have another tornado watch for today, or this is actually not from yesterday. We had a severe thunderstorm watch, but today we have a tornado watch that is already in effect for parts of West Texas and even Central Texas. This includes areas like Abilene, Lubbock, Big Spring, Sweetwater, San Angelo, Brownwood. We already have storms firing up, and I'm expecting a tornado risk to increase here within the next hour out of that storm activity. This tornado watch will go all the way until 10 p.m. tonight with the chance for significant damaging winds. We could see some massive hail. We're talking about the potential for upwards of grapefruit sized hail. That is 4.5 inches in diameter for today. So there's going to be some significant hail today, and we have Connor Croft storm chasing with us with Freddie McKinney, by the way, and we'll have them with us if there's any significant hail on any of those storms. Hopefully they stay away from that, because grapefruit sized hail is definitely going to damage some vehicles and plants and other things in that nature. In addition to this, a couple of intense tornadoes are also going to be a possibility today, with a few tornadoes also being possible. What that essentially means is that we do have a chance for strong tornadoes. I'm not sure if the Storm Prediction Center is going to add a 10% hatched risk to the outline, because their next update is in 15 minutes from the Storm Prediction Center. So we could see an elevated tornado risk here across parts of West Texas with the storms that are already firing up. Either way, the potential for intense tornadoes will exist. So we definitely have a chance here today for potentially EF2 plus tornadoes, and intense tornadoes means EF3 plus, so that's not out of the question out of a couple of storms today. Overall, today's risk, it's pretty large. It's not just Texas. We actually have a double barrel risk of severe weather, meaning that we have one area with an elevated risk and the other area with another elevated risk. We do have a slight risk across parts of Nebraska, Kansas, and even Colorado. We have another slight and enhanced risk across parts of West Texas and Central Texas. This is the threat that's going to develop over the next few hours. This one will develop a little bit later today, probably closer to around 7 o'clock or so tonight. We do have a large marginal threat as well that goes all the way back into parts of Iowa and even northwest Missouri, which that'll primarily be late tonight into the overnight hours, with some isolated damaging winds, maybe a little bit of large hail being possible. But the tornado risk is going to be mostly centered across Texas today, but there is going to be at least a low tornado risk all the way back up into Nebraska, Kansas, and even back into eastern Colorado. So we will have to watch that area closely, and here's where that elevated tornado risk is today. Once again, that includes Lubbock, that includes Abilene, and it also includes areas like Sweetwater and San Angelo, where we do have that 5% tornado risk. We may see this get upgraded to a 10%. It would be a very small area if there is a 10% hatched risk, which again means strong tornadoes are a bit more of a possibility today, which granted, the last couple of days we've had pretty strong tornadoes in some spots, and this could be another day where we have that same sort of potential here in West Texas. But again, that's uncertain at this point. I think they will probably issue that, since again they mentioned a couple of intense tornadoes being possible. But either way, even if they don't issue that risk, we still do have a chance for a few strong tornadoes. Let's go through the timing for today. Overall, storms will fire up over the next few hours. I'll go kind of wide view here so you see everything that's happening over the next few hours. This is by 4 o'clock, and by the way, the timestamp is up here at the top of your screen. It's kind of cut out, but it says 4 p.m. there. Storms will fire up across parts of West Texas, and we'll also have storms firing up over near the Colorado and Kansas border around 4 o'clock. Once we get closer to 5 to 6 o'clock, those massive hailstorms will really ramp up across Texas, where up to 4.5-inch diameter hail will be possible today. That is the highest hail risk I think that we've had, at least in terms of a diameter size, being forecasted by the Storm Prediction Center all year long. I don't know if we've had anything near that or even higher than that, but that would at least be one of the first times, if not it is the first time of 2024, having a grapefruit-sized hail risk in play. Further up to the north, storms will continue to fire around 6 o'clock. By 7 to 8, storms become more numerous to widespread across Texas. Notice all those storms across central Texas. They're going to be very slow moving today, so storm chasing these storms is going to be relatively easy. But the other problem with that is if we do get a tornado or get significant hail, it's going to be falling in a very similar spot for several minutes. Could even be there for more than 10 minutes. I mean, we were on a tornado yesterday with Connor Croft that was literally sitting still for about 10 to 15 minutes. It barely moved. So that's another concern for today, which could cause, again, significant damage to a very localized area. And then storms will be firing up once again across much of Nebraska and Kansas. Notice we'll be talking about more of a line of storms up this direction. and that'll be more of a damaging wind threat, but maybe an isolated tornado. And then once we get closer to 9 to 10 o'clock, storms will start to probably fizzle in Texas. I think overall the majority of the storms will be between now and about 8 in Texas, so we'll be live probably until about 7 or 8 tonight. And then further up to the north, this threat will continue into the overnight hours, late evening into the overnight, with mostly damaging winds across Kansas, even parts of Oklahoma, and back into Nebraska, perhaps even Iowa and Missouri, very late tonight into early tomorrow morning. And then eventually we'll be talking about our next threat for severe weather, which is tomorrow, where a lot more supercells are likely tomorrow, and we'll have another chance for strong tornadoes tomorrow. The National Weather, or the Storm Prediction Center, sorry, has already issued a 10% hatched tornado risk across parts of Texas, and notice where that is. It's actually in Midland, Texas. It is a very small area, so I'm not sure if we are going to go live for this yet, but if needed, we will go live. I'm trying to take a day off at some point here, but if not, we'll have a live stream tomorrow if this looks more significant. It's a very small area overall here in West Texas where a isolated strong tornado or two will be possible, and then this storm activity will move towards the Dallas and Fort Worth area overnight tomorrow night, producing mainly a threat for damaging winds. And then once we go into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, we are likely going to be dealing with multiple severe weather outbreaks. This will all begin on Monday, where we have an enhanced risk for severe weather in parts of Kansas, Nebraska, and Oklahoma, a slight risk anywhere from Nebraska back into Texas, where a significant threat for severe weather will be a possibility. And then once we go into Tuesday, that risk does not end. We have another slight risk on tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday across a large chunk of the Midwest and even back through the Mississippi Valley. By Wednesday, that threat will dive further down to the south across parts of Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, where another severe weather outbreak will be possible. And then by Thursday, there will probably be another risk somewhere over in the Ohio Valley, somewhere in here probably, but that remains uncertain since we are still several days out. Make sure you're staying tuned, make sure to subscribe to the channel, and again, we'll be keeping you posted with the latest as we do get closer to that event, because it's likely going to be quite a significant severe weather event next week, and we'll have multiple live streams almost undoubtedly next week covering all that severe weather for you. So, and there's no break basically in the weather right now, and I don't expect any break anytime soon, so it's going to be very busy, and unfortunately more tornadoes, more very large hail, and more damaging winds are going to be in the forecast for the next several days and probably for the next few weeks, unfortunately. But yeah, once again, it's going to be very busy. Connor Croft, by the way, I believe he's already on the storm that is currently severe thunderstorm warned. This is the only storm right now that has a warning. We have 2 warnings, but they're basically in the same area. He's in Roscoe, Texas, which I believe, yeah, it's on like the east side of the storm. So we'll have a pretty good view of this storm once they get a little bit closer. And again, Connor is with Freddie McKinney today. So we'll actually have basically a dynamic duo of storm chasers with us today on the same stream, but they're going to be chasing together. So we'll have some interesting commentary from them. I was listening to them for the first 10 minutes of their live stream, and it was already pretty interesting. So that'll be interesting to, tune into as we get closer. Also, I do want to update you guys while we have the chance, because there's no tornado warnings. There is a GoFundMe for that family that was hit by the tornado yesterday. It's in our YouTube community area. So if you go to the YouTube community on our channel, if you just click our channel and you go to our YouTube community page, you'll be able to see that GoFundMe. It's also on our Twitter page. It's also on our Facebook page. All of those are linked down below. We've already chipped in a donation, and I think the goal right now is at $36,000 out of 50,000 raised. I haven't checked in the last few minutes, but yeah, it's about at 40,000 actually now. So that GoFundMe is very close to already being, at the goal. So make sure to donate if you have not already. That is, if you can at least, make sure to donate. I mean, again, that was a crazy storm yesterday. That was the tornado that hit that house that Freddie McKinney was able to save those people and get them to the hospital. The latest update is that they are doing at least better. At least the immediate needs have been met, according to their Twitter page. So good news there. But yeah, I mean, again, very scary stuff, and I'm glad that they are okay. And yeah, I don't know who, I can't remember who organized it. I think it was somebody in their family, but yeah, we're able to donate to that. And if you want to donate, again, there's gonna be a link on our YouTube, there's a link on Twitter, and there's basically there's a link everywhere on our social media pages. We've shared it to any platform that I can share it to. So again, if you want to donate, go for it, and it'll definitely help out that family with their ER bills and all that sort of stuff that, again, that they're gonna have to pay off with how significant that event was yesterday. So again, don't if you want, but if not, again, that's just on our Twitter page and whatnot. Will Waco, Texas see any severe weather today? I don't think we're going to have much. Again, it may basically only be an isolated wind threat, which I highly doubt storms are getting to Waco today. Overall, these storms are going to be very slow moving for the most part today. This is the risk outlined. North Texas is barely even in this threat, but again, it's mostly going to be a very large hail threat and a tornado threat across West Texas. That's the main concern for today. Also, thank you, Mystic, for the $5 super chat. Do you think St. Louis area will have another outbreak on Tuesday? I'm gonna have a video tomorrow, hopefully. I've been saying that for the last 3 days. I'm hoping to have a video tomorrow and go more in detail about that. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely in play, at least for some sort of severe weather outbreak. So whether it's Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, it's probably not gonna be Monday, but it would be more likely Tuesday or Wednesday. So yeah, next week again looks pretty bad in terms of the severe weather threat, unfortunately. Thank you, Ground Devil, and also thank you to, there's one more person that became a member. Thank you, Ground Devil, though, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And also thank you, Ashley, for also becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. We had small hail in Houston? Really? Actually kind of surprised by that. Yeah, again, I didn't even know really who Freddie was. I very minimally knew who he was until yesterday. I've heard of his name. That was really about it. So, but I think now everybody knows who he is. He is a heroic lifesaver that was able to save many people yesterday that were hit by that tornado. So, and just a massive shout out to Freddie McKinney. It's you know, being a storm chaser is not all about chasing tornadoes. You know, it's not all about getting the fancy footage. It's not all about, you know, making money. It's a lot of it is about saving lives. And Connor's done it too before. I mean, you know, we were live that that PDS tornado in Iowa, and he was able to save, or at least help that family that had that elderly woman injured. I think a lot of you guys remember if you're here often. So it's a big deal. Thank you, Civ, for the $5 super chat. I got the chase car finally. It's a 2010 Dodge Journey. Yeah, it's going well. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, again, I'm doing well. We're done college. We're done classes. We are finally on break. So, good times. And I'm excited to be able to be live more. Even though we're probably going to be live almost every day. I mean, again, we might be live again tomorrow. So, it's going to be busy the next several days. It's going to be very, very busy. Thank you, Vex, for the $8 super chat. The storms have recently been electrified. What causes the storms to be electrified? I mean, it depends on a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of instability. There's these storms are massive. When we have taller storms, that also can help to create a lot more lightning. So that's really the main couple of things. But you know, in environments like this, when the temperature is just warm and we have a lot of moisture and stuff, I mean, that also helps. So there's a lot of factors, but those are just a few of them. Also, thank you, Pimp and Alex, for becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it. I've already done over 50 hours this week. Have I? I heard. Yeah, I heard the Weather Channel laid off Mike Seidel, and honestly, it's actually really sad to hear that. I mean, again, I grew up watching the Weather Channel literally every day, and yeah, unfortunately, Mike Seidel was laid off, which, you know, it's business, unfortunately. I mean, every company has layoffs, and the Weather Channel, or not every company, but a lot of companies do. He was there for like 30 years, so it's really sad to hear that this morning. Access nonstop reporting, pretty much. Yeah, the only severe weather we have right now are these storms that are kind of merging here in Colorado City. If this becomes discrete over the next couple of hours, or even within the next hour, we'll have a more elevated tornado threat with this storm. So that is actively what we're watching for right now. And we're also watching for Connor Croft, and we'll see what he does, because again, he's in this area, so they are currently chasing the storm. He's with, again, Freddie McKinney, so that's a little dynamic duo that we'll have with them today. What's a layoff? It's when somebody gets fired, or when many people get fired from like a business. Abilene could be affected today. Yeah, I mean, you're not far from these storms. Though they're pretty slow moving, they'll probably reach you around 5, 6, 7 o'clock tonight. So again, we'll be live for the next few hours with anything that we need to cover. Hopefully today isn't too bad, but it is leaning towards there at least being a few tornadoes, which again, any of those tornadoes could be strong. And if we go to the computer model data here, let's go to the tornado. You can go to the tornado parameter values, but I'm going to use the instability instead here. This is the amount of instability that we have today. It's pretty ridiculous how much instability we have. We've had a lot of instability the last few days, but I mean, we have values that are upwards of 4,000 to 5,000 joules per kilogram, which is a lot of instability, by the way. That is a substantial amount of instability. And, you know, instability doesn't always translate to significant severe weather, but if we have a lot of instability, that means storms are going to probably fire off pretty easily. This is basically like the fuel that you put into a car, but instead, in this case, it's the fuel that you put into storms. And that's, you know, having a number that high is not very common, but it is common more often than not in Texas during this time of the year. And storms are going to fire off rapidly in that sort of environment, which is already what we've seen. You know, all these storms are already turning into matured supercells with lots of lightning, hail, and wind. But as we go over the next few hours, I do think these storms will become a bit more organized and produce more elevated tornado risk. Yes, we are done with brownies for a while. Anything hitting central Oklahoma, I don't think we'll have much. I think most of any storms that reach there will be mainly a damaging wind threat today. That would be the main concern. Also, I got almost all of my computer parts in for the computer build. I will show some of them at some point. I have like all of them behind me right now, but I have most of the parts in. We still need the graphics card and the case of the computer, which unfortunately is not going to be coming in for like another 5 or 6 days. So that's the worst part about it, because I had to order off of like 3 different websites for the parts for it. So Amazon shipped like literally overnight and then everything else is going to take forever. So here's the latest radar scan. Again, we're not really looking at a whole lot of rotation quite yet. We do have a little bit maybe developing near Colorado City. So there is maybe a low tornado risk trying to develop there. But right now, I'm not seeing anything super substantial. Again, the majority of these storms right now are mainly producing lightning, a little bit of hail, a little bit of wind. But I do think that threat will increase more as we go over the next few hours, as these storms do continue to move to the northeast very slowly. And once again, these storms are moving at a snail's pace. The National Weather Service says they're moving at 20 miles per hour. I don't know if they're really moving that fast. Maybe they are. The radars, this is over the last 15 minutes. So they're definitely moving a little bit, but the one down here to the south is moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. So they're definitely moving, but they're not moving very fast. So these are going to be pretty slow moving storms. And once again, the main concern today is going to be hail as high as the size of grapefruits, which again is 4.5 inches in diameter. And then the potential for damaging winds and even a few tornadoes will be possible, with a couple of strong tornadoes also being possible. Banking on that 4090. I'm not getting the 4090. There's no way. I'm getting the 4070 though. We're getting the GeForce 4070. What size case? I don't honestly know. I don't remember. But once we do that building stream, I'll go over everything and like all the specs and stuff. Unfortunately, Abilene's in the barrel of this. I know. I mean, it sucks, these storms. I mean, honestly, like, I wish I got a day off. I mean, we haven't had a day off in literally, I mean, since Monday, technically. But, I mean, we haven't, like, had a legitimate day off in, like, over a week. It's been literally non-stop storms. And tomorrow is another elevated risk. We actually have a 10% hatch tornado risk tomorrow near Midland, Texas. But, like, these storms, they're barely going to move today, and they're going to be pretty significant. You know, if any tornadoes do develop, they're probably not going to move very fast. So it's another really long day, I think, today across Texas. But hopefully it's not as bad as yesterday, and hopefully it doesn't impact nearly as many people. The population in this tornado watch is about 1 million or so, a little under that. So it's not nearly as many people as what we've had. But it's still going to impact, you know, quite a bit of people from Lubbock back into Big Spring and even near Abilene. I've seen hailstones go through roofs before, so you know, like grapefruit-sized hail plus, that can easily go through a roof. Anything above that is very easily going to go through a roof. I've seen photos before, like hailstones will go through a roof that are anywhere above 4 inches in diameter. Not all of them, but some of them do. Depends on the durability of the roof too. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Can't wait to get off work and go home, put up your stream on the TV and watch the radar. I think I'm addicted to meteorology. I think a lot of people are addicted. I'm addicted. I go live all the time. Hail's no joke. It is not. Luckily, these storms so far haven't gotten to that threshold of grapefruit-sized hail, but it's going to be a threat here over the next few hours for sure. Where's the bed? The bed is currently gone, but it might be back soon. It might be back soon. It's going to depend on how I can fit this desk into here, because if I have a new desk coming too, which is going to be able to support all of the different monitors and the 2 computers I'll basically have, and that desk might be too large, and I might have to put the bed back for where it was. So, unfortunately. These streams have got me very interested in meteorology too. I'm glad, honestly. I mean, you know, it's a growing space. It's a rapidly growing space, actually. Like, the private sector is huge. The just the overall space is just massive now, and it's gonna keep growing. You know, it's already a big space, and it's gonna continue to get bigger. And I think that, you know, the more people that are in it, the better the weather technology will become over the next few years. I think it's going to continue to be a rapidly growing space here, which is very exciting. Any storms in San Angelo? Not yet, but you will probably have some storms here in the next couple of hours. There is one developing off to your northeast, which, again, these storms are going to blow up pretty quickly, so this one's already blowing up. This will probably produce some pretty significant hail once it gets going, but it's just starting. So that is the first storm of the day near San Angelo. The majority of the storms thus far, though, have developed west of Abilene and northeast of Midland, which there's all these storms here near Westbrook and Colorado City. And once again, these will rapidly, you know, strengthen if they're able to become more discrete. Right now, it's kind of clustered together, but they are starting to split a little bit here. You can see a little line here. This storm's moving more this direction. This one's moving more this direction. So if they are able to successfully split here, we'll probably have a little bit more action here when it comes to very large hail and maybe even a tornado risk developing here relatively soon. Not looking good for Monday. It's not looking good really any day of the week next week. I think Monday through Thursday will all be very active. It's the first time we're tuning into Connor Croft. He's in Colorado City right now on that storm that might be producing some hail.
But I don't want to go on the other side.
Again, he's with Freddie McKinney, so whoever here in the background, that's who that is.
Maybe we could try it out.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Try that one. Yeah, let's just try.
Probably will be 0 service.
Probably.
Freddie is a hero.
Already getting hail.
He is a hero. Not seeing any hail yet.
Something like that.
By the way, this is a little bit blurry. They have like somewhat poor connection in this area.
We also got to be careful going there because there's a chance we won't get back because
I think it's hailing now.
A lot of flooding. So that's like a gravel road through a mountain.
Yeah,
we're on vacation next week. I'm not going to be on vacation next week.
Definitely.
It'll be the following week though.
I'm
probably going to be going.
Need to get south regardless.
Yeah.
That was a big flash of lightning.
Already starting to get some big hail here.
Yeah.
Might even want to try to get out of here.
Yeah, it sounds like it's already starting to hail there, as he just said.
To, you know.
I mean, we're probably going to go back and we're probably going to get even bigger hail if we go south. Right now, anyway. It's still kind of lofty.
Sometimes though it doesn't seem crazy.
Go back to once he has a bit better connection, but this is again these storms that we're looking at right now. They are currently producing half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but don't forget the storms that do develop today could go larger than that. We could get some really significant storms out of that activity, upwards of grapefruit sized hail. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in New Mexico. We're not really going to cover those too much since they are very rural, but if anything does become significant there, we'll definitely go over to that. But yeah, most likely, just for the record, for those that are wondering, I'm probably going to be not here at all Saturday of next week, so May 11th, probably until about May 16th or 17th. I will have videos probably, but live streams will be quite limited. This is the future radar over the next, you know, several days. So we're gonna have significant severe weather all week next week, so Monday through Thursday more than likely. But once we get closer to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we should have a very dry pattern for at least 4 to 5 days. I do think the severe weather threat will be lower for at least 5 days, so that'll be from about Friday or Saturday all the way up until Wednesday or Thursday of the following week, and then things will probably return after that. Usually computer models that far out are not super accurate, but I do think this is a very I think this is very likely that we're gonna have a huge ridge as we go later into next weekend and into early next week, like the following week, so again around May 11th and after that. But I hope, honestly, because again I want to take a break. I want to go golfing. That's what I'm trying to do. I want to go golfing for like a few days, some family. Thank you to Sid for another $5 super chat. Who was your mentor or person that inspired you to do this? I mean, honestly, Harvey Leonard, who is a he was the meteorologist at WCB. He was the first person that he was really my main mentor, but like that wasn't why I got into meteorology, but he was somebody that really propelled me into like, you know, interest in it. But he was really the first one. I mean, I shadowed him a little bit. I met him a couple times in his studio and stuff, so that was probably the main person, though. Even then, I mean, there's a lot of people. It's not just him. I would say, though, everybody on YouTube in particular, I don't have a single person on YouTube that directly inspired me. Reed Timmer's great. Like, everybody on YouTube is great. I'm just saying, like, nobody on... Like, YouTube wasn't the space where I got interested in weather. It never was. Nowadays, a lot of you guys that are interested in weather are getting interested from YouTube, which is really cool. But, like, you know, think about it 10 years ago. YouTube was not really a thing when it came to weather. I mean, it was, you know, the Weather Channel, news, and that was about it. So, you know, for me, I wasn't inspired by anybody on YouTube in particular. And even to start this on YouTube, I wasn't really inspired by anybody. So, no, I mean, I wasn't inspired by Ryan Hall. Again, he was, again, I didn't really watch anybody on YouTube, even when I started doing this on YouTube. So, the only person I ever watched was Weather Decoded. And I don't think he does videos anymore, but he was one of the first people, and really the only person that I watched on YouTube. He had great weather tutorials and stuff, but other than that, I mean, there's nobody that really inspired me directly on YouTube when I first began, or even before that, because again, I was mostly the type of person that would watch either news weather or watch the Weather Channel. So self-inspiration? No, not really. I mean, again, a lot of it came from the Weather Channel. I think I was like, I'd say about 80% of my interest came from the Weather Channel when I was growing up, and then probably 20% from like news stations and stuff. Nowadays, I watch the news meteorologists a lot, and I'm still pretty inspired by them, honestly. I haven't watched the Weather Channel nearly as much as I used to. And now Mike Seidel just got laid off, which is really sad, from what I've heard. I have not, Dan. I've actually not heard of him. I got into weather 25 years ago from today. That's pretty impressive. It's a long time ago. Going outside inspired me. There you go. Yes, I am getting a degree in meteorology. Yep. This is a live view on the storm that's in Colorado City. When we go to them, I guess it just wants to buffer. Looked pretty good for a second there. But again, they're in Colorado City right now. They're on the storm that's producing some half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
What are you doing?
Just doesn't happen.
We'll go back to them if the quality gets a little bit better. Problem is they're in a very rural area, so it's gonna be a little bit difficult to get a good view of that. But right now, we are watching some storm activity here just south of Colorado City. I would be watching for a locally or higher tornado risk out of this activity here as it develops just south of Colorado City. So we'll have to watch that closely on the southern side of that storm. Again, not really any rotation yet, but that's the area that I'm watching for, honestly, for a little bit more of an elevated tornado risk. Could be on the southern side, just to the east of Big Spring. And then so far, nothing really near Lubbock. We got a couple of little showers developing, but nothing yet really bursting through the environment here. And then back near San Angelo, that one storm that was trying to develop near San Angelo is struggling. So far, that has not really gotten going. So the main activity right now are these storms that are, again, near Colorado City. Thank you, Grace, for the 199. I remember local on the 8s too. I think it's still around. I don't think it's gone anywhere, but the OG local on the 8s were great. Thank you, Kaden, for becoming a minimum velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. What got you interested in weather? I mean, ever since I was 3, I'd watch the Weather Channel, and that's how the interest really propelled. Appreciate that, Dan. Appreciate it. We have another severe thunderstorm warning on the northern side of the storm activity. So far, this has remained pretty clustered. I'm still watching for a more elevated tornado risk on this storm down here that's south of Colorado City, but this activity is all producing mostly half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Once again, most of these storms are moving east and northeast as of right now, but definitely watching for a little bit more of an elevated tornado risk here just east of Big Spring right now. So we'll be watching that closely. What's the first notable tornado that you remember? Springfield, Massachusetts, which I think was an EF2 or EF3. That was back around 2011, I think, and then also, or maybe 2013, and then the Joplin tornado was probably really the first one that I really remember. Joplin, Missouri, and also, yeah, those are probably the main two. I can't really think of any others that I remember from really far back then.
Yeah.
There's your storm right there, and the quality's gonna be a little bit hit or miss right now because they're in a pretty low signal area, but
Zero cell.
I gotta make out the storm structure there just a little bit.
I got 1 bar of LP.
There you go. It's a
Watch
little bit
right
better there.
I'll get some hail here.
Well, I'll be covering Nebraska tornadoes on Monday. I will be live Monday through Thursday, almost undoubtedly. More than likely, I'll be live all 4 of those days.
Oh yeah, look at that core.
Such a weird evolution of what the storm is doing.
But even then, I mean, I might even
See
be
if we can
live.
save the windshield.
I might be live again tomorrow. I was hoping to take tomorrow off, but we might be live again
Deceiving because it
tomorrow.
looks so clear, right? But that's
About
right.
to get into the core here.
Oh wow, look at that. Look at the base. Yeah, it is a base.
Base is back there. Yeah.
Inflow coming in. Look at that. Nice little inflow tail. Not bad.
Bro, I think 2059.
So once again, these are the storms that they are currently on. Once again, we are watching for we're watching for a tornado risk on the southern side of this activity. We are at least getting some development there. A little bit more organization. Once again, that is currently southwest of Sweetwater. That is south of Interstate 20. Northeast and north of Sterling Spring. It's not really an area that has a whole lot of towns in the area, but that's basically what we're looking at right now. And we're just looking at the storm, but see if they look at it again here. Again, they're basically on the storm right now. I think they're on the southern side where I think the greater tornado risk will be.
So
We're gonna be the probe.
we're gonna be the probe. We'll let you guys
Ports of a
know.
wall cloud?
Dude,
Alrighty.
dude,
Look at that core. Look at that core.
Alright, when we talk about this storm, I don't know what storm we're talking about, but if it's on this storm, then I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, actually, I think you can make it out a little bit right there. Sorry. They're quite excited. It's a dynamic duo.
I don't know if we're gonna beat that.
Oh, we can beat it.
I saw that, Darlene. I saw that.
We can beat it.
All right.
We beat it,
It's up to a
Chad.
tornado possible. So there is now a tornado possible label on this storm that they're on. There is a wall cloud at least being somewhat reported. I thought I saw a wall cloud there for a second on their screen. Either way, there is at least a potential now for a tornado with this. You actually can see the hook echo coming together here. So this is going to be approaching Robert Lee and Bronte, Texas over the next several minutes. Once again, there's a pretty solid chance that this will end up being a storm that does produce a tornado threat. Look at the correlation coefficient. Holy cow. That is all hail that is falling right now. That is a lot of hail. Like a lot of hail that's falling right now in that storm. I actually have not seen that definitive of an area of hail in a while, but this storm again is producing golf ball sized hail. It could even be larger than that. I mean, I wouldn't rule out some hail upwards of 2 to 2.5 inches in diameter here, but again, we are starting to see rotation develop on this storm, and so this will be an increasing tornado risk over the next several minutes as it moves towards Robert Lee and Bronte, Texas. And that is north of San Angelo for reference. So this is really the most concerning storm. We've been talking about that tornado risk here for probably about 10 or 15 minutes now, and I do think it's going to probably come to fruition here pretty soon. We do have some rotation there. So once again, that is kind of dragging to the east and southeast. Going to be going towards Robert Lee and Bronte over the next several minutes. And again, Connor Croft's on this storm. He has no signal right now, but once he gets it back, we will we'll put it back up on the screen. Also, thank you, Garrett, for the $50 Venmo. I really do appreciate your generosity for your computer parts. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Put some hearts in the chat for Garrett with the $50 Venmo. You're really very generous. Yeah, I saw Ryan Hall donated $10,000. I think that was from the Y'all Squad Fund or whatever that is called. I think it's Y'all Squad or something like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, it was a significant tornado, and I think the GoFundMe now is up to 40,000. Could be wrong. I haven't looked at it in probably about 25 minutes. There's now a wall cloud, by the way, officially on the storm, just an FYI. So Connor had a little view of that. Once he comes back, we'll probably have a view of that. But again, there is now a wall cloud on the storm. Also, the Storm Prediction Center did not add a 10% hatched risk today. They have the hail and wind risk still in place, but the hatched tornado risk was not added. But they did still say a couple of strong tornadoes are possible. So, might just not be enough confidence to add that 10% hatched area. $41,000. Yeah, we contributed $500 to the GoFundMe. Which that's the first time I've ever donated to one of these funds, and I hope to do that a lot more in the future. But I've seen a lot of people. I mean, we shared it to every one of our platforms, and I think a lot of the people that saw it did donate. And again, to anybody that donated, that's awesome, because you know that family got hit hard, and they don't even have a home anymore. So hopefully that goes towards the ER bills and potentially getting a house back and whatnot. Hopefully it helps getting their life back together. Max Velocity charity golf outing. I don't even know how we'd organize that. That'd be so hard, especially during this time of the year. That mobile home park got leveled. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just them. I don't know how many people actually got hit there, but there was more. I think there was more than just one home that got hit. Once again, there's a wall cloud on the storm. Gonna see if they see anything here.
2.1?
Yeah.
They're pretty close to it.
I'm gonna try it.
Okay, yeah, just try and see if we can see anything.
What's there to lose at this point?
Yeah.
Sending 600, so.
Yeah, hopefully it's just sending.
It might be back in there a little bit. The wall cloud's just a rotating area near the storm base that is the prerequisite to there being a tornado.
What the circulation's in that rain right there?
Yeah, I guarantee it right there.
Looks like that's the wall cloud right there.
I don't see any like rotation on it though. Look at the inflow coming in here. Oh,
I look like a golfer. I play golf.
Really?
Yep.
I do play golf. And this is the storm right now near Robert Lee and Bronte, Texas. And we might lose them again here. Signal is pretty bad in this area. We'll go back to them once again, a little bit better signal. But once again, there is a wall cloud on the storm, so we could get a tornado here. It will be dropping down to the southeast over the next few minutes, approaching Robert Lee and Bronte. Those are really the only two areas in the track of this. Also, Silver, Texas. I'd be staying away from windows just in case this does try to drop a tornado. But again, this storm is definitely becoming more organized, and it very much could produce a tornado here as it moves down to the southeast. We do have a broad area of circulation here. So that's the area that we're watching. If it tightens, it could very easily produce a tornado. That's the threat that we're currently watching for right now. Thank you, Tony, for the 10-pound super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, that rotation's intensifying. So this might end up getting tornado warned. I mean, it's definitely increasing our rotation. We do have a wall cloud on this, so definitely something here. Again, this is going to be approaching Robert Lee, Texas here soon. Also, thank you, Sky, for the $5 super chat. Is it possible for tornadoes to appear in colder weather? Yeah, I mean, tornadoes can happen really at any temperature, for the most part, above 50 degrees. It's a bit harder below 50 degrees, but it's most common above temperatures of 60 degrees. It can happen at temperatures around 55. It's rare around 50 degrees, but it can still happen. But it usually has to be above 55. Also, thank you, Civ, for the $10 super chat. I don't know if you remember, but 2 weeks ago when I was in Houghton, Iowa, I got back to chase the tornado intercepted. Wild time, and the clouds lowered right in front of me. A wild time. Yeah, I mean, storm chasing can be crazy. I want to go storm chasing at some point. I'm not sure when, but it'll happen at some point. Zach, I'm not expecting any severe weather in the DFW Metroplex tonight. Maybe an isolated storm, but severe weather not in the forecast at this point. We're talking about Fahrenheit, not Celsius. If that was Celsius, we would have a serious issue. 60 degrees Celsius for tornadoes to happen? we might have cities that are boiling at that temperature. That's hot. I'm on the wrong screen. They are approaching the storm again. They got really bad cell service out here, but this is our view of the current storm that is again trying to produce a tornado that is once again located near Robert Lee, Texas. There is a wall cloud with this. We may have a view of that here in a second. And Connor Croft is with Freddie McKinney, so that's the other person that you hear in the background.
Back up with Lucio.
There's your storm right there.
That hailstone right there.
If you can
Big
see it.
hailstone right there.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to see it. Nope. All right, no signal. But this is the storm that we're talking about. Once again, that rotation is beginning to organize a little bit more here, and this will be moving towards Highway 208 near Silver, Texas, and it'll be pushing towards Robert Lee over the next few minutes. There's a hail core with this. Once again, we are talking about a significant hail threat with this storm, upwards of golf ball sized hail, but that hail could actually be larger than that in nature. The CC is showing quite a bit of hail right now near Silver, Texas, so this is a relatively significant hailstorm moving down to the southeast right now. And that could again be higher than golf balls, but right now the warning is for golf ball sized hail. So definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows near Robert Lee or Bronte, Texas. Freddie and Connor, yeah, that's a dynamic duo. That's what I've been calling it. Severe weather can definitely happen when it's 90 degrees out. Yeah, I mean, right now I think the temperatures are right around 90 actually. Let me check. Here's the temperatures right now. 91, 92 degrees in the vicinity of this storm activity. Severe weather can happen really at any temperature for the most part above 45 degrees Fahrenheit. It can happen at temperatures that are a bit cooler than that, but it's just not very common. Recently moved to Lubbock. Nice. Lubbock gets a lot of hail, so hopefully you have a garage. They get hail like every single year no matter what. Oh, really, QS? I didn't know that. Yeah, we'll have we're gonna have a GeForce 4070, so. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we are looking at a tornado possible storm here in Texas. Again, this is going to be near Robert Lee and Bronte. This is moving down to the southeast, and there has been a wall cloud on this storm for the last few minutes. So we are watching for that threat right now. Bottom right of your screen, Connor Croft is on that storm. And once again, it may produce a tornado, so we're going to continue to watch this very closely over the next few minutes.
Cooked.
We're
A
so
little bit better of a view here temporarily.
Please. Oh,
That was not bad. Oh,
Please.
this sporadic.
Brunt?
Please.
Those are just Brunt.
please! Save our windshield!
Save the windshield!
Save our windshield! Oh!
Oh!
I guess they're getting pelted with hail right now.
Oh!
These storms are, again, this storm could be producing hail larger than golf balls.
We have a choice. Take 208 or 20.
Connor got pelted with hail with that tornado yesterday. I think they were having like baseball-sized hail in that storm yesterday. Alright, we're losing them again. Yeah, that was again a relatively significant storm yesterday. They were getting pelted with hail around baseballs and even up to softballs at some points. Thank you, Carrie, sorry, for the $25 Venmo. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much, Carrie. You know what's funny is I got Longhorn Steakhouse for lunch. Somebody knows me that works there, and they end up giving me a $25 Longhorn gift card. I was like, wow, that's very nice. It's like, wow, very generous. Well, they owe me, which is pretty funny. They found me, they recognized me when I came in one time. It's pretty funny. Hey, Waco for the $5 super chat. My aunt and uncle live in a mobile home in Holly, and the tornado missed them. I'm glad it missed them. There was a few homes that, you know, got destroyed there, so I'm really glad they didn't get hit. Welcome back, Snow. Celebrity status. Got a chicken sandwich. Pretty good. Yeah, Longhorn is honestly way better than Outback, and I don't want to hear the debate there. It's just way better. And we are watching for some rotation that's relatively broad still. That's going to be moving to the southeast. They'll be approaching Robert Lee and Brunt, Texas. Again, Connor Croft's on that storm in a basically no signal area, so I'm not sure if we're going to have really any great footage of that yet. Hopefully we'll get some at some point if we end up seeing another wall cloud. There was a wall cloud with this storm. At this time, we don't have any reports in the last like 10 to 15 minutes, but we did have visual of that not too long ago. Two more storms that are moving northeast more than anything near Snyder, Texas. Those are mainly just hail producers. Nothing really getting going yet near Lubbock and also near Amarillo. There is a storm that is trying to get going. Sorry, not Amarillo. Near San Angelo, moving northeast. That storm is actually now starting to beat the cap, and so that will probably start to intensify, or maybe not. It is looks like it's struggling again, losing a little bit of its intensity. So those updrafts not really strong enough quite yet, but that'll be something to watch for down near San Angelo over the next hour or two. And we'll continue to watch that closely. Outback should be taken out back. I agree. I think it's so overrated. Like, so overrated. Zenlicious, I think 250. I think it was like 251 or something, or 254. Thank you, Grasp, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. How high is the risk in Sweetwater? I would say it's medium. I mean, right now we don't have any storms there. The storms are kind of dodging you right now. They're moving northeast or southeast, so they're not going towards you. But I'll definitely be staying vigilant, because your severe weather risk will be between now and about 7. You got about 3.5 hours or so. It could go as late as 8 or 9, but the greatest threat would be through 7. I guess I'm not getting an Outback sponsorship. I guess not. Unfortunately. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued for Midland, Texas, Fort Stockton, Alpine, basically the big hill country here of Texas. This will go up until 10 o'clock as well. So if you're in this area, continue to stay weather aware. Again, that's Midland, Fort Stockton, Sanderson, Sorona, Rock Springs. New severe thunderstorm watch down that direction. Once again, we are still watching for a tornado risk on this storm to try to develop north of San Angelo. Hasn't yet developed, but the this storm again had a report of wall clouds, so we're still watching it closely. Just moving down to the southeast, going towards Robert Lee and Brunt, Texas. Welcome back, Legendary. Trinity, right now the hail threat is just on the west side of Snyder, so a lot of lightning. There's a little bit of hail, but nothing above $50 by the looks of it right now for Snyder. The storm that Connor's near is probably larger than the size of golf balls, honestly. It very easily could be, I mean, honestly, with the correlation coefficient, we're looking at a lot of hail right here. All right, all that green and blue, that's all hail that's falling. We probably have hail falling right now that's in the ballpark of baseball size, maybe a little bit higher than that, no pun intended. So, it's still a relatively significant storm that's moving south-southeast with even a low tornado risk. So we'll definitely continue to watch this closely. Welcome back, Zoa. Thank you, Snow. Yeah, I'm not gonna remember that. But all right, I'll try it later if there's a warning in that area.
There.
Yeah.
Again, they're right now on the storm that is producing that very large hail and low tornado risk right now.
Little nub right there. It doesn't look like it's rotating though.
You can kind of see that little nub, or you could kind of see it before it's buffering again, but right there in the middle left.
Gotta get a little more organized. Just a jonker.
Big RFD right here though. I'm surprised there's not a softball.
I don't see a single cell tower in sight. I'm surprised they even
I don't
have
know how there aren't.
any sort of connection out here.
Yeah,
They're in Silver. Yeah, they're in Silver, Texas right now.
Normally they're
I actually don't know if we're going live yet tomorrow. Again, I'm not sure yet. We'll see. I was planning on taking tomorrow off, but if not, we might have to save that till Sunday. I was actually planning on taking tomorrow off, but we'll see. If there's still a significant tornado risk and there's nobody else really live for it, we'll go live. I mean, if Ryan goes live, I'll probably just take the day off because it's gonna be busy next week and it'd be a good opportunity for me to rest my voice. I mean, I don't really have much of an issue with my voice right now, but I need to preserve it just in case. We're gonna be live again, probably 30 plus hours from Monday to Thursday of next week. It's gonna be very busy next week, so we will see. This hail core is definitely growing near Silver, Texas. Again, we do have a little hook on this storm. We are watching for a tornado risk there. It's going to be right in here. Match that up with the reflectivity. Yeah, we got a hook there. And no CC drop right now, which means no debris being lifted up into the atmosphere, but that area of rotation is definitely trying to intensify near Highway 208. Moving down to the southeast. I believe Connor will probably see this in like a minute or two. If there's some sort of lowering, we'll probably have a visual on it if there's actually, signal. There's no signal right now, but if he has signal, we'll probably see something. There's not gonna be any PDS tornado watch today. I mean, and PDS tornado watches only get issued if there's like, most of the time it's only if we have a moderate or a high risk of severe weather. So they're not very common. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like the stream. Already got to refill my water. What's the chances of PDS IHOP today? I'm not getting more DoorDash. I mean, I'm done. It's too much. It's like $40. $40 to every order. It's too much. Got plenty of food here. Tornado outbreak on May 5th or 6th. Are you talking about May 5th? Oh, 5-6. Oh, sorry. I mean, I think we'll have a tornado outbreak on the 6th. So I think Monday is a pretty good shot at least a severe weather outbreak, but perhaps even a tornado outbreak. So I do think overall it's going to be pretty, I do think it's going to be a very active day on Monday. And even Tuesday and Wednesday will probably be pretty active. And again, I'm hoping to get a video out on that tomorrow. I'll try to make a video on that, hopefully, for tomorrow morning. It's going to highly depend, though, if I can actually, have time to make a video. So what the next velocity scan shows, again, we do have rotation here that's near Silver, Texas. Seeing if that intensifies all in the next velocity scan. The rotation's not super, it's not really a strong couplet yet, but we do have very strong winds going toward the radar, so there's definitely something here. We got a hook echo on this storm too, so it's definitely trying right now. There's your hook. We're moving towards Robert Lee and Brunt, Texas. If there's anything updated here on Twitter. And there is a new severe thunderstorm watch for Sanderson, Del Rio, Midland, Texas. Just a heads up there. All right, no new updates as of right now. Do I sleep? I do sleep, actually. Believe it or not, we do sleep. We do sleep. Gainesville, Texas. I'm not expecting anything in Gainesville. Will Waco see any tornadoes next week? Again, it's hard to predict a single location on seeing a tornado. So, I mean, you could, but I would say it's a low chance for really anyone in Texas next week. I think the majority of the severe weather Monday, Tuesday will be Midwest and Central and Northern Plains. And then Wednesday will probably be more of a threat for the Southern Plains, for like Texas and areas like that. Once again, we do have a strengthening area of rotation on the storm northwest of Robert Lee. This could definitely drop a tornado at any point, so we're going to continue to watch this very closely. It'll again be moving towards Robert Lee and Brunt, Texas. Slow date today. We kind of went live a little bit early, but that's fine. Not too big of a deal. And the main concern really is from now until 8, and then we still have another threat that'll grow back up in the areas like Colorado and Nebraska and Kansas later today. I'm not sure if we'll really be live for this threat. I don't know if it's going to be significant enough, but we do have some strong storms already developing up there. But we do have a large marginal threat back up there in Kansas and a few other states. We do have now a severe thunderstorm warning on the northeast side of San Angelo, so that storm is now officially has enough of an updraft for that to be severe. That storm's blowing up pretty quickly, so that'll be something to watch for over the next few minutes. Again, we are still watching the storm that is currently really strong rotation. Near that silver storm is definitely intensifying. No CC drop, but that is a strong coupler right now. Connor just came back. I'm not sure if they're seeing anything. Yeah, that's on the south side of silver. I'll be moving towards Lake Evie Spence and Sanco and Robert Lee. That's the storm right there.
Dude, look at that mezzo right there.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just gonna stay right here anyway, regardless for a minute.
There it is.
Yeah, just
This is where the...
And this is the one that's trying to drop a tornado.
It's right in there.
look at that mezzo.
I'll have a view here in a second.
Well, look at it, it's slowing down.
Couplet's right there.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, that's the storm that's trying to produce a tornado
Hold it.
near Silver, Texas.
Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah, I got
Get that cord a little more.
Yeah, this cord is literally the longest thing in the world, so...
It is actually cranking.
It looks good.
That. What is that?
Naked eye.
What is that?
Oh, is that a tornado?
What is that?
Is that a tornado?
We might have to go back. Wait, that. I think we have a tornado, dude. Maybe,
Wait,
maybe,
that's
maybe.
it. That's a tornado.
Looks like a
Is that a
tornado.
tornado? Are you kidding me? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold,
That
hold,
looks
hold
like
on.
a tornado.
What else would that be?
I think that might be a tornado.
I think it is. I can't.
Cone. That's a big
Keep shaking
cone.
the camera.
Big tornado, guys.
That
Big
looks
tornado
like
on
a
the
tornado to
ground.
me.
That's a big cone.
Where are we? We're like
That's
middle
a
of
tornado
nowhere.
on the ground. You can barely see it. That's a tornado in progress right now here near
That's a
Silver,
huge tornado,
Texas.
dude.
Unless I'm tripping, but that looks like a cone tornado.
Take something. Take the stream.
I got the stream. Where's the stream?
Take the stream right here.
Right here?
One meg though. One meg.
Okay.
I might-
Huge tornado in there.
They haven't issued a warning on this. That looks like a tornado to me.
Big tornado. I don't know what else that'd be.
I mean, unless it's just the most.
It's so hard to
that's a
see,
tornado, bro.
but it looks like a
That's a
large
tornado.
cone
I can see
tornado.
it
I mean,
go all the way to
the
the ground.
rotation on radar is awfully strong.
Look at the cut.
Look at the mezzo on this.
Wow.
The rotation's
Oh my
actually
gosh,
much
look at that
stronger on the
thing.
latest scan too.
It's just a stout pipe.
Big
That is a
stout
tornado.
pipe. I don't think that other road you can see it. It's probably rain wrap from that road. Big pipe.
Wow.
That's again, that's a tornado. This is in Silver, south side of Silver, Texas. It'll be heading towards
It has to be. Yep.
Big tornado.
Robert
even
Lee
know.
over the next several minutes.
I don't even know, dude. Good call out on that couplet.
Yeah, the rotation on radar is very strong, so
Look at that mezzo. It's getting really rain wrapped.
barely
now.
see it at this point. It's completely rain wrapped. There might be debris, you just can't see it. Again, you really cannot see this at all. I mean, it's so rain wrapped. On radar, it's
Is it tornado warned yet? It needs to be big stovepipe.
relatively rain wrapped on radar.
I think so. I can see it better on the stream. Still looks like it's on the ground in there to me.
I don't know if this is coming towards them. Can't tell.
Getting really rain wrapped though. That's not moving at us, is it? Yeah, it's still there.
And you barely see it. You have to look very closely. It's the very middle of your screen
I
there.
can see it on my phone. It's not moving at it.
Oh, there, yeah, power flashes. Yeah,
Oh, that's right there.
There we
dude.
go.
That's not
Tornado.
far.
Now, tornado's now.
Are we good?
There's now a tornado warning. It's radar indicated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. You just lost signal. But this is a tornado warning, and this is, again, almost, this is confirmed at this point. Via visual, at least on Connor Croft's stream. Again, that tornado is going to be heading towards Lake Evie Spence. Edith? I don't have to tell you say it. Sanco, and just northwest of Robert Lee. Again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Very strong rotation, and we've had visual of a very rain-wrapped cone tornado here.
Yeah, big white cone.
Not sure if it is still on the ground, but... And Connor Croft right now in Silver, Texas.
I think it's getting closer.
Edith. Thank you. There were power flashes there. This is definitely a tornado. There's your couplet that Connor's showing you right now.
I want to get going.
So if we go back to radar, this is what it looks like right now. Very strong couplet just south of Silver. Again, we had a confirmed tornado there with those power flashes, and again, cone-shaped tornado. That's just south of Silver, Texas. It'll be moving towards Edith and eventually going towards Robert Lee and Lake Evie Spence. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. That would be your tornado that's in progress just south of Silver. Not seeing any CC drop, but again, you don't really need a CC drop for a tornado in this case. All right, let's see if they have any view of this still.
Can't see it anyway.
Again, it's awfully difficult to tell if this is still on the ground since of how rain-wrapped it was, but we had those power flashes. This is tornado warned. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. The warning count's not updated. This is tornado warned.
Let's do it. Look at the radar. Oh my gosh.
Coming at us, dude.
Oh my gosh. Wait.
Look at it. Look at that on radar. It's slow, but it's coming at us.
Dude, it's right. It's just sitting there, bro.
Wonder where we can see it from.
It's slowly moving south.
All right.
Can't see it.
They'll probably reposition on this, but once again, this right here is your tornado that's in progress just south of Silver, Texas. If it's not on the ground anymore, it could have lifted, but it would be moving towards Robert Lee, Edith, and eventually Sanco, Texas, near Lake Evie Spence. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. You can actually see that hook on this storm. So again, that would be where that tornado is located. And it is moving southeast right now here in west parts of Texas. So again, seek shelter, interior room of your home or building, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And an interior room of your home or building. Population, luckily, is only 240 in this warning. At least it's not like a large town or anything like that. But even then, I mean, there are still people that are going to be impacted by the storm. We had power flashes, so again, this is a confirmed cone tornado that is going to be moving in the direction of Robert Lee, Texas. If it is still on the ground, it would be moving in that direction. And for some reason, all the warnings just got taken off of here. I'm not sure what just happened. See what the next velocity scan shows here in a second. All right, it's fixed for the time being. Latest radar scan does show that tornado kind of stationary. It may be occluding. That is your tornado, though, right there. And that strong little couplet up here. That's, again, just south of Silver, Texas. So this tornado could be occluding, but that would be where it's located right now. We could have one redevelop, though, on the southern side of the storm, so just keep that in mind. It happened multiple times yesterday. And it could happen again here as this moves down to the southeast over the next several minutes. It will be, again, going towards Robert Lee, Texas. Again, this is north of San Angelo, Texas right now, but there's a solid chance it is trying to recycle. And Connor might have a view of this here soon. If Connor does see anything, then we'll go right back to him. Let me know if Allison House goes back to having all the warnings on there. I'll change it back. And again, this is a zoomed out look of all the storms that we have right now. So the one that is producing a tornado is going to be north of San Angelo, and then the storms that are further up to the north have now gone up to tennis ball sized hail. That is going to be northwest of Snyder, so a significant hailstorm in progress there that is currently moving northbound. And then other activity, one near San Angelo that is fired off now, that is producing the threat here for some large hail and damaging winds. No tornado risk on that one quite yet, but we will keep a close eye on it. And once again, this is really the main storm that we have right now that just produced a cone tornado. It may still be on the ground right now south of Silver, Texas, and it will be approaching Robert Lee eventually. But Robert Lee are not in the tornado warning, but I would still stay vigilant here as this storm moves their direction. Warnings back up. All right. Thank you. This is a PDS tornado in Texas. This has just gotten upgraded to PDS. It's a particularly dangerous situation.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, so this is now a large tornado that is in progress here in Texas. They have just upgraded this to a PDS tornado. What that means is that this is a particularly dangerous situation in Texas. Again, that's for Silver, that is for Lake Evie Spence, that is for Edith, and that is also near Shaggy Peak and Meadow Mountain here in Texas. So once again, this is only issued when there are strong and or large tornadoes on the ground. We had a large cone-shaped tornado with this storm and has now been upgraded officially to a PDS tornado. This is a life-threatening situation if you're in this warning. You've got to get to your safe place. That is a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, a bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If you are included in this warning, again, near Robert Lee, Texas, just to the northwest of Robert Lee, this is now a particularly dangerous situation. There is a large and strong tornado that is in progress, probably damaging homes. We had power flashes when Connor was looking at that cone-shaped tornado a few minutes ago. This is producing some significant damage, so if you are in this warning, you've got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. That right there is your tornado that is in progress. That is going to be moving down to the south over the next several minutes near Silver, Texas. Connor's looking at that storm right now. We'll go back to him in a second. But again, this is producing a large and strong tornado near Robert Lee, Texas. This is north of San Angelo. So you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'm not sure if we're going to have a great view with Connor because of all the buffering issues, but this is the storm that we're looking at here.
500.
It might focus in a second, I'm not sure, but they're basically right on the storm where this tornado is, and it's more than likely a rain-wrapped tornado.
I can't tell. There's not enough contrast.
One megabyte.
You can kind of make out the storm there, but again, bad cell service in this area. This storm looks nasty though. We'll go back to him if it pops back up. But again, this is a particularly dangerous situation near 2059, near Edith, Texas. That again would be your large and strong tornado that's in progress, moving southbound at this time. Again, this is a damaging tornado. This is a radar indicated rotation, believe it or not. So they didn't actually confirm this, I don't think, by storm chasers, but regardless, there were power flashes, and this was definitely a cone tornado, so definitely damaging. And we're trying to get a view with Connor. He's back for at least a second. We'll go back to him.
Yep. Big tornado, guys.
They have a really good view of the storm, though.
Perfect view of this hill. Wow, that's huge.
Big tornado, we don't know where.
And it is pixelated, just for the record. So you're not lagging, it's pixelated. They don't have great cell service. But again, this is a large tornado just south of Silver, Texas.
Really?
That's your storm right there.
Really it?
Trying to see if we see anything here. We'll go back to them if they have better connection. Again, PDS tornadoes, which is a particularly dangerous situation. It's only issued when we have large and or strong tornadoes that are in progress, and in this case, we do have that. Again, this is going to be near Edith and just west of Sanco, Texas. and it will be approaching Robert Lee eventually. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter. That's a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, or bathroom. If you're in a mobile home, you've got to get to a sturdy structure. It's not a safe place to be in a mobile home. If you watched yesterday's stream, you would know that, mobile homes get leveled in tornadoes, and it really doesn't matter the intensity. Mobile homes do not stand really much of a chance when it comes to tornadoes. So once again, you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is definitely a strong tornado. Once again, this is a cone-shaped tornado. It's a dangerous storm right now near Robert Lee, Texas. If you guys do send any reports on this storm, feel free to add me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is still an active large tornado. This is still a cone-shaped tornado that's in progress. There is a view of it. I don't think Connor has that view, but there is a view of it. I'm going to see if I can find that video. But there is a large tornado on the south side of Silver, Texas right now. It's a cone-shaped tornado right now. South side of Silver, Texas. It's moving down to the southeast. Gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning. Again, this is north of San Angelo for reference. These large tornadoes just don't seem to end. It's unbelievable. Velocities will update here in a second. If this tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be right over 2059, approaching the Shaggy Peak near Edith, Texas. Yeah, this is a big tornado. It kind of reminds me of what we saw yesterday with that other tornado, but it actually has a more condensed shape to it. It reminds me of the first tornado that Connor intercepted. Which once again was a cone-shaped tornado. The second tornado we had wasn't really as condensed, but I retweeted the video on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you want to see it. We already saw the tornado on Connor's feed at the very beginning when the tornado initially dropped. But it was very rain-wrapped. It was a cone, and it also produced power flashes. But again, it was very rain-wrapped. And if this tornado is still on the ground, which it probably is, it's going to be right here near 2059. It'll be right in the area of this road that I cannot get the name of, but it's going to be near 2059, near Colorado River. Again, just to the south of Silver, Texas now, and it's going to be approaching Edith, Texas. So if you're in Edith, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It will be going eventually towards Green Mountain over the next several minutes. But this is still a particularly dangerous situation. That means that this is a PDS tornado. Again, we're talking about a large and strong tornado that is going to be moving in the direction of Robert Lee, and perhaps going just to the north here of Water Valley, east of Sterling City. So once again, this is a dangerous storm. North of San Angelo right now. This is another PDS. Yep, unfortunately. I'm not surprised they issued a PDS. You might be, but I mean, the photos that I've already seen are, this is 100% a particularly dangerous situation. Again, it's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Again, it was a cone-shaped tornado. We had an initial view of it before the warning even got issued on Connor's stream, and then there's more confirmation that this was still at least on the ground as of about 6 minutes ago. So this is still more than likely on the ground right now near 2059, and it will be approaching Shaggy Peak. Again, this will be your tornado right here that is in progress moving southeast. And here's an official report from a trained spotter, which once again, Connor had a view of that a few minutes ago. Had some power flashes. It was a cone-shaped tornado. It was relatively rain-wrapped. The latest video and photographic evidence I've seen over on Twitter has mostly been not rain-wrapped. So, at this time, it looks like it's a little bit more of a visible tornado that'll be moving down to the southeast. Now, that does not mean you should be going to look outside for this. You should still be staying in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Of another velocity scan right there. So if this tornado is still on the ground, it's right over Shaggy Peak, Texas, approaching Edith, and it's going to be going towards Green Mountain. Looks like they might have a view of this in a second. And that's your storm right there. Not sure how long we'll have a view of this.
Unit of a supercell, though.
Yeah.
This is what I.
This would be
picture when
where
I
the
think of,
tornado is
like,
gonna be located.
South Texas supercell.
Yeah.
Like this is it.
Big CG in there. Yeah, we probably just want to get east.
Absolute
We wanna get-
mega hail.
Probably want to get to Robert Lee and get ready to blast south.
See if we have any view of it. Once again, that tornado's on the ground near Edith.
Freaky, bro.
This storm is flying
The
too.
storm is moving fast.
They are in Robert Lee, so I think they would have a view of this
Already
if they.
stopped there.
We're gonna continue to position, but I think they would have a view of this.
Yes,
So
honestly,
if we get any
screw
view, we'll let you know. But that would be where we're looking for a tornado right now. That is more than likely still a cone-shaped tornado, which again is over Shaggy Peak, Texas. It's gonna be approaching Edith over the next few minutes, and it will eventually be going towards Green Mountain. Again, just west of Robert Lee. They might actually have to issue a new tornado warning on this, because this area of rotation is going to be moving outside of this warning probably here pretty soon. It's going to be kind of on the edge of it, going towards Edith, Texas. I'm going to go back to them here.
Stuff will just all of a sudden just
I mean, that's your storm right there.
see that.
There's no trees in the way here in a second. You might be able to see it.
If we get further east, we should actually be able
Tough
to see.
view.
There's the second circulation.
There's another circulation developing too near Meadow Mountain. So we have 2 circulations now in the storm.
Can't see anything in there. Why is this thing moving so fast? I want to know. What happened to slow movers?
Wonder what it's gonna do.
I'll have another radar scan in a second. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a large and strong tornado that is going to be heading towards Edith, Texas. It is again near Green Mountain and Shaggy Peak. Gotta seek shelter if you're in this pink polygon, bottom right of your screen, away from windows, lowest floor possible.
Big lowering.
And this is the storm that's producing that tornado.
I think it's fooling me again because it looks like there's a big wedge. Looks like there is a huge wedge. Holy shit.
That does look like a wedge,
That's a big
or at least a
lowering.
tornado.
What the heck
What
is
the
that?
hell is that, dude?
That is not good.
Just gonna get up for a second.
We got good service here.
Holy shit. My bad, excuse my language.
That right there, that looks like the tornado.
Dude, that's a tornado.
That's going to be going right into
Dude, look
Edith,
at the motion
Texas.
in
Again,
there.
if you're in
Look
Edith,
at how
you've got to
it's
seek
rotating.
shelter. That is a
I
large
think that's a
tornado. That is still in progress.
Like, look at that. That's gotta be, right?
Wow.
Dude, that is cranking. That's either the... Dude, look how fast it's spinning on the right side.
This is going to be approaching Edith, Texas, near 2059, near Shaggy Peak.
And I'm 80%
Gotta seek
sure that's a
shelter.
big tornado, and it's probably
It's going to be
almost
approaching
time
Green
to
Mountain.
get
Even
back
if you're
out
in
of
Green Mountain, just outside of the warning, you've got to seek shelter in that area too.
here. Dude, for a second it looked really convincing.
So once again, a large and strong tornado that is in
It's getting
progress.
rain wrapped. Look at that hail about to wrap around it. Probably time. Yeah, it's about to get hail wrapped. Let's just keep on our original path, but like there could literally be another giant tornado. What is this?
All right, so
storm,
just to update you, we have 2 circulations, and Connor's kind of alluded to this a couple of times. The first one is the large tornado that's here. We have another one up here. So we have 2 different areas of circulation that we're watching for here near Shaggy Peak. And so once again, we could get another large tornado out of this on the other side of the storm, further up to the north. So there's a growing concern here that we could get a second tornado that's pretty much the same as the first one that we're seeing right now. That's going to be approaching Edith. And again, long term, it will be moving south, hopefully through mostly rural areas, because that's at least what it looks like right now. It's going to be going through a lot of rural areas. So again, you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, and just west of Robert Lee, Texas.
Oh yeah, that's look at it, look.
Yeah, looks like we got a funnel.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah, right there.
dude, it's so hard to
Dude, it's
tell.
hard. It's hard. Like I keep saying, it looks like a funnel, but I don't want to like completely call it one if it's not. You know.
Right, dude.
I feel like this
Walmart
is-
shorts.
Oh my dirty.
Velocity's just updated. Oh my goodness. That's yeah, I think the first tornado, it might still be on the ground, or it may have occluded, but we have a very strong couplet right here just to the northwest of Edith, which could be a redevelopment that's happening right now in this storm. And we don't have any debris signature there, but that is a very strong area of winds that are going towards the radar. That bright blue or dark blue that you're seeing, those are winds that are upwards of 100 miles per hour right now. Yeah, we're at 80, so pretty close to it. I mean, those are very strong winds near 90 that are being estimated by radar, a little bit off the ground. So these are very strong winds right now, and we have a very, strong area of circulation that's developing again in this hook echo. So we could get another large tornado out of this as it continues to move southbound. Once again, this is just west of Robert Lee, Texas, and it will be moving south through the Green Mountain area near Shaggy Peak. So if you're in any of those locations that I just listed off, you should, be in your safe place. Even if you're Robert Lee, I would at least exercise that tornado action plan in case this storm does take a weird little turn towards your area, because it's not far from you. It really isn't. Again, Connor Croft's in this area. They are trying to find a position for this storm, so we'll go back to them once they are back in a position. They've spotted this tornado now 2 different times, and it's very possible that we have a tornado on the ground here. That's going to be moving towards Robert Lee and Edith, Texas. Not sure if they see anything here. We'll go back to them.
I mean, it's not.
It's gonna go to our south.
Yeah, it's not really. That's. So
It's hard to tell with the trees in the way.
We have to go all the way to Robert Lee and then drop down.
Right. Reed is just as confused as you guys. That's what my dad said.
Really?
Yeah.
Look at all the spin
Dude,
in the
look at that
clouds.
meso
You can even you
current.
just
There's
see the
something in
spin in
there.
the clouds there
Huge
already.
mezzo.
Like
They're
that's
not even
just
really where the
wicked.
tornado is.
Oh my gosh, dude.
It almost looks like. Look at that edge right here.
Oh, dude. It's so hard to tell, man.
moving
Here's the
to
latest
south.
radar
We're
scan. We'll
safe
go back
here.
to them in a second.
Hard to tell.
We're safe here.
Once again, this is a large and strong tornado that is in progress here, just west of Robert Lee, Texas. Waiting for the radar to update here. See what the velocities show. Again, the velocities are awfully strong. Wow. I mean, these velocities are really strong. That dark blue is, again, representing very high winds. So we likely have a strong tornado that is going to be moving right into Edith, Texas. And Connor's now saying it's a big wedge. I don't know if we can see it yet, but...
It's gonna cross this road.
It's a large tornado at the bare minimum that's heading right into Edith, Texas. If you're in Edith, you've got to run to your safe place. This tornado will be there in the next, really, minute or so. You've got to run there. You don't have any time to fool around.
Keep an eye on that cut. Yeah, it's moving south. I think we can go get it, Freddy.
You just see the motion in the clouds, too. It's... Not sure if we're going to see it here, but... It's just awful if you're in Edith.
Yep. Look at it. Look.
I mean, if we get lucky, it'll miss Edith, but I mean, that's
Right
if we
there,
get
right
lucky. It's unfortunately still going to go through areas like Green Mountain where there are seemingly homes in that area, which are not currently included in this tornado warning, but...
Just go like,
Literally
just
until
a
I can
little
see it,
ways. Ah, dude, that rain's really gonna wrap it.
We'll go back to them in a second. Again, this is your large and strong tornado near Edith, Texas. The latest velocity scans have been showing that it's dipping a little bit southbound, but, I mean, Edith, you do not want to chance this. You do not want to chance this whatsoever. New PDS tornado warning on this storm.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, Robert Lee, you've got to seek shelter. If you're in Robert Lee, Texas now, you're under the PDS tornado warning. That is a particularly dangerous situation. Yet again, this is again a large and strong tornado that is in progress. It is moving southbound. Apparently, this could be twin tornadoes that are currently in progress moving southbound. We've had 2 different areas of circulation. So again, 2 tornadoes are now on the ground here. We have a large and strong tornado, though, that is associated with this storm near Robert Lee, Texas and Edith, Texas. Again, if you've not already, you've got to run to your safe place. This is a very dangerous storm. You should not be trying to look for this tornado. It is very, very dangerous. You need to get to the most interior room of your home or building and away from windows. Again, this is moving southbound near Robert Lee, Texas, and it'll be moving eventually on the north side of Water Valley. San Angelo, you're not in the direct impact zone yet, but you will be in the path of this down the road, so you need to stay vigilant if you're in San Angelo. This is a very dangerous storm right now that is producing a large and strong tornado, and it, again, apparently is producing 2 different tornadoes. Yeah, that might be one of them, and this will be the other one. Presumably, that's what we're talking about there, with the 2 different tornadoes. So, we got 2 tornadoes on the ground, basically, with the storm right now. This is a live view, by the way, of what's happening inside the storm. I don't know what they're exactly doing here, but they're
right now. Just wait for a second. We get
kind of waiting out part of the storm. It looks like winds are fairly strong. The tornado,
Actually, no, the hail's kind of
one of them would be to the
so
right.
we might be able to fit it.
Just gonna try and fit the notch.
It's a huge wedge. Can you guys at me on Twitter if you see the photos?
It definitely would be
Try to
coming from
retweet it.
this way
I
anyway.
think I see something up there. I swear I can like see some. I don't know if I'm tripping.
I've seen a
or
large
what.
cone. I haven't seen any wedge photos yet on Twitter. You guys see it though, just at me. I'll try to retweet it.
Oh, I see the rain curtains really
Yeah.
whipping up there.
Yeah. Those are whipping up there. Wow, those are whipping.
Might be to the right. I can't tell. Oh, we're starting to get a little
Okay, the wind just shifted.
And once again, 2 tornadoes on the ground. We got one that is going to be right over Edith, Texas. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Edith. If you are on the north side of Lake E.V. Spence, you've also got to make sure that you have already gone to your safe place, because we got, again, 2 different tornadoes that would be in progress right now. That's one, and then this would be the other one. So 2 different tornadoes that are on the ground right now at the same exact storm. And they have a view of it, I think.
It's gotta be right there.
Dad, I cannot see if you're texting that phone. Text the burner, please.
I don't know why it's not popping up. Give me 1
Look at
second.
the rain.
Look at the right.
They think Connor said he thought he saw it.
Inch forward.
One of them, at least.
Very cautiously inch. I think it's to the left.
It has to be to the left because the rain occurred in wrapping direction. Turn to the left a little bit. Do you see anything through the contrast?
Almost like a big bowl, but I can't even like tell.
Okay, it's definitely to the
We'll
left.
go back to him in a second. Again, this is your large and strong tornado on the latest scan. It is now going right through the southwest side of Edith, Texas, and it will be approaching 2034 Road near the Milcan Mountain or Hillcan Mountains. Milcan Mountains. I can't tell what that says, but Milcan Mountains near Lone Mountain. Yeah, if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter. This is a large and strong tornado in progress. Again, it is an extremely dangerous situation. Once again, that right there will be your tornado that's in progress moving southbound. And near Robert Lee right now. We'll go back to Connor in a second. Apparently, they might have a view of this here in a second. There's damage being reported by Reed. We may have 2 tornadoes on the ground, as I mentioned before, so it might not just be 1, it could be 2. So if you're in Robert Lee, you still got to stay in your safe place. Even if this goes south, I mean, we still have another rotation up here that might be a second tornado. So we could have, again, twin tornadoes that are on the ground right now that are producing damage and, again, producing tornadoes. There's a big tornado on their left.
There's my phone. Yep, right there.
Here, give it to me. Lost it. It was just there.
Gosh, dang it.
It's a big rope.
It's like a vortex.
It's right there, though.
Tornado's gonna be in the middle of the screen. Well, not there.
South.
And there's really bad signal in this area, but tornado will be in their middle.
Dang it. Dude, it was literally a big vortex, and I show the stream, it's gone.
Just roped out.
Once again, this is the large tornado that's in progress. We got 2 circles here. We're watching the tornado near Edith, which I think is the one that they were just looking at. We got the other one near Lake E.V. Spence. So once again, we got 2 different tornadoes that are likely in progress, or those are the 2 areas of circulation that we're watching for. Once again, if you're in either of these 2 tornado warnings, or if you're in any of the pink polygon areas here, you've got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this is a particularly dangerous situation. PDS tornado warnings only get issued when we have large and strong tornadoes that are on the ground. It is not very common, so you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter if you're in either of these areas near Robert Lee, Texas, near Edith, or near, I believe, Mountain Hill as well. Here's the latest scan. This is not looking good, by the way. I mean, right now we have 2 very strong areas of circulation. We have 2. So it's not just 1. We have 2 different tornadoes that are likely on the ground, or at least very close to being on the ground. I mean, again, 2 different areas. It's not just 1. So we got one near Lake E.V. Spence. That one could impact Robert Lee. And then we have the other one that's just south of Edith. I can't say I've ever seen something like this on radar before. I mean, that's crazy. Basically, we have twin tornadoes that are trying to develop here. I've had reports that there were 2 tornadoes at points in the storm, so you know, it's very possible that we have twin tornadoes here. Reed is being a psycho and driving between the 2 tornadoes. That does not surprise me. It's Reed. Yeah, guys, we're talking about a large and strong tornado. Again, this is an extremely dangerous situation. The large and strong tornado, more likely than not, is this one right here, south of Edith. But we have another one that's trying to develop now on the northeast side of Edith. So, Edith, you still need to be in your safe place. Edith, Texas, you still got to be in your safe place. Lakes, Evie, Spence, Texas, you still got to be in your safe place, because this tornado would be going right through your area right now if it's dropping. But we've had multiple photos at this point of a cone-shaped tornado in this area. I'm not seeing a wedge per se, but it is a cone-shaped tornado still that's in progress. Again, we got 2 different areas that we're watching. Connor Croft's kind of in the middle of this right now, so... Oh, yeah, Reed's stream actually had a wedge tornado. I'm retweeting that video on Twitter. It's a multi-vortex tornado near Robert Lee right now, so I believe that this area of rotation now is dropping a tornado. So this new area of rotation, and then this one would still be your ongoing large tornado, the initial one that dropped. So again, 2 different areas that we're looking at here. And velocities have just gone corrupt on the latest scan. Let me see if I can... I don't know if we're going to get another view of that. All right, so the latest scan kind of bugged out the velocities here. Let's go back to here. But again, if we have a tornado on the ground, it's going to be going right through the east side and northeast side of Edith, and also the other one dropping south. Going to be heading towards Lone Mountain in 2034. Those 2 roads. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Now, once again, there are 2 different tornadoes that are in progress here. 2. We're tweeting a bunch of the photos of these tornadoes on Twitter. MX Velocity WX. And Connor's kind of in position. Go back to him if he ends up getting a view of this. We'll go back to him real quick.
Strong though right now.
Hey, look at those trees over there.
They're on the east side of the storm now, so
you know, see the bolt trying to come down right there.
Yeah, it might
if there is a tornado near the east side of Edith, they might see it, but there's more likely than not a tornado over the Edith area.
Dude,
there's probably another one
fast.
that is south of Edith now.
That's the scary thing with this storm is it
what a cycle.
That's what happens when you have like 5,000 cape.
Yeah.
Well, I think
yeah, that's a vortice.
Yeah, I think we just had a
vortice
right
coming down.
You know, hardest part about being a storm chaser in this case is how much rain there's falling right now, and it's so hard to see a tornado.
Yeah, that thing's on the ground. I don't know. Can't see it in there, but that is a beast. That's not something.
Might do a new couplet.
Yeah, it's not something you want to mess with. As I'm going in to mess with it. Right there, right off the left.
Yeah, right there. Just the left. It's still just a bowl right now, but it might just consolidate here in just a second. That's strong. Rotating right in front of us.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
get out
I
of
would
here.
just be careful here. Yeah, I might
Get out of here.
get out of here.
There's no tornado in San Angelo. No. This again, well to the north of San Angelo right now.
This is still, yeah, let's get the frick out of here.
Yeah, now we're back to.
All right, they're going to reposition again.
Because it might just plant another.
It's hard to get a good view on the storm, but again, this would be where we're watching for 2 different tornadoes. We'll have another velocity scan in a second. Looks like they might be kind of merging into a single area here near Robert Lee. But if there's a tornado still on the ground, it's going to be on the southeast side of Edith and just west of Robert Lee. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. It is a PDS tornado that is in progress north of San Angelo by quite a bit. This is still a dangerous storm. They see the velocities if they updated here. Yeah, so it looks like we have one area kind of consolidating into the main area of rotation now. That's near Highway 158. So I do think right now we have one area now kind of trying to form instead of, you know, multiple. This will be the main area, again, just southeast of Edith. Where, once again, we do have a very strong area of rotation. That dark blue would be representing very strong winds, very strong velocities that are being picked up by radar. So this will be where we're looking right now for that potential for a strong and large tornado near Highway 158 and just to the west-southwest of Robert Lee, Texas. And you see at the bottom right of your screen that massive rain curtain too, and the ominous blue tinge there in the clouds. That is really just the water droplets reflecting, but I mean, that's where we're looking basically right now for that tornado threat. That tornado may have lifted. It could still be on the ground. I'm not 100% sure. We haven't had any reports in the last few minutes, but it looks like that's the new redevelopment area where there is a very strong couplet developing, very strong winds going towards the radar. We have very strong winds going away from the radar, and that is where we're watching for that new tornado development. The new problem with this storm is it's going to more than likely be a rain-wrapped tornado. So it's going to be very hard to see this. And that's the storm right there.
Gotta watch out for that next cycle. Gotta see that coming next time.
So this tornado, if it is on the ground, it's probably rain-wrapped.
That's the tough thing about
I almost blasted west instead of east, but
That blue tinge is just the water droplets reflecting.
get out of there.
Yeah, it's crazy. They almost
It's
like
eerie, but that's what that is.
It was wild.
Wow. More chaser conversions up here.
Wow. That's a massive looking storm.
It's moving so I would stop.
There's a lot of hail and rain falling with this too. It's not just the tornado, but
Moving so fast. UPS guy.
UPS guy, what if he's chasing?
Moving so fast. I don't wanna. What's up, Sholey? Wasn't waving at you, buddy.
Yeah, right here is where it kind of takes us like back up, and then we might as well just go.
so once again, this is the area of rotation. We got a new radar scan on this. And so this is what we're looking at. This is the area of rotation. We got a very strong inflow going into the storm. This is where we're looking for that potential for a tornado. It'll be right in there over Highway 158. But still a pretty strong area of rotation right now. Let's go back to Connor. He sees rotation.
Dude, there's probably a big tornado in there.
I don't think. I mean, it could be strong, but it seems.
This tornado is completely rain wrapped if it's on the ground. I mean, it's
that's whipping right there. The thing is whipping.
gonna be so hard to see. That is just a massive rain curtain right there.
Look at the inflow. The inflow's all feeding into this storm.
That is unbelievable. That inflow is massive.
Wow, look at that rotation right there, even. Dude, that is about to drop, I think.
Right there is kind of wild.
Dude, what is happening? That is rapid rotation right there.
If you're just tuning in again, we got a PDS tornado west of in Robert Lee, Texas, but also just west of Robert Lee.
Holy crap.
That's the storm that Connor's showing it, but back to him in a second. This is what we're looking at once again. Large and strong tornado. Still in progress. If it is still on the ground, it's going to be rain wrapped just west of Robert Lee. Again, we got very strong winds that are going towards the radar and also pretty strong winds going away from the radar. Got a large inflow. We basically got everything with this storm, and if it's on the ground, it is just southeast of Edith, Texas.
We were in that circulation, I think.
It's going to be approaching 2034 road.
Mine's already busted.
Robert Lee, Texas is north of San Angelo and like southwest
Dude,
of
that's
Abilene.
about to drop right there.
We might actually get another tornado here. Yeah, your windshield's nothing.
Well, yeah, but I'm...
It's a brand new car, though, I understand.
That's wrapping hard right there.
Feeder band coming out.
Insane feeder band.
Dude, this thing took in like one merger and went nuts. That was like,
We're not gonna be able to see this one either.
No, this one's gonna be more rain wrapped than the last one.
Yeah, hey, what's that?
I know. It's a blob of. I'm just waiting to see if it's like a vortex.
Yeah, I do think this storm is trying to cycle.
Yeah, it's almost time to
If there
go.
is a tornado, it's completely rain wrapped.
Right.
But
Like another.
It's right here. You can see the lead. There's probably a big tornado right there, and we got a new tornado that's forming right there. Good luck seeing it.
Dude, this is so. Like, we're just gonna have to just keep running.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We do have a new PDS tornado warning on this storm. That rotation, by the way, is intensifying on radar, and Connor is about 20-ish seconds behind usually on his streams or something like that, so we might have a little bit of a delay, but either way, there's more than likely a strong tornado redeveloping here just southwest of Robert Lee. And so again, new PDS tornado warning on this storm. It's going to be going through Robert Lee just on the southwest side. It's very rural areas, but Pecan Motte will be next in track of this near Highway 208 and just around the 158 highway. So again, they've issued a new PDS tornado warning on this storm. If you are in this warning, you've got to seek shelter immediately away from windows on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. This includes Orient, Texas, Robert Lee, Texas, and as well as Edith, Texas. Again, this large tornado that's on the ground is probably rain wrap, but that would be the area that we're watching for that tornado. And if we go back to reflectivity, we got a very definitive hook echo on radar. Luckily, it's very rural parts of Texas right now, but the problem is that this storm will be on track for San Angelo. So if you're in San Angelo, stay very vigilant. You're not in the warning, but you're in the path of this storm. So we have to watch this very closely. The odds of this still producing a large tornado by then are usually pretty low, but we gotta watch this closely because it's going to be going in your direction with a large and strong tornado with a very strong couplet right now just to the southwest of Robert Lee. Connor Croft is currently repositioning, but that right there near Robert Lee is the area that we're looking at for a tornado that is likely still in progress, or it is recycling right now near Robert Lee, Texas. There's a huge inflow on this storm. I have it on radar that you can pretty clearly see the inflow going into the storm, but you can also see it in visual with Connor Croft. I mean, you got that large cloud band, and that would be your inflow that is going into the storm, that is really rotating this storm, and it's, again, probably going to produce another tornado. If it already lifted, it would produce another tornado just due to the dynamics of the storm. So they'll have another view of that here in a moment. Yeah, and San Angelo is very populated, so yeah, these velocities are quite literally insane. This right here is just bugged on the right side of the screen, that right area. Latest radar scan just came in. Once again, very strong inflow. I mean, I don't even know if they'll be able to see this tornado. It is probably going to be heavily rain wrapped if it's on the ground. It is a very rain wrapped area of rotation. Oh my goodness. I mean, look at these velocities. Now we have purple popping up, which is around 110 miles per hour. So even if there isn't a tornado on the ground, there are 110 plus mile per hour winds happening near the surface, which is probably right around 100 on the ground, near 2034. Luckily, again, there's really not a whole lot of homes by the looks of it in this area, but it's just southwest of some homes and just west of Robert Lee, Texas. And I mean, even on the other side, going away from the radar, it's around 65 to 70 miles per hour. That is a very strong area of rotation. Very. Yeah, more than likely, this is about to drop another large tornado, and strong one, if it's not on the ground currently. But yeah, you don't see this very often. You just don't. It's very strong winds. And once again, this is still a PDS tornado. It is a particularly dangerous situation. So if you're just tuning in, this is north of San Angelo, Texas. It is currently near Robert Lee. It's well to the north of San Angelo for reference, but it's for those in Robert Lee, Edith, and Orient, Texas, where there is, again, a large and strong tornado that is in progress. It'll be moving southbound over the next several minutes. They have 3 different tornado warnings on this. The northern one's about to expire, but the other 2 are still ongoing. It's currently on track to go towards the areas like Carlsbad and Water Valley. It's going to be going right over Lone Mountain, and Millican Mountains as well is also on the track of this. And this is a look at that storm right now that is producing a potentially large tornado. It'd be in there in that rain-wrapped area.
What the flip, dude.
Absolute unit of a supercell.
I don't know if they're going to be able to see this. It's such a dangerous storm, even as a storm chaser.
Still, like,
if it is rain-wrapped, it's going to be like almost impossible to see.
Like, the main is like somewhere back in there. Somewhere back in there.
Somewhere. Just good luck.
Yeah, good luck finding them. Like, look at the couplet.
Dude, that is one of the most insane couplets I've ever seen.
All that blue tinge that you're seeing is just water droplets being reflected and giving it that color. Just an FYI. It is very eerie, but that's what that is.
We've already seen at least 3 tornadoes.
A lot of lightning.
Make a video out of the stream, just pieced together.
Next velocity scan will be coming in here in a moment.
Just see like the inflow flowing. You
Yeah.
know something's in there.
You
Makes
know
you
the
wonder if
beast.
something will even try to spin up like on the.
Might spin up again.
Yeah.
If it spins up again, we're just cooked. Yeah, it's coming at us now. Not exactly as like it's coming.
This
towards
storm
that
is
road.
not going towards Abilene, but you will
it's
probably
definitely
see
not gonna
some storms
come
later.
at us, but...
I don't see anything that looks like it would. Here comes UPS again. Where's he going?
What is this UPS truck doing?
He's.
He's hauling.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, I think my Fiji fell out the door.
Once again, if you're just tuning in to
No,
say
I'm waterless.
large and strong tornado on the ground near
pineapple
Robert Lee,
cups, yeah.
Texas. We're trying to see if we see anything. I don't know if we're going to, but it is going to be going southbound, very rural areas near Orient, Texas,
Yeah, we're right
and
in the
Pecan
buried
Moat.
in there.
Right in the
The
knot.
only
Mott.
way you can see it is if you're like north of it.
Near
we
Highway
are
208
looking at
are in the track of this storm.
Looking at it.
It's going to be north of San Angelo. Grape Creek. Stay vigilant. It'll be heading in that direction here pretty soon.
Down this road right here. Back down when we just came.
That poor UPS driver getting called out.
Could try it.
I mean, it's
Area
probably
rotations
still
on the
looks like
bottom
it's
right of your
going
screen.
Yeah. It's
That
still moving
rotation's
so
on now the
fast.
southwest side of
It's a
Robert
big
Lee near
drop,
Highway
it's a-
158. If this drops, it's going to be right near Lone Mountain. So if you're in the Lone Mountain area within a couple miles, you've got to make sure you're in your safe place.
That's crazy. I got all these people like.
Dude, this is insane.
We might just like time it.
This storm is
perfectly,
literally
like, just, like,
insane.
an awesome intercept, and then just like.
Guys are just tuning in. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe.
It was Daniel. Oh my
Sure.
gosh, Daniel just about plowed into that guy.
It's Corey, I think.
Yeah, if your package isn't delivered today,
About the
this would be
random-
why. It's a whole large tornado.
Getting some strong.
UPS driver
emotion,
can't get his
right?
job done.
It's just flowing in though.
All right, we'll go back to radar for just a quick second. Again, this is what we're looking at near Robert Lee, Texas. Again, we got a very strong couplet. The radar's about to update, so we'll stay here for a second. But again, we have a wow. I mean, this is unbelievable. Look at the hook on this storm. A massive hook echo. If a tornado drops, it's going to be large. And we got a very strong inflow also going into the storm. But this is a very dynamic supercell that's moving southbound right now. Again, near Robert Lee. There's a ton of spin on this storm. We got a very strong inflow. This thing is wrapping hard. I mean, look at that. That is a very, very strong inflow. Very large hook as well on this storm. Let's check out the velocities. They should update in a second. Again, if we get a tornado, it's probably going to be large. I mean, this is a... Diameter-wise, this is about a 3-mile large hook down here. That is massive. That doesn't mean a tornado is going to be 3 miles wide for the reference, but it just, you know, that's on the ground. That has to be on the ground. I mean, that rotation's tight as can be. This is, I mean, it was recycling, but that looks like it's on the ground right there near Robert Lee. This is an unbelievable radar presentation of this storm. This is going to be in textbooks. I mean, that rotation is tightened to the point where there's definitely a tornado here. That would be right in the center of this rain-wrapped area. Again, to be honest with you, we're probably not going to have a view of this with Connor because of how rain-wrapped it is, but that's a strong tornado right now. That's just south of Robert Lee. I mean, just look at that signature. Unbelievable. Hey, Tucker, post this. I mean, you don't see this very often. Like, this sort of signature, the last time I saw this was like 2022 when we had a large tornado in like North Dakota or something, or South Dakota. That's the last time I saw a signature like this where we have this very large hook. It's unbelievable. I mean, again, if there's a tornado, it is completely rain wrapped, and there likely is right now. We got a very strong inflow going into the storm as well. I mean, this is again a very significant storm right now. This is still a PDS tornado. Once again, that is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado. It's a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's moving south-southeast. The rotation has tightened to the point where there is almost definitely a tornado that's going to be just on the west side of Highway 208, south of Highway 158. But obviously, with that said, this tornado, with it being on the ground, it could go anywhere. So you want to make sure if you're anywhere in the pink polygon that you are continuing to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Once again, just southwest of Robert Lee, Texas. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. But this is a serious storm. It's a serious storm right now. Even has a little eye. You kind of see that too, like right in the middle here. Unbelievable on radar. We'll have another radar scan in a second. We'll see what it looks like. This is still a life-threatening situation. Once again, if you're near Robert Lee, Texas. We got a new radar scan. That signature is still very well there. Again, you got a very strong inflow. Got a massive hook echo on this storm. See what the velocity show in a second. That rotation has really tightened, though, over the last couple minutes. Wow. I mean, that right there, that's your tornado. That's heading towards Highway 208 right now. That's, again, more than likely a tornado that's in progress. It's almost definitely a tornado that's moving towards the south side of Robert Lee, Texas. That right there is your tornado, though. It's actually wobbling a bit right now to the right, so...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning that was just issued. That's a confirmed tornado. That's in Texas. This one's near Plainview, Texas. Got a confirmed tornado on the ground near Plainview, so we now have 2 tornadoes that are on the ground. So if you're in Plainview, seek shelter. Excuse me, we're going to mostly be focused on the southern storm, but that one's also just been confirmed. So we have 2 different tornadoes now on the ground in Texas. This one really being the most concerning as it is heading towards San Angelo here down the road. But right now, this tornado, again, is very strong. Velocities on radar, they're probably not going to be measured very well, but we got 100-mile-per-hour winds right now going towards the radar. Going away from the radar are about 55, 60. So gate to gate's probably about 160 on this storm. So that right there is, again, a very significant storm right now, moving down to the south-southeast. And again, this tornado, it's going to be right in here. I don't know where Connor is, but I hope he's staying away from the storm from a distance, because, I mean, this tornado, again, is rain-wrapped. You're just not going to see it. They did mention in today's outlook, or today's tornado watch, that a couple of intense tornadoes would be possible, meaning EF3 plus basically being a possibility. Bare minimum strong tornadoes, and I mean this is one of them. I think we've had like 2 or 3 different tornadoes now with this storm. I mean, this is a very strong couplet. I mean, it's tight as can be. I didn't look at the CC. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, we don't have a debris signature, but I mean, again, the debris signature is kind of irrelevant. We haven't had a debris signature with like any of these tornadoes recently. That right there is your tornado. We actually have like a hole now in the reflectivity that's showing that. DBC values just dropped by like 10 or 15 there. That's your tornado. See what the velocities show, but that would be your tornado. Right there. Wow. This is just south of Robert Lee. Now is a hole on the radar from how strong this is. And once again, I don't think Connor's going to see this, but that right there is your tornado. Unbelievable. I'm going to try to measure the velocities on this in a second. But, I mean, this happened on the other tornado that we had in Oklahoma where we had an eye like this. I mean, that right there, that was 4, 5, 6, or 8 pixels there. Those are all, that's your tornado. The gate to gate is probably around 160 still. That would be again, your tornado. This is unbelievable. It's a crazy, crazy storm. It's going to be moving towards, again, Highway 208. It is going to be moving eventually towards Pecan, Moat, Texas, just south of Robert Lee. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. This is quite literally an insane storm right now. You can see how that eye kind of developed here over the last couple of scans. That right there, again, is your tornado. Let's go back to the velocities. Yeah, I mean, just unbelievable. And we got a surging area near Lone Mountain. With how strong that inflow was, we have surging winds right now going outbound, or inbound, I should say, toward the radar, at right around 100 miles per hour, even away from this tornado. a little bit off the ground. I mean, that's 110 miles per hour that's being estimated by the velocity. So we got some serious winds even just outside of where this tornado is. But this tornado's been wobbling a bit to the east here over the last few minutes. It was initially going south. It's begun to go more eastbound towards Highway 208. But again, this tornado is completely rain wrapped. I don't think anybody's going to get a visual of this. I mean, it's such a rain wrapped area, and it's again a very strong tornado here that's on the ground. There's the latest radar scan. You still got the hole there. That's again still your tornado right there. That's on the ground. That's the eye. That's the where the tornado would be. And I'm not talking about an eye of a hurricane, but we've had like we had a similar look to a tornado like this back when we had that Oklahoma tornado a few days ago in southwest Oklahoma, the PDS one. And for the velocities update here. I don't know if we've had a normal tornado here for the last like several days. Like this one is just another one of the strong and large tornadoes that we've had. I mean, we've had multiple like that. Here's the latest scan. And again, that's your tornado right there. It's about to cross right over Highway 208. Again, luckily, I don't see really many roads here. So I guess like the good news right now is that it's probably not impacting a whole lot of homes. But, you know, the bad news is that this is still not far from, you know, San Angelo. We got 70 mile per hour velocities right against about 100. So again, gate to gate, it's probably about 160, 170 on radar. We barely have a CC drop, which means, you know, not a whole lot of debris is being lifted up right now, but that right there is your tornado. Again, this is a PDS tornado. It's a particularly dangerous situation. This is still a large and strong tornado that is near Highway 208. And long term, again, this will be heading towards San Angelo, Miles, Texas, possibly even going towards Bollinger, which is, you know, over here. This storm, though, right now is kind of taking a bit of a right-hand turn. The surge of winds is going southbound, so if this does occlude, it could, again, recycle down in here somewhere. We've already seen that a couple times, but it could happen again, in all honesty. But right now, it's still very well on the ground near Highway 208. I'm gonna see where Connor is real quick.
You can tell it's off to our right here because
the winds are picking up heavily where they are.
Yeah, I got some oh my gosh, that's a softball. Really? Yeah.
Connor's like in the middle of this storm right now.
Yep. Major hail coming in here.
They're now getting pelted by softball-sized hail.
I'm just gonna go video on here.
It's only warned for tennis ball-sized hail, but like in the middle of this right now.
Some sporadic. Get a new scan and it just keeps. You know,
they had softball. Connor had softball-sized hail yesterday, and
we could tell the inflow
dented his windshield.
Really starts to ramp.
I mean, it's ramping, but I doubt it's moving our way.
Yeah, now it's like sporadic.
Yeah. I got a 339. See if yours updated. I don't know.
Here's the latest radar scan. This is still a large and strong tornado.
Just the 339.
Back to in a second. This is your large and strong tornado once again. That is near Highway 208. So that right there is your tornado. It is still a very, very strong tornado that is in progress. It's very rain wrapped. So again, I don't know if they're going to see it. They're not far from it though. They're like in it, kind of almost like just north of it, I think. But that would be your large tornado that's still in progress. It's starting to take a left-hand turn. It's kind of going almost east-southeast now. So this will be approaching 2662. If you're in Shawville, I would honestly at least just stay away from windows. I don't think this will come towards you, but, you know, just be vigilant because that's not far from you. And then, again, that's going to be dropping southeast. We still got this eye on the storm, which would basically, again, represent on at least the DBZ on the reflectivity. I would still represent a tornado there. But, I mean, unbelievable. This thing is just so strong. We actually do have now debris being lifted up. So there's some level of debris that's being picked up by this. Again, there aren't very many homes in this particular area where the tornado is, but that's where that would, you know, be picking up debris. We still have a confirmed tornado near Plainview, Texas as well, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're there. This was confirmed by weather spotters. I don't see much on radar right now, so, you know, just stay in your safe place. We're mostly going to be focused on this storm, though. Again, that is just north of San Angelo. And again, that would be your tornado that's in progress right over Highway 208, just north of Pecan Moat.
See it?
Oh my god, they're like in this right now.
Yeah.
They've got to be careful. Those winds are really strong.
Just crossing the road.
And this is completely rain wrapped.
Yeah. Holy
We're on the
crap.
edge of it. I think I see
This is crazy.
the edge here.
Yeah.
I see a huge bowl. See that?
Problem is, this tornado is starting to turn eastbound
very low
towards Highway
contrast.
208.
I want to get out of here.
Yeah. Oh, dude, get that guy.
I mean, Connor's almost in this tornado.
Hit the left lane. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Just hit the left lane. Just reverse.
Holy crap.
It's just the inflow back into the
I think this is going to be going towards them. Look at the trees.
Yeah, it's right there. Trees coming down.
I mean, they're like in this right now.
Yeah, keep backing up.
Holy crap.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. We're good.
I mean, the tornado's crossing right over Highway 208 right now,
We're good.
as we speak. So the tornado's right in front of them, basically. You can't see it because of all the rain, but it's where the tornado is right now.
Right in front of us.
Is it moving?
I don't. Yeah, it's. Oh my gosh. I think we're clear of the tornado. You got somebody right lane a little bit.
The good thing is that the tornado's not going to probably hit them. It's still well in front
Clear
of
the
them. But
circulation here. Dude,
Ooh,
I
that
just
was
don't
close.
want to F with that. you
That
know?
was
We were really close
this
to that
tornado is
thing.
very strong. We got.
That was a good 100 mile an hour, bro.
That was actually crazy backing up.
I wonder if we could go.
So we
a
got
little
very
bit
strong
back in
velocities
again.
on
I
this.
think we can.
Just try it again.
Holy
That
crap,
was
that
close.
was intense.
They were
like a
really close to that
hurricane.
tornado.
Holy crap.
Watch it. Oh my gosh.
Should be
He's
good.
gonna drive into it. Brother might actually flip his truck. Not even gonna lie.
That was insane for a second.
Dude, that
That
wind.
truck driver, I don't think
was-
realizes that there's a tornado in front of him.
Probably
Now he's pulling over.
About to.
I don't think we're not gonna be able to catch this one. We're gonna have to drop way south maybe.
No, yeah.
Back in it, dude.
There's
This
still a
tornado
donut
just
right
crossed
in front
over
of us.
Highway 208.
I feel
It's starting to go
Yeah.
east. It's starting to turn towards
It's
Shawville.
still right in front of us.
I mean, they're still in this. I mean,
Yeah, look at these freaking winds.
Just gonna stay right
I
here
think they're just in the inflow now, but
for now. We'll have to drop way south.
Wow.
holy crap. New PDS tornado warning.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And this is a new PDS tornado warning for Shawville, Brunt, Tennyson. Again, this tornado has taken a complete turn to the east. It was going south and now it's going east. So this is a large and strong tornado, very strong tornado that's moving eastbound. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Shawville, Brunt, near 2062, and then near 277. This is, again, live right now where this tornado basically is.
Alright, maybe not.
It looks like a hurricane. That's how strong this
There's
is.
just no contrast in here, right?
Yeah.
No contrast. What is that, GoPro?
There's just no end to how strong these winds are here.
What a unit!
I mean, on radar, this tornado is very
Violent
strong.
Tornado, like
Get the
right next to us.
frick out of here, man.
Look at the inflow. We're on the back side, but dude, it's like 100-something mile an hour at
That's a
times.
100 mile an hour wind right here. 100 mile
Wow.
an hour wind.
Whoa! Can't even see the road.
They're in the inflow
Pulling it
now.
out of our
So
minds.
all those winds that you're seeing there are just purely driven by inflow.
100% here. Come to terms with it.
I mean, this is like driving through a mini hurricane here in Texas.
My own what the happened on the couplet there?
Oh my
I
god.
just stopped and like consider going back again. Because it like our option might be to wait for it to cross and then come.
We'll go back to him in a second. If you're just tuning in, this is a large and strong tornado south of Robert Lee, Texas. It's north of San Angelo. That right there is your tornado. It is a very strong and very large tornado that is in progress. That is going to be north of 2662 Road. I'll just go with that. And then going towards Shawville and Brunt. So if you're anywhere in those areas, you got to seek shelter. It's also going to be going towards Tennyson, Texas. If you're in Pecan Moat or Mout, I would still stay in your safe place just in case. This does take another turn to the south. But once again, this tornado was originally going south, and now it's going east. And the tornado right now is basically sitting over Highway 208. It was going east in the latest couple of scans. It's sitting again. So this tornado is not moving, at least on the latest scan. It's just sitting there again. This has just been unbelievable. So, once again, this tornado basically just sitting in place. And there is your... Wow. Look at this thing. Look at this. That is unbelievable. That is your tornado right there. This is insane imagery that I've seen. I've never seen imagery like this on radar. Got a massive hail core on the west side of this tornado. That's all probably softball-sized hail. That right there is your tornado. That's like an eye that's in this storm. I've never seen that before. That's insane. I mean, this is your hook. That would be your tornado. It's right over Highway 208. And then this would be your wrapping inflow. So that would be your inflow going into the storm. There's your CC drop, by the way. So that's your debris signature. That's the debris being lofted up, which is probably trees, is my guess. Maybe a couple of homes, possibly in the area, just south of Robert Lee. I mean, that's just unbelievable. Flipped a car. Yeah, I'm honestly, you know, this is such a dangerous storm. That's why Connor backed up. I mean, this is such a dangerous tornado. It's not even moving right now. It's stopped. It's stopped in its track, at least on the latest scan. Which doesn't mean you should just get out of your safe place, by the way, if you're in Brunt. This is still a very dangerous storm. But radar imagery like this, you just do not see very often. But just for perspective, this is over the last, like, 4 minutes. That's your tornado 4 minutes ago, and this was within the last minute or two. It's not moved. It's sitting over Highway 208. And this is the latest scan. So the tornado is now moving a little bit more to the southeast all of a sudden. This tornado was going east, and now it's going almost south again. This is crazy. I mean, initially it was going south, and then it started going east, and it's starting to go south again. Quite literally crazy. Guys, I've heard, I know. There's a car flipped near this tornado where it is. Again, I've seen a lot of reports about that in the last few minutes. So, there are cars that have been flipped by this, and that's why, again, you should always stay a very safe distance away from tornadoes. Unfortunately, that's what happens in some of these cases, and I'm glad some of those trucks that Connor saw were stopping, because, you know, it could be really bad if they went into that area of rotation and into that tornado. But, I mean, this is an insane storm. This is still a PDS tornado. Again, this is still a particularly dangerous situation that is ongoing near Robert Lee, Texas. It is north of San Angelo. It's going to be going towards Brunt as well as Tennyson. But again, this tornado was going south initially. It took a turn to the east, and now it's starting to go south again. So this could go southbound again. So just keep that in mind. There's a couple different areas that this could go toward, and that's why this pink polygon is so large. This tornado could go in either direction. So you need to continue to stay in your safe place if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, as there is still a large and strong tornado that has also flipped over cars in the area. This is still a very dangerous storm that is ongoing here in Texas, once again near Robert Lee. Reed saved a driver of a flipped truck. It's not good. This is the latest radar scan. Tornado is now beginning to go east again. It's kind of just wobbling right now. So this tornado is again going to be right on the east side of Highway 208. So it's no longer over Highway 208 by the looks of it. Could go back towards Highway 208 with what we know, but that's where it is right now. Moving east-southeast. I think Connor's approaching possibly some damage or something here. There is your, you know, this is still the tornado right here. We still got this eye on the reflectivity. That's where the tornado would be. That's still debris being lofted up. That's your tornado right there that's on the ground still. This is where,
yeah, I
believe this is where the tornado just went through.
No.
Here where Connor is.
Nothing.
somebody here. Gotta watch the side window now because now it's turning into RFD.
Yep.
Oh, that's a flip truck. That is a flip truck.
Okay, is anyone in there?
Anyone still in there?
That's a
They're
flip
out.
truck.
I think.
That is a flip
they're
truck.
out.
Because Reed got him, right?
Reed got him, I think. That's the one that Reed got.
Pretty sure that's what Reed just
Okay.
got.
Reed might be up there. There's
They're
another
out,
car
but-
up there. Let's check on them.
Okay.
We got multiple
There's a
people
flip
here.
truck
They're
right
on,
there.
I think.
Yeah.
We just
Check on
saw.
this car up here. Dude, look at the damage here.
Yeah, I know.
This is a strong
That's
tornado.
the truck that
came
Reed
through here.
got? Oh.
Look at the tree debris.
Reed, oh, Reed's in? Okay.
Look at the tree damage.
This is all the damage right here.
Oh, yeah.
It's a
This
bit
is
blurry, but
strong.
that's the damage. You should see it better.
Hope there's like nobody
Look at
else
the
that
trees
got
are like
hit,
all
you know?
gone.
What is
I mean,
this?
this is an intense, possibly even violent tornado that just ripped through Highway 208, south of Robert
I
Lee.
ditched it on purpose.
There's another car there.
Check on, yeah. Oh my gosh.
Back when their windows were out.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably fine, but
No, there. He's in there.
oh, he's in there.
He's in there.
The wind is still so strong. I mean, the tornado's not far from where this even is. It's the
he
tornado's
good?
barely moving for reference.
So,
Get honk out of me.
are you good? All right. All right. Just, hey, there's about to be big hail. Be careful.
We might have to get into the. Oh my
You might have
God.
to
We're gonna get
Close
into the
your
big
door.
hill. We gotta be careful
close
here.
your door.
Close your door.
Stay to no.
This tornado again is still on the ground. It hasn't moved much, but it's just east of Highway 208, southeast of Robert Lee.
Close your
I'm glad
door.
they're
Close your
okay,
door. Big
whoever's
hail
in that
coming.
car.
Close your door.
What's he doing?
And get ready to duck.
We gotta get ready to duck.
Dude, this thing's moving.
Trying to listen.
Is it coming back?
Look.
Oh,
Moving north now.
it's a wobbler, bro.
Dude, we might want to get
Might
out of
wanna
here.
blast
south.
south.
Get south.
Let's go south right now.
I mean, this is basically
Send
a,
it.
it's not
guys
far
okay
from
in the
what a hurricane would do. I mean, obviously it's not a
Oh, it's
hurricane, it's a tornado,
oh,
but
it's
like
right here, right here.
with how large this area of wind is, it's like a mini hurricane, if you will. It's again, not a hurricane, but you know what I mean. It's just such a large area of wind.
Yeah.
More branches on
Guys, we
the
can't
ground
get
there
out,
at the
like,
bottom of
right
your
now,
screen.
Potentially deadly.
This is just where a large tornado went through.
Yeah. There's a huge tornado. Look at the debris.
Lots
here.
of various branches on the ground.
Way out from where that guy was. Oh my gosh.
Watch me cook!
There's all sorts of debris everywhere. I thought the tornado was back there. I can't tell if it was here too.
Wow. It's a huge tornado that came through here.
Get us out of here.
Oh, dude, we're sending. Just send her south,
Yeah,
buddy.
it's pretty pixelated.
Send her south.
They're in a
We're
low
cooking.
single area.
Look at the poles down.
Pure deviant tornado. That is an evil tornado.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
This is where we're getting.
So that was likely where the tornado went through, is where Reed's truck was
I think
flipped.
it's too big. I can control over it.
Yep, just keep-
There's more branches down right there too.
here comes some more.
Oh!
It's like another car up ahead. Can't tell if that's.
My gosh.
If you're just tuning in again, this is a large and strong tornado that's still on the ground just southeast of Robert Lee, Texas. It's north of San Angelo.
Big hail
We'll go back to radar in a second once it updates. Looks like those people are okay. Go back to Connor in a second. This is the live radar feed. So again, we still got a large and strong tornado in progress near Highway 208. I mean, this storm is insane. It might be occluding, but like this right here, we got hail everywhere around this. There's hail everywhere around this. That's your tornado, which is, again, that's like a little eye that is formed from this tornado being on the ground. And it's shrinking, which is good news. Hopefully it weakens out. But that's where the tornado is currently located. And we'll see what the velocities look like. But this tornado has moved in every direction possible other than west. It has moved east. It has moved south. It moved south again. It moved east again. And it looks like it's almost moving north now. So this thing is still sitting basically where it's been for the last like 7 or 8 minutes. This tornado has barely moved. I mean, this is your tornado. This is... Let me go back in time a little bit here. Let me measure the time here. This was about 5:50 or so right here. All right, 5:50. Now it's going up to the north all of a sudden. I mean, it's basically not moving. It's almost coming backwards. So, I mean... They gotta be careful near 208, just in case this thing does try to go backwards again. Because this is, again, another drunknado that we have in progress that's near Highway 208. That right there, though, is your tornado, which Doesn't look like many roads or homes in this area, but like there's a bunch of people on Highway 208 that are chasing. So this tornado is all of a sudden kind of sitting again right over just east of 208. Once again, this is a PDS tornado warning that does continue for Robert Lee, Brunt, 277 near Shawville, Tennyson near Orient, Pecan Moat. It's north of San Angelo for reference in Texas. But that right there is still a tornado that's in progress. That is not lifted. It's definitely still on the ground. I think they're about to be back into the storm.
South of it now. I want to get on this one, dude. Look at this one.
Reed's taking off. Yeah, what the
At least in where the rain is. I mean, the hail and the rain core is massive now. Go back to them in a second. This, again, is your large storm. This is where the tornado is. So that's your tornado, all right? If we look at the CC, that'll give us an idea of the hail. Massive amount of hail right here. We also got hail right here. So this is all hail that you see on the correlation coefficient around where that tornado is. Which is just crazy. That's how massive this supercell is right now. And you can see the tornado track just by looking at the reflectivity. I mean, again, this right here is your tornado. And just watch how it moves to the east and down to the south and then going north now. Barely moved. It's kind of done this. It's almost like a U shape here, this tornado. I mean, visually on radar, it's just unbelievable. This tornado has been on the ground, I think, for about 25 minutes now, maybe 30 minutes. It's still on the ground, though. This tornado is now going northwest. They've got to be careful, including Reed. I mean, this tornado could go right back towards them. Hopefully they know that, because this is starting to go back to the northwest. See what the velocities show in a second. This tornado is beginning to go the other direction. Every tornado I think we've seen over the last like 4 days could be in a textbook. I mean, it's every one of these tornadoes has just been unbelievable. And Freddie McKinney's talking about how this is one of the scariest tornadoes that they could chase. I mean, like, rain wrapped like this is extremely dangerous. But once again, this tornado is going back to where Reed is and also where Connor is. It's going backwards. Trying to get the velocities to update here and make sure we can verify that it is actually going backwards, which it looks like it is. It's just south of Robert Lee again. You gotta stay in your safe place if you're in Robert Lee, just in case. Robert Lee, Texas. I mean, this was presumably where the tornado was near Reed and also near Connor, and then again, it's going backwards all of a sudden. This is just unbelievable. Just look at that motion. It literally looks like a... I mean, it's literally spinning backwards. It's crazy. Look at that thing. It's just doing a U-turn. Connor now knows it's coming back. He just... Hopefully just got... I think he just got the memo.
Doing a full loop, dude.
It's one of the most dangerous tornadoes I think I've ever chased here. I mean, this is just...
That's what happens.
It doesn't get much more dangerous.
That's what happens when you have no low-level shear to steer this thing.
Wow.
This is literally a drunkenado in progress.
It's crazy.
It's at least
how
the third one that we've had this week.
Like,
I know.
Today, just rain-wrapped monsters.
See if I can see it by chance, just out of pure curiosity, but no.
But this tornado is coming right back at them.
Yeah, is he pulling up?
Yeah, I pulled up a little bit.
Velocities are verifying that now. It's going north almost. It's going to be going towards Robert Lee again. If it doesn't occlude, it'll be going towards Robert Lee, Texas.
It's really sunny over there. Look, you can see through the
I know. It's like we're almost out. Oh, wow.
Look at the wind picking up. It's getting closer to them again. That wind picking up would be from the outskirts of where the tornado is, basically. Possibly from some sort of inflow or something. Oh, man. Yeah, this is coming right back at them. Look at the radar here.
Yeah, I know.
This is the latest couple of scans. It's now going northwest. It's coming right back to where Connor is and also where Reed is. This is going to be going right back to Highway 208. This is insane. I mean, this is the third or fourth different tornado we've covered this week that has now gone completely 360. Let me just go back like 21 frames here, just so you get an idea of where this has been going. All right, just watch this in real time. This is your tornado when it developed, right here. And I'm gonna track this out for you so you know where this has gone at this point. Just south of Robert Lee, that's where it started. Took a track this direction. All right, kept going. It kind of sat right here over Highway 208. It dropped south and it did a little U-turn up here, and now it's going in this direction. And it's actually not really weakened at all here. That's the path of this tornado. It's quite literally insane. That's your rotation right there, which again is cyclonic. Typical tornado, by the way, but that right there is your tornado. But that's the path of it. They might actually be able to see this. Looks like it's a little bit clearer there where they are, which is actually surprising. I think they might be far south enough of this tornado, though. This has been on the ground for, I don't even know. I mean, it's at least been on the ground for 25 minutes, I think, now. It started at 4:30, so it's been on the ground for about half an hour. And it's still going. So it's been on the ground for a little over half an hour now. And it has not really shown many signs of weakening. It has tried, again, it's taking that U-turn. It's been trying to kind of occlude and die out, but that right there, again, is your tornado. This is on reflectivity. It's still showing that hole here on radar. It's quite literally crazy. And once again, Connor is, I believe, a safe distance away from this storm at this point. I don't really know, but I think he's a couple miles south of, yeah, that, look at this. This tornado is about to go right back into the south side of Robert Lee. That's it right there. If this is still on the ground, which let me check the velocities once they update. That tornado would be right there over Highway 208 again, where that flip truck is. Hopefully I hope Reed got the memo. I don't know if he's still there, but right there, that still a tornado. That right there. It's about to cross right back over Highway 208, south side of Robert Lee. This is crazy. If you're in Brunt or Shawville, I would just still stay in your safe place because this storm is just that crazy. It's still producing upwards of 4-inch hail. I mean, we've had hail at least around baseball size, but possibly even up to softball sized hail. But man, this storm is crazy. We had a very definitive supercell not too long ago. This is what it looked like at one point. And that took a U-turn, and now that tornado is going backwards. I've never seen something like this. I mean, it's just crazy. That tornado's on the south side of Robert Lee now. If you're in Robert Lee, you got to continue to stay in your safe place. You got to take this seriously. It's still on the ground. And Connor's driving towards it, I think, now. All right, there's your tornado. It's going right back to where it started. This could cycle. This is crazy. Yeah, whoever that guy was in the ditch, hopefully he got out. I mean, the tornado itself, technically, was a little bit further down to the south. So, we measure this real quick. This right here was about, I mean, where the tornado is right now, it's about 2 miles-ish north of where it just was. So, for the record, it's a bit further north. With that said, it's going to be impacting fairly similar areas. This is a better view, by the way, of all the tree damage and stuff.
Come back at us, honestly.
That's what I was thinking it's gonna do.
Because there's still a lot of flow in here.
Dude, if I just like cycle on top of us in the middle,
I know.
I might get out of here, dude. I might just fly out.
Maybe we should just get out of here. Like, what are we even doing?
What's the point?
There's no reason. We got our tornadoes yesterday. Like,
We got a tornado today, 2 of them.
we got multiple tornadoes today.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna go right
That's
here.
a lot of the tree damage from this first tornado that went through. I mean, it's still the same tornado, but it's going to a different area.
What's going on now?
I don't know. But I do not want to be caught in it, that's for sure.
It's like everybody's lined up right here.
There's that guy in the ditch.
There's a sheet metal there.
Yeah, on the tree.
See this, guys?
Some more of the damage right there.
It is. Oh, there you go. Just a touch off.
Just a touch off, but look at the sheet metal that's just wrapped around that tree.
All right, this tornado has now just crossed over Highway 208, is now heading towards 2034 Road. And if it is still on the ground, it's going to be just south of Robert Lee. So yeah, if you're in Robert Lee, Texas, you got to continue to stay in your safe place. This tornado has not lifted, and it's also coming back at you. So that tornado has officially just crossed over Highway 208, which is just unbelievable. And there's your tornado on reflectivity, which again, you don't see that very often, but that right there would be your tornado that is still in progress. Just south of Robert Lee, Texas. And it's again going to be approaching Highway 158 over the next few minutes. That's just crazy. We don't have any other rotation on this storm. This is really the only area. Maybe a new circulation trying to form south of this, but like... this path of this tornado has just been insane. Wow.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I don't know if I've ever seen this before. I mean, this the new PDS tornado warning now includes Robert Lee, and it's now going northwest. So they've gone ahead and issued this tornado warning going northwestbound near Robert Lee. I believe Silver might be included in this again, where the first tornado began near Silver, Texas. It's not far from it. Silver's not in it, but this tornado warning is now going northwest, just to give you an idea of how crazy this storm has been. So again, brand new tornado warning for Robert Lee. And that is going to again be on this storm that is PDS. It's a particularly dangerous situation. It is still a large and strong tornado that is on the ground. It just crossed over the south side here of Highway 208 near Robert Lee, and it is moving to the northwest. So again, drunk NATO, whatever you want to call it, it's still on the ground, and it's going to be moving in this direction. It's going to be going towards the southeast side of Edith again. So if you're in Edith, this is not a false alarm. It is not a different... this is the same sort of tornado that we just had. So if you're in Edith, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And once again, this tornado right now is moving northwest, but again, it could go any other direction. It could twist and turn some other direction at some point if it doesn't occlude. And here's the latest radar scan. I don't see that signature anymore on the reflectivity. Let's see what the velocity show here. See what it looks like here in just a moment. Wow. I don't know if this is just a glitch or this tornado just completely occluded. Look at the velocities. I don't know if it just died out here, but if the tornado's still on the ground, it's right there, but it might have just lost its intensity entirely. I'm trying to verify that. If there's still a tornado, though, it's right there on the south side of Robert Lee. Those velocities just died so fast right there. And we don't have that hole on the reflectivity anymore. At least it's not that large. This tornado may have weakened. It's not confirmed, but that right there, again, would be your tornado if it's still on the ground just south of Robert Lee. Holy cow, this has been such a weird storm. We haven't really had a CC drop with this at any point, so the CC's not going to do us anything here. Look at the evolution of this. Just look at that evolution. I've never seen a tornado like that. I mean, we had very similar ones the last couple of days, but this is just bizarre, to say the least. If this tornado is still on the ground, though, again, it's on the south side of Robert Lee. I'm retweeting a photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX of that tornado about 2 minutes ago in Robert Lee, Texas. It was still a cone-shaped tornado as of a couple of minutes ago. It may or may not be on the ground anymore. It's hard to tell. Velocities are still strong enough where there probably is something there. It might not be as intense, but that would be your tornado right there on the south side of Robert Lee if it is still on the ground here in Texas. And this storm could recycle. Don't forget. I mean, we've had a lot of tornadoes that have recycled in the past, and this one would be in play for that. Let's see if we have anything else on Twitter here of any reports. Just deviant motion. It's insane. I mean, the word insane has been used on like every post on Twitter too. Deviant motion goes crazy. We'll be adding a drunk NATO emoji, don't worry. At some point. If this is still on the ground, though, it's going to be right over where Robert Lee is. It's going to be on the southwest side. Also, the tornado warning near Plainview, Texas is no longer ongoing. The PDS tornado warning that was going towards San Angelo has ended. And San Angelo, you're not in a tornado warning. The good news for San Angelo right now is you probably dodged a serious bullet with this storm. Because this storm, I mean, it really turned east very fast. So hopefully that continues here over the next few minutes. We'll have another radar scan here in just a moment to see if there is a very strong weakening trend, which it looks like there is. The new problem is it looks like we have a microburst or some sort of very strong downburst area of winds developing south of Brunt, Texas. So now, instead of the tornado that we just had, we now have a very strong area of wind developing southeast of Robert Lee. I'm not saying this is going to turn into a tornado again, this particular area, but that is a new concern, because that is damaging winds around 60, 70, maybe even up to 80 miles per hour. That is now developing near Highway 277. So if it couldn't get any crazier, that's the new area essentially that we're looking at. Would be there just to the south of Brunt, Texas, and southeast of Robert Lee. The initial tornado that is PDS, it looks like that is roped out over the last few minutes. So just heads up there. That looks like it has roped out. Hopefully that trend continues, but more likely than not, that is roped out here. But that right there is a new microburst or a very strong downburst wind area that's developing. We have reports right now of baseball-sized hail, by the way, on this storm. So just heads up there. There's now baseball-sized hail falling on this storm. It has been for a while, but if you're anywhere near Brunt or Robert Lee, you should just continue to stay in your safe place just in case, because there is still that threat right now of upwards of baseball-sized hail on this particular storm. So still a very significant storm nonetheless. And we could see another tornado develop with this down here to the southeast. It's hard to tell. I mean, you know, we'll have to wait and see at this point, but this has been a crazy storm to say the least. Just all this activity. I mean, I thought, you know, the tornado we had in southwest Oklahoma the other day was crazy. I thought yesterday's tornado was crazy. I think today tops both of those tornadoes, actually. With the deviant motion and everything that we just saw here on radar, it's just insane what we just saw. And if you're just tuning in, haven't already seen the tornado on radar visually, I mean, this is what happened. Right around 4:30, a large tornado dropped just southwest of Robert Lee. That was about 45 minutes ago now. And then as we went throughout the, 10, 15, 20-minute span, this just continued. It was going south initially. It turned to the east, so it was kind of like this. And then it all of a sudden started to drop down back to a little bit down to the south, but it really dropped south after it passed over Highway 208. And then it did a U-turn to the north. And then it went right back to the northwest and eventually died out. But with how strong the tornado was, it was hard for that tornado to weaken. So that's essentially what we just saw. We almost saw a tornado kind of just like complete a cycle here. Like make almost like an oval shape. It almost did that. Which is, again, just insane. But all this just happened south of Robert Lee, which is... Luckily, it's not a populated area where this tornado went. I mean, if you zoom in, there aren't very many roads. So luckily, there weren't a ton of people impacted. The worst thing I've seen so far was just tree damage, and then also a couple cars flipped over, which seemingly those people were all right. But that's the worst I've seen out of this storm at this point. And that's really where the strongest area of wind is right now at this point. So this might be a redevelopment area. At the bare minimum, we have a strong area of downburst winds just west of Route 277. South of Brunt, Texas, but for the time being, these still are PDS tornado warnings, even though the tornado at this point has seemingly lifted near Robert Lee. But we'll keep a close eye on it in case this does try to redevelop. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest on severe weather coverage. We'll probably have to be live in tomorrow with how much activity we've seen. Let me real quickly just zoom out real quick. This is a little bit of a look at what we have going right now. We have multiple hailstorms. We again have our 2 tornado warnings down here. We do have a large severe thunderstorm warning east of Lubbock. We have another one north of near Plainview. Got one near Channing. We got one in New Mexico. We're not really covering New Mexico, but we got a lot of areas essentially in these warnings right now. Which again, a lot of these storms should mainly be hail producers, but this storm in particular, I would still say has a chance to produce a tornado down the road. So we will continue to watch this very closely over the next several minutes. And this is mostly West Texas today and parts of Central Texas, but tomorrow is going to be West Texas too, where we have a hatch tornado risk, which today was in play for that as well. So lots of crazy stuff here. See what the velocities look like on this latest scan. And I don't see anything right now with rotation. The tornado near Robert Lee is occluded. The one near Highway 208 is just wind right now, but it could develop into something down the road. So again, we'll continue to keep a close eye on this over the next several minutes in case anything happens. But as of now, we don't have anything confirmed on the ground. But still stay in your shelter spot if you're anywhere in these 2 pink polygons. All right, I'm really behind on super chats. I'll try to get to them at some point. Thank you, Grace, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Kenny, for becoming a Velocity member. And thank you, Eric, as well. Thank you, MA, for the $20 super chat for your upgrades. I appreciate that, MA. Thank you. Thank you, Vex, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Radar Omega is it's really worth it. It really is the best weather app. I highly recommend it. And also thank you, Scott, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Tina and Jasper, for the super chats. Thank you, 1,000 Miles, for the 956. Great Passion. I'm glad I can help with your fear. Yeah, again, these streams hopefully are calming. You know, even when we have large tornadoes, I try to make these streams as calm as possible. Even though it's hard to do that when we have large tornadoes like we just saw moments ago. It was just crazy radar presentation what we just had. Still could redevelop, again, for the record, but I'm guessing these warnings will probably be downgraded at some point. Crazy how many days in a row you've had to stream. We've been live. We were live Thursday through Sunday of last week, and then we only had Monday off. We've been live since Tuesday of this week, so we've been live once again for 4 days in a row. Might have to go live again tomorrow. Sunday might be our only day off, and that's a debate. That's also a debate because we have another threat of severe weather on Sunday. Hopefully it won't be too big, but there's another marginal threat on Sunday. All right, let's see. Thank you through the looking for the $9.99. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Ryan, for the Maximum Velocity member. All right, they have downgraded this now back to radar indicated rotation. So this is no longer a PDS tornado, which again, we've known that for a few minutes now, but it's officially been downgraded back to radar indicated rotation on this storm. Which, for the record, there isn't really any rotation left there. The new area of development that I would be watching for would be right here north of San Angelo for any sort of tornado risk. This tornado warning is still PDS, but I'm not going to keep the PDS thing up there. There's no tornado there right now that we have confirmation on. Hey, Rogue, for the $5 super chat. The tornado is absolutely beautiful on radar-wise, but I hope everybody's staying safe out there. Yeah, again, this is probably one of the crazy... This is the craziest tornado I've seen on radar at this point. Even it tops the one we had in Oklahoma the other day. Craziest radar presentation I've ever seen. I think a lot of people could probably agree with that. We've had a lot of crazy deviant motion tornadoes here recently. Thank you, 495 for the $10 super chat. Yeah, still stay alert if you're in San Angelo and Bollinger. These storms are going to be in your vicinity probably for the next couple of hours. They're barely moving. Hey, TJ, Rogue, Max, Tails, and Abigail for all becoming minimum velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. And also thank you, Ryan, for the 5 gifted members. You guys are very generous. I appreciate it. Connor's window is getting smashed by hail. Check it out.
I'll just have it.
Once we go to him,
like a 5
it becomes
five
worse.
and a half inch hail core. See what happens. Have like helmets.
There's been a lot of hail on these storms. Again, we're talking baseball-sized hail in the core of these storms.
Right. You get like a dice. Roll the dice like.
We're not gonna have a great view of this. Going through some tough areas here with all the signal issues. It's a very rural part of Texas that just got hit by these storms, and they're still getting hit by these storms. So, you know, it's gonna be hard to really see anything in some cases. Do have a tornado possible on the storm east of San Angelo. Looks like we got a little bit of rotation developing just near the Moretta area of Texas, east of San Angelo. So a new storm that could produce a tornado threat down the road. We'll have to watch that closely. That is, again, a new storm that is developing there. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. And I'll try to relay and report anything new that does pop up. Also, thank you to Wonder and Buppy for both becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Let's check out the latest scan again. We're watching for rotation down near Paint Rock, which this area just got by a tornado yesterday. There's something developing down there. We got some wind on this storm. The tornado warning back up here near Robert Lee. That rotation's pretty weak at this point. Really nothing left there at this time, but it's still stay in your safe place until these warnings are officially lifted. And there are still multiple areas here that are under tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings where significant hail and wind are still a concern for the next several minutes. So, and we'll keep a close eye on it in case anything does happen here over the next few minutes. But again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. I'm going to real quickly pee because we are in kind of the middle of at least no confirmed tornadoes right now and nothing really strong. So I'll be back in about 60 seconds. Stay tuned. We'll go to Connor Croft to keep you entertained. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Stay tuned.
A lot of people are going north at this point. The real storm is down here.
It's chasers.
Yeah, I saw a couple chasers out.
Maybe they just see the PDS and they're just going back.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a
Speaking of
tornado up there.
PDS, I need to pee.
Yeah, let me see.
Some dust right in front of us.
There's still a PDS up there, but
I mean, might just be reluctant to take it
yeah,
down.
they might just be like, just in case, you know, maybe there's like a remnant tornado floating around in there somewhere.
Honestly, wouldn't rule it out. What an interesting storm down there. We'll have to get a nudge.
It might. It's gonna get an RFD nudge for
Yeah.
sure. So whatever
We're gonna have
that,
to get on that.
whatever that, you know, whatever
I'm
that
gonna
does
take
to
this
it.
highway towards Wall.
Yeah, Walt, the highway that goes east out of San Angelo, that's like our only
Take that
option.
to
Back
Wall.
to here. Read stream go down. Connor is with Freddie McKinney. They're chasing together today. Freddie was a hero yesterday, and they're now chasing together today. Also, thank you, Jim, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Once again, we're watching this storm back over east of San Angelo for a tornado risk. The two storms that are still tornado warned here, really not any rotation left on the Robert Lee one. It is still ongoing, hasn't been canceled yet, and the other warning is about to be canceled. This is still technically a PDS tornado warned storm, but there's no tornado on the ground right now on that storm. So at this point, just stay in your safe place for a couple more minutes. There is a lot of hail falling here, so you know, it's still a pretty significant storm overall. We got massive hail core on the west side of 277 that we're still watching for. Once again, significant hail. The correlation coefficient picking up on all that hail that's falling right now near Route 277. And then back over near Robert Lee. For the time being, it's actually quieted down just a little bit. So that's at least the good news for the time being. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It does not mean, you know, whatever other people say, like Pringles. I don't know. People have random names. And also thank you, Demon, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. I do appreciate it. Reed's never going to be able to rent again. I'm surprised he can still rent, to be honest. Thank you, Rob and Sumner, for becoming a maximum velocity member as well. Appreciate that. 28 new members today, by the way. I do appreciate everybody becoming a member. Pretty darn strong. That's also, yeah, that's also one of them. Pretty darn strong. That's a pretty good explanation for when we have tornadoes that are PDS. It's pretty much the same thing. Now, even if we don't have a tornado here developing, we have a very strong area of wind. The velocities are picking up on around 60 to 65 miles per hour. So definitely a significant windstorm here near Route 83 east of San Angelo. So that's definitely still something we're gonna have to watch for over the next few minutes. Still have a chance at a tornado, though. We're not beating last night's member count. There's just no way. We got 250 yesterday. We're only at a 10th of that today. Just not happening. There's an RV park on the south side of the lake where that tornado dropped in Robert Lee. The storm went over a few ranches, but then turned around and head back toward the lake. Hopefully they weren't hit, because, I mean, you know, mobile homes are a horrible place to be during tornadoes, and they weren't far from it. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning on the storm that is here near Brunt and Robert Lee. It is for golf ball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So again, that's a brand new warning that replaces the previous tornado warning. We also had baseball-sized hail reported by the public in Brunt, Texas, and Coke County, Texas. So this storm did produce very large hail at one point, and it is now producing damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. Wow. That is an impressive-looking storm.
Car smooth road equals.
Look at that thing.
Insane.
I think they're just looking at the storms that are developing north of San Angelo.
Right, is incredibly covered.
That is pretty crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, I don't know.
That's, again, Storm Chaser Connor Croft.
Oh.
Thank you, Wonder, for the $10 super chat, and also thank you, Tracy, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member.
Yeah, we're gonna get there. All right.
We'll get to wall, and then we'll,
It's a pretty impressive storm, though. This one, that storm they're looking at, like, just blew up in the last few minutes. Bottom right of your screen, that's what it looks like in motion.
Dust pickup.
It's on the north side of San Angelo. Looks like there's some dust being kicked up there at the bottom. I can't really tell. If there is, it's probably just strong downburst winds, but...
A beautiful road, man.
It's an epic road.
Just love these kind of roads. Look how flat it is here.
Yeah.
Why wasn't the chase here, you know?
Right, like... why
Looks
couldn't
like
this
dust.
terrain-
Again, I could be wrong.
Gosh, dang. Look at this. The Gustado.
The Westfester for the $10 super chat. Let's get max to 200,000 subs this weekend.
Dust over here.
Yeah,
too.
if everybody subscribes to the channel that's watching right now, we might be able to hit 200,000. I don't know where we're at right now. We're at 192. We need 8,000. That's a lot.
No.
It looks like that's all dust being kicked up. I'm guessing it's just from the downburst
Might
winds.
just shove it the other way, and I don't even know.
It's like, Rob, we got ahead of this. Might be turned to a big boob.
The tornado warning still does continue for Robert Lee, but and this is the live view of radar. Robert Lee, again, doesn't really have any rotation there, at least right now. Look at the velocities. Again, we don't really have much here anymore. We did initially, but we don't really anymore. So, not super concerned right now for an imminent tornado risk here in Robert Lee. That warning still goes until it's officially canceled, which, from what my knowledge, it's not canceled as of right now. But still going for at least the time being, and we're still watching a broad area of circulation southwest of Paint Rock, Texas. Very high winds, upwards of 70 miles per hour, do remain likely with that storm. But there's definitely a chance there for an isolated tornado, which I believe Connor might be trying to go towards that. And we also have a lot of wind in this area north of San Angelo. Which, again, most of it's just strong downburst winds. Nothing significant there, but we also have a hail core right here centered over Orient, Texas. That is around golf ball-sized hail that is falling right now near Orient in the Key Sling area of Texas. So... again, continue to stay away from windows if you're in this warning, as it is still quite a significant storm right now that is producing some large hail. Also, thank you, Overdose, for the $19.99. I do appreciate it. Where the drunk NATO's at. We just had a drunk NATO. We don't need more drunk NATOs. They're crazy enough as is. Thank you, Family, for the minimum velocity member. And thank you also for Poker for the $1.99. Yeah, these have been crazy storms. I mean, honestly, the last... 4 streams we've had crazy storms in every single one of them. It's been literally insane.
We saw.
Yeah, the maybe wedge.
Big wedge. Then the third one was the vortices that we saw. Well, the maybe wedge we saw when it crossed the road. Remember that vortice off to the left?
Yeah.
Going back to Connor here for a second. Alright, that tornado warning has officially been canceled.
But it appeared to be vortices for 3.
So we're back to a normal severe thunderstorm warning. And for some reason...
And we felt the 4th one.
Yep, we...
I don't know why, but we cannot get the camera to work here. There you go. They were looking at cool class, now they're not. But the tornado warning has officially been canceled there for Robert Lee. So we have no tornado warnings actively as of right now, which is good news. Finally.
I'm trying to think, was that not the... No, it was not the bowl. That was a different tornado.
Thank you, Mike, for the very generous $49.99 super chat. I appreciate that a lot, Mike. Thank you.
Type we got.
I'm live all the time. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Mike. And also thank you, Steve, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Hutch, as well. And thank you, Waco, for the $5 super chat. I'm not expecting anything in DFW for tonight.
Don't really know. Don't really.
Gosh, we got like a...
Nothing expected tonight. At least nothing significant. What is developing down here? That doesn't look very that does not look good. It looks like we have some rotation developing now on the north side of San Angelo. Can't really tell yet, but that looks like a rotation that's developing right now on the north side of San Angelo, pretty much where Connor is right now. So there's something developing here. See what the next velocity scan shows. But yet again, another area of rotation developing. At least got something. I mean, it's not strong yet, but bare minimum we have damaging winds, but there's something trying to develop there. This is what they're looking at right now in that storm. Let's see if we see anything there.
Wow, that dust is getting...
Dust is kicking up everywhere there. Thank you, Jacob, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. Yeah, look at all that dust. You can see it kicking off the ground right now.
Look at that.
All sorts of dust. Thank you, Benjamin, as well. Appreciate it. Becoming a velocity member. 34 new members today. New radar scan should be coming in here in a second. Look at all that dust. I mean, it's everywhere. That's all from the strong downburst winds that are coming from the storm, by the way. So when we have that massive push to the ground of wind coming out of the clouds, that's what we're looking at here. And it's all gonna, hit the ground and kind of spread out. I'll make a diagram in a second, but like that's basically what we're looking at here. It's just a massive push down of the wind from, not north to south, but like, up to down. It hits the ground and just spreads out. That's all that dust that's being kicked up because of that. That's what damaging winds is, and that's what we're looking at right now. That's a massive area of dust. That's thick dust, too. Once again, this is all on the north side of San Angelo. This is, again, crazy.
Right there, dude. Look at that.
All that dust. It's everywhere. It stretches, I mean, that's about 1 or 2 miles large. Here's the latest scan, by the way. I do want to show you guys this. There is at least something developing here. It might be some level of rotation. Again, they're right on the storm. They haven't mentioned anything about rotation yet, but that would be your area of rotation that we're looking at. So that's what we're watching. It's on the north side of San Angelo right now. And the wind off to the north of that area of rotation is what we're looking at right now. That's all the dust that's being kicked up again from that strong area of downburst winds spreading out on the ground, and there's just dust everywhere there now. Like a dust storm almost forming. It's weird. That's pretty common with severe storms, especially when there's like just all dust.
Wow, dude,
I mean, that goes up. Yeah, that's weird. That goes all the way up there. It's like at least 1,000 feet off the ground how high up that dust just went. That thing goes up. The tower's up. Pretty crazy. So as I was saying, I want to kind of draw a diagram of what you were just looking at. So again, we got our cloud base up here. We got that strong area of downburst winds. Here's the ground. Let's say this is all dust. We'd basically be looking at all those winds coming in, hitting the ground, and it would spread out like this. That's what those strong downburst winds, and that's why all that dust is kicking up. Must have some sort of rising motion that's kicking that dust back up into the atmosphere somehow. So that's what's happening there. That's all the strong downburst winds. This is all dust on the ground that would be just being, spread out at the ground. So, pretty interesting stuff. when that happens. That would be all from that, again, strong area of downburst winds, which all this green here and a little bit blue, those are damaging winds around 55, or at least winds around 55 to 60 miles per hour that are just spreading out at the ground here across quite a large area. So, but yeah, there's rotation trying to develop here. It's not really impressive right now, but there's something there just north of San Angelo. And then the storm south of Paint Rock hasn't really rotated much yet. It's kind of struggling, but it's trying to organize. So I'll have to watch that closely. Yeah, really crazy stuff. But again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're on the road to 200,000 subscribers, apparently. Thank you, Jay, Aubrey, Becca, Storm, Watch, and as well as Courtney for all becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it. Connor is saying there is a little bit of wrapping and rotation now, so that'll be something to watch. Also, back near Lubbock, we do have storms over here that are all mostly just hail and wind producers. My screen froze, but that's what we're looking at right now across most of this area. Not seeing much rotation right now in these storms, but we'll continue to watch those storms closely as they develop. The storms that try to get going back over near Plainview, those ones have kind of died out, so not super significant at this time. And then northwest of Amarillo, we still got a storm up here with actually tennis ball sized hail. That is near Channing, so stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in that warning. That is a significant hailstorm right now up that direction. But really, the area that we need to focus on here is going to be near San Angelo, which is where Connor is as well. Paint Rock looks interesting. It's interesting. I don't know if it's going to develop a tornado. I think it's at least going to take another 15 minutes to organize to something tornadic. The highest hailstone size that we've had reported so far today is baseball-sized hail, for the record. We've had some pretty significant hail so far today. And hail could be anywhere from dime-sized hail, you know, pea-sized hail, cheese curd-sized hail, all the way up to, you know, grapefruit-sized hail today. Like, the maximum hailstone size that they've warned for today is grapefruit-sized hail, which is 4.5 inches in diameter for the record. You know, cheese curd-sized hail is anywhere from, like, nothing up to about 1.5 inches or so in diameter. And then, you know, above that, it gets pretty significant with golf balls and, you know, eggs falling out of the sky, basically, when it comes to hailstones. And then once we get larger than 2 inches in diameter, that's when it can really be destructive and damaging to homes and cars and vehicles and such. But we could have a couple of hailstones today near grapefruit sized with, you know, this environment. It's very possible. Also, thank you, Young, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And also thank you, Body, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. We have 42 new members today. What's larger than grapefruit? DVD size tail, I believe, is 5 inches or 4.5 or 4.75 maybe. It's between 4.5 and 5, I think. And then after that, I mean, there's not really a whole lot of other things that are diameter above that. Yeah, a little bit of something developing on the northeast side of San Angelo. It's not really that impressive, but once again, there's at least something there. Maybe a little bit of rotation. And then the storm that's back over near Paint Rock, it's trying to organize. So we're still watching for a tornado risk here over the next several minutes. Or really over the next half an hour. Also thank you, Jody, for becoming a Velocity member. That's the storm in San Angelo right now.
Right now, bro.
Or near San Angelo.
Hello? Yo, what's up, man?
What?
There's no way.
They've taken some serious shots from the hail, by the way. Their windshield's cracked up like crazy.
We're chasing in Texas right now.
All right.
A storm on us.
They have added a tornado possible to a storm now near San Angelo.
Yeah, I mean that's normally the goal.
Look at all that dust.
You know,
Seen
it's the
three.
grand prize. You know.
Seen 3 of them
Crazy.
today.
Yeah, I've seen 3 of them today. Maybe we should have taken you out.
There's a
today.
new severe thunderstorm warning for San Angelo, which does have a TP on it. It's tornado possible. I don't know who's talking to him. I have no clue. But again, this storm now is warned near San Angelo. So you have damaging winds up to 60. We do have a TP on it, tornado possible. Rotation is going to be located on the northeast side of San Angelo. And once again, this could drop a tornado at some point down the road. So we do have to watch this storm very closely, as it is close to a very populated city here in Texas near San Angelo. And we do have a hook forming on it, so it's not a good sign at this point near San Angelo. We do have a little hook forming on that thing. So I'll have to watch this very, very closely. This is a view of that storm right now. It's kicking up a lot of dust.
Like of the 3 days, it looks like the best one, so. Still could be stuff on the other
Hey, AB and Furry for both becoming VIP Velocity members. Put smarts in the chat for both of them. I do appreciate your generosity.
It's hard to tell.
Sorry, you said the 7th?
Was that actually ISO speed? Does he know him somehow?
What do you think?
He might. I mean, the 7th, like the 7th and 8th, also look.
That's our highest tier membership, by the way. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you.
We still might be able to find something on those days.
Also, thank you, Inner, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Boxing glove size tail, 100%. I don't know how large that is. I don't know how large a boxing glove is. Just very ominous skies right now here. I mean, they're trying to position right now on the storm, so.
You gotta get out of here.
Very ominous skies. We don't really have a view of anything right now than just the strong downforce winds. Just waiting for the next radar scan, then we'll go back to radar.
Okay.
Actually got some dust in front of it, it looks like, too.
Like,
Also, thank you, Jane, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
Because you know it's weather, but
And welcome to the velocities.
we just want to find the best odds. Like, you know, I mean,
Here's the latest radar scan. So again, this thing does look like it's trying to wrap here. Here's the latest scan. Again, we'd be looking for rotation in here. All right, that's just on the east side of San Angelo right now. See what the velocities show in a second. They haven't updated. It's on the east side of San Angelo right now. Just waiting to see what the velocities show. Yeah, it's still pretty broad right now. I mean, there's not really any sort of tightening here on radar that we're seeing. Again, this would be where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. It has at least some sort of structure developing right now. It is a brand new storm, for the record. So, since it's new, it might take a few minutes. It could even take 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever it might be to, produce something here. But it is developing. So we're going to have to continue to watch this very closely over the next several minutes as it continues to drop down to the southeast. Because it is still a relatively, again, dangerous storm right now. It's brand new. Again, it might take a little bit of time, but this is probably going to be our next storm to watch for a tornado risk here in parts of southwest Texas. Thank you, Bodie, for the very generous... Oh, Bodie, sorry, for the very generous $50 super chat. You're crazy. I appreciate that a lot. Put smarts in the chat for Bodie. Bodie. I'm going to forget that. I appreciate your generosity. Any hurricane-nados today? We had one. Hurricane-nado, drunk-nado, whatever you want to call it. I mean, at this point, we have to make a drunk tornado shirt or something. I mean, it has to happen. Just has to happen. Velocities are still 2 minutes behind, by the way, but I'm not seeing anything imminent here. Again, I think it's still in development. Thank you, Rib, for becoming a velocity member. See if we have any reports on Twitter of anything right now. Again, as of right now, we don't have any tornado warnings, but we are still watching for that potential right now. Wow. Greg Postel, I don't know if he I don't think he watches me, but he actually called this a drunk NATO from the Weather Channel. It's pretty funny. I don't know if that's a term that's been out there for a while or not. That's pretty funny. We've been calling these drunk NATOs this entire time. It's still developing on the east side of San Angelo right now. I'm not seeing any other reports as of right now on any of these storms. That was ISO speed on FaceTime, apparently. That's wild. Here's the latest radar scan. I think there is some rotation developing here on the east side of San Angelo. Yeah, that's rotation. We have rotation developing here. It's not strong yet, but there's some spin there developing on the east side of San Angelo. So we gotta watch this storm closely. Once again, that is definitely gonna be something to watch for. It has a hook echo and everything developing. But that right there is the area to watch on the hook for the potential for a tornado. Greg Postel just followed me. I think he might actually be watching the stream right now. That's actually hilarious. He literally just followed me. Look at all this dust, by the way. I mean, this storm's been kicking up a ton of dust here in Texas.
Up there.
Yeah.
It might try to do a tornado.
All dust, just from the strong downburst winds.
Dude, we're still like 10 miles behind it, though.
Yeah, no way. I'm just gonna keep blasting.
Yeah, I just gotta keep blasting.
Hopefully we get out of this dust.
Gosh dang. It's like we're on Mars or something again, you know?
Yeah.
Martian
All the
dust.
downburst winds kicking up all of this dust here across the rural areas of San Antonio.
Thank you, Lori, for the super chat. Thank you, Saucy, for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Kathy, for the super chat. Thank you, Dale, for the super chat. And thank you, Mike, for the super chat.
A dirt NATO, yes.
We're
It's actually
going to get
dust
this.
NATO is the official term. Once again, we are still watching the storm on the east side of San Antonio for the potential for a tornado. Again, it's a tornado possible storm, not a tornado warning, but there is at least some circulation developing there. Been watching the storm for quite a while now. We have very strong downburst winds on the north side of San Angelo, which is definitely a little bit of a concern here. Velocities right now are picking up around 60 to 70 miles per hour, so this is definitely a significant downburst event that's happening on the north side of San Angelo. I might have said San Antonio. I meant to say San Angelo, sorry. But that's on the north side of San Angelo, not San Antonio. That's going to be moving towards the Vera Best area and Moretta, Texas, over the next about 15 minutes or so. Wall and Vancourt will also be in the track of it. We are still, again, watching that potential for a tornado. The latest scan still shows a very broad area of circulation. It's not really anywhere close, I think, to producing something. But if we do get an organized structure here, we get an organized inflow, it's very well in play for a tornado. But again, I do still think that's still a good several minutes out from doing so. And I don't think there's any reason for a tornado warning on this yet. Again, we'll continue to watch this very, very closely. Sorry, I did not mean to say San Antonio. I don't know why San Antonio was all of a sudden on my mind. I've never even been to San Antonio before, and I used to live in Texas. Fun fact.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. That's going to be issued on this storm. I saw this out of the corner of my eye. We have a pocket of rotation developing just east of Vancourt. So that's a brand new tornado warning. It'll be going towards Eden, Texas. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is a bathroom, a closet, a storm shelter, or basement. Whatever is the furthest away from the exterior of your home, that's where you want to be. And it's a brand new tornado warning east of San Angelo, fairly rural areas here of parts of the hill country of Texas. That's, again, just northwest of Eden, Texas. Trying to get the exact locations here. I believe Connor Croft isn't far from this, but again, that's the area of rotation, which should update on the velocities in a second. This includes the only town that's included in this is Vic, Texas. So it's a population of 236. So again, a relatively rural area here of Texas that is currently included in this warning. This is crazy. This is a hole in somebody's roof. It's from Jenny Groves, from Jenny's dad's roof in Robert Lee. This is the concern when we get hail like softball size, is something like this could happen. That is wild. And I mean, that happens. Happens with the largest hailstones. You know, softball sized hail can easily do that. I've seen it before. I've seen hail, like giant hailstones go through roofs before, even larger than that. Saw that in North Texas a couple years back. See, this is the velocities haven't updated in the last 3 minutes, but that's the couplet of rotation that we're looking at. If there's a tornado, it is yet again rain wrap, so we're not going to see it, but nothing confirmed, and it isn't tight enough for there to be a tornado, but there could be one that drops at any time. And that's kind of on the east side of Vic, Texas. It's near the Henderson Chapel. It's still a relatively broad area of circulation, but it is trying to intensify. And on the latest scan, it's kind of died. We also have an area right here that I'm looking at. It's on the west side of Henderson Chapel, which is definitely going to be something to watch. Again, all these areas of rotation that we have right now are rain wraps, so it's going to be relatively hard to see it. Latest radar scan on the northeast side of San Angelo is showing a massive hail core. Look at that thing right there. That is just developed in the last couple of minutes. The correlation coefficient is showing a really deep area here, which essentially means is that it is basically confirming that we have large hail here on radar. But yeah, that's some huge hail falling on the northeast side of San Angelo. That is more likely than not in the ballpark of at least baseball-sized hail, but that could be upwards of softball-sized hail there too. With today's environment, I wouldn't be shocked with softball-sized hail right there on the northeast side of San Angelo. But that is a significant hail core that's just blown up over the last couple of scans. This is definitely a supercell that's trying to organize. They have upgraded the warning to 70-mile-per-hour winds, but yeah, that's significant. I would not want to be in 6 Mile Crossing at this point. That's just a huge hail core. If you are in this warning, definitely stay away from windows. If we get strong winds, you know, going into your windows, for example, and we have hail falling at the same time, that could shatter windows. That's why you want to make sure if you're in this, even in the severe thunderstorm warning, that you're at least staying away from windows, and preferably on the lowest floor possible, because if we do have softball-sized hail falling there, that's going to probably go through, you know, the top of a roof, like what we just saw in that photo a few minutes ago. So again, it's still a very significant storm here. How much would it cost on a slow day to live stream a Omega user class? I mean, I'll probably just make a video for members or something for that. I wouldn't do like a paywall thing for that. It wouldn't be hard to do like a little tutorial on how to use the app. There isn't a whole lot, like, I wouldn't say it's that hard to use. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's go back to the hail core. So we got a massive hail core right now on the northeast side of San Angelo. The good news is that it really is dodging the downtown area of San Angelo. So the most significant hail, that's probably around 3 to 4 inches in diameter, is just on the east side of Route 67, near the 6 Mile Crossing, west of Verabest, if I'm pronouncing that right. But that's a massive hail core there. We got a little bit of lightning too, but again, that's softball-sized hail probably, or at least somewhere around baseball-sized hail that's falling. So somewhere between 2.5 to 4 inches in diameter is the assumption there that's happening on the northeast side of San Angelo. Either way, I mean, stay away from windows. It's a very significant hailstorm. And we still have our tornado warning down to the southeast that the rotation is trying to organize. It's taken a little while, but it's trying to organize here just east of Vic and near the Henderson Chapel, east of San Angelo. And then we're still watching for some rotation back over near San Angelo, which again would just be south of that hail core and really on the east side of San Angelo, pretty rural areas there. So again, we'll continue to keep a close eye on that in case it does try to produce a tornado threat. That will be dropping to the southeast over the next several minutes, going towards Van Court, Texas. How's it going, Robert? Arkansas has been lucky all year. You guys have only had 7 confirmed tornadoes. States surrounding you have had way more. It's been crazy there. This is a view, by the way, of a storm. I'm not sure which storm they're on. I think they're on the tornado warning cell. Yeah, they're on the tornado warning cell. This is the one that's trying to produce a tornado. It's near Vic, Texas.
Yeah.
There's your storm right there. You know, Storm Chaser Connor Croft.
Just got a wall cloud yelling here.
That's right there is where we're looking for a tornado. Got a little storm merger happening, by the way, on that storm, so that's a more cause for concern on there being a potential for a tornado here near Henderson Chapel in Vic, Texas.
It might just like all of a sudden just pop, you know?
It could just pop out of the rain as that merger happens. I'm gonna get a little bit further south this road. Not too much though. Let's see if we can't see it.
Jordan, I think.
Yeah, probably go one more exit.
Yeah.
Back to radar here.
See something?
We do have an intense hail core once again on the northeast side of San Angelo. We'll go back to that in a second. We are still watching for this area of rotation here near Vic. It's a pretty broad area of circulation, so there might be a wall cloud or some sort of lowering developing here. But we do have a storm merger happening here, and usually when we get these storm mergers, that tornado risk will increase, and that's exactly what's happening right now on this storm. You can see that storm that's kind of moving east and southeast, and then this one's moving right into it. That's going to kind of collide and create a more intense supercell essentially here, and that could easily drop a tornado. The one near San Angelo has just been upgraded to tennis ball sized hail, so we at least have something around tennis ball sized hail that is falling on this storm. So again, this is a relatively significant hailstorm in progress near San Angelo, Texas. That hail is going to be right on the east side of town. It's going to be anywhere in that black and pink area. Let me pause the radar. It'll be anywhere in this area here that we're talking about that significant hail threat right now on the east side of San Angelo, Texas. And once again, there isn't really a whole lot of rotation on this storm yet. That's near San Angelo. We might have a little bit near 765 near Wall, Texas. Might be a little bit of something there developing. Got a little area that's trying to develop. So that'll be something to watch for. If you're in Wall, Texas, I'd seek shelter just in case. And then this is the tornado warning cell that Connor's on. That's the one that's back over in Vic, Texas.
Himself.
Which there is at least some sort of spin on that storm. It's trying to do something. It, again, just merged. Bottom right of your screen, that's the rotation. It's actually organizing now. So scan over scan, we have a little bit more organization on that rotation.
Big old supercell, but nothing tight. So where we'd be watching is up in here.
Thank you, by the way, Sarah, for the $10 Venmo. I do
Nothing
appreciate that.
consolidated at the moment.
Let's see if we have any other reports here on Twitter.
Spin going here.
If you guys do see any reports, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay any information that I do end up seeing. But again, this is the tornado warning cell in Vic. Your Henderson Chapel. Not seeing anything quite yet. Hey, Kevin for the $5 super chat. One of my friends lives in 6 Mile. She said softball-sized hail, everything glass is destroyed and no power. That's bad. Yeah, I mean, that storm, I was trying to give you that heads up there. I mean, that's a huge hail core. That's why you stay away from windows, because glass is definitely going to shatter. This is what the storm looks like. I mean, we had a massive hail core just go right through 6 Mile crossing. All that white that you're seeing there, that's a massive hail core. And then in this environment, easily could have been softball-sized hail. That just happened there. Now, granted, I can't verify the report, but, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. The CC is showing a, very deep area there near 6 Mile Crossing in Verabest and just east of San Angelo. Velocity's just updated. We got a little bit of circulation. It's not much. It's still a very broad area here. That's southeast of San Angelo now. And then the one that's back over near Vic, Texas. This is the circulation that we're looking at for the potential for a tornado. And it's going to be kind of on the southeast side now, Vic. It's moving mostly south. So the rotation's kind of moving south or southwest. But it is still relatively broad. I wouldn't say this is yet a tornado, but it's not far from it. And as this storm does organize, it's probably going to try to produce one. It's, again, we just had a storm merger here. So it's very well in play that we could get something here near Vic.
Here.
Yeah, I see that.
That's the live shot on this tornado warning storm in Vic.
Right
We need a south road. Yeah, I don't think there's any south roads.
yeah, we're not getting south road.
Yeah, no, there's no way to get south. Look.
Really?
Look.
Oh my gosh.
This is our only option.
We have one shot here.
That's why I'm just gonna sit here until it hits us. You could literally run me over.
Wow.
I wouldn't care.
There was some massive hail out of these storms. We're tweeting a photo on Twitter. We have some hail that upwards at least 3 inches in diameter. No measurement, but it looks like it's at least 3 inches in diameter. Could have been softball.
It's like the cup was like right in front of us, but he just can't see anything.
It should be right here.
Thank you, Mystic. Appreciate that. Maybe at some point. Anyway, Alice, appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Here comes some RFD.
Glad you enjoy them.
There's like maybe a clip.
Once again, we're mainly focused on this activity right now here in Texas. I do want to quickly, before we get another radar scan, I want to pan out just a little bit. Again, really minimal storm activity near Abilene right now. We got a couple storms east of Lubbock that aren't super significant. I got a warning just northwest of Amarillo for 2-inch sized hail. Got a bunch of storms that are going to be firing up in western Kansas and as well as southwest Nebraska over the next few hours. Most of these storms here are going to be mainly producing damaging winds and hail, but there is a low tornado risk. So this is another area to watch for. There's a severe thunderstorm watch here that'll go all the way up until about midnight tonight, or 11 o'clock mountain time. If you're in central time, it's until midnight. And again, main concern there will be damaging winds, hail, and then perhaps even an isolated tornado or two. This is the latest velocity scan. So again, we don't really have anything definitive here yet southeast of San Angelo for rotation, at least near the surface. And then the one that's back over here near Vic is still broad. So nothing, again, confirmed at this point. These storms are definitely producing, though, damaging winds up to 70. We got our hail core that's possibly producing as high as 3.5 to 4-inch diameter hail, which is near softball size on the east side of San Angelo near Veribest. That'll be moving towards Wall, Texas, and Vancourt. So if you're in any of those locations, again, make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's not a tornado-warned storm, but it is producing substantial hail right now, which is really the greatest concern. And if any of those hailstones are, driven with that wind, which the wind right now is around 70 miles per hour, that wind could literally make those hailstones go sideways like this, and it could go right into a window of your house, which you don't want that to happen. Whatever a window looks like. That's a great drawing. That's basically what we're talking about with this particular storm. It's, again, quite significant in nature, and it is producing, again, significant hail right now, moving to the southeast. This is, again, live on that tornado warning in Vic, Texas. Wind's picking up a little bit here. See much right now.
It's going right here.
It's very windy. I do see the wind. I don't really see any sort of like lowering or anything right now.
It's not. It's going like.
Velocities will update here in a second on this storm. This is the storm that is tornado warned on the bottom right.
Just go that way, right? It's just right here. Yeah. It's north of the highway.
This is the tornado warning near Vic, Texas.
But it's not like.
Watching to see if this does try to drop a tornado.
I don't see any tornadoes.
Here's the latest radar scan.
RFD.
So not seeing much. Again, it's still a broad area of circulation. It's not really tightened yet. So it's not an imminent tornado, but it is still something that could drop as it continues to move down to the south. And we just had a storm merger, so the problem with this is that when we get storm mergers like this, they can sometimes produce an elevated chance for a tornado. So this here is really the concern near Vancourt. We could get something here that drops a tornado down the road, and that's really the greatest concern right now with that storm. We still have a massive hail core ongoing with this storm, and this is developing into a pretty clean hook that we have now. So we got a hook developing on this storm. There isn't a whole lot of rotation yet, but this storm's organizing southeast of San Angelo. Massive hail core right here, where hail upwards of 2.5 inches in diameter is currently possible. Could be larger than that, though. So that's really the main concern right now on the east side of San Angelo. That's that live view of that tornado warned cell east of Vancourt near Vic, Texas. Very ominous skies here. Very ominous skies. This looks like something that's going to
We're
produce.
going this way
It just
still?
looks like it, just by the looks of the clouds and everything. Hey, Bree, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Rogue, for $5 super chat. No, the Paint Rock Storm never became a tornado, but that's the one that we're actually looking at right now. It ended up having a storm merger, so
the convergence.
that's the storm that we're actively looking at for that potential for a tornado. Thank you, Kevin, for the $10. I appreciate that. These are
Oh, a lot of dust in there.
SLCs, scary looking clouds.
It's almost
That is what
moving
these
like-
are.
I don't even know what's happening. Like, the rotation says back that way.
Once again, this is a tornado warning for Vic, Henderson Chapel in Texas. If you're in either of those two locations, you need to seek shelter. The storm is, at least from what we know, it's not on the ground right now, but it could drop at any time.
Dude, there's so many chases on this road. I hate this.
Everybody's just packed in.
All that dust being kicked up. I mean, we still got strong downburst winds with this. So much dust has been being kicked up here today.
We're going 50.
The moving icons are just storm chasers. Strong. And there's dust in front of them, too. Just got dust everywhere.
50 and a 75.
And if you're just tuning in and you don't know what I'm talking about here, I mean, like, again, this is just a strong downburst winds coming out of a supercell. So all that wind is going to spread out at the surface, and that's what's kicking up all this dust. And visibility is reduced because of that here, too. It's crossing right over the road. This, in this case, isn't a tornado, but
Oh my gosh.
just a massive amount of dust.
Visibility is getting crazy.
Hey, Ryan, becoming a minimum
Crazy
velocity member.
dusty right
Do I know
now.
who you are? I don't know if I know who you are. Maybe not.
Braking, then going, then braking.
Now it's just like a big broad, like it's not.
This is just a broad area of
everywhere.
circulation. I mean, this is the latest scan, and again, we had a storm merger, which means that the tornado risk would technically be a bit more elevated here in the short term, but it's still a broad area of circulation here. And it's still relatively broad. Nothing has really materialized here quite yet. I mean, it's trying to organize, and this right here is concerning, right over Henderson Chapel and near Vic. And that right there is significant hail that's falling. Look at that thing. That's all. This is the correlation coefficient, and that at least can give you an idea of hail or you know, a tornado being on the ground, whatever it might be. In this case, it's hail. That is significant hail falling up there. I mean, we're probably upwards of softball-sized hail in this storm too now. Just another huge hail core, and the one on the east side of San Angelo still has pretty large hail. This one's probably downgraded closer to like baseball size now. I know the warning says, again, tennis ball, but no. Just estimating by what we've seen so far today, it was probably upwards of 4-inch diameter hail, and that's closer to probably golf ball, or not golf ball, sorry, baseball sized hail. And there you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning on this storm that is on the east side of, ooh, wow, that I did not look at that. That is a very intense area of rotation down near Wall, Texas. This is probably going to drop. That is strong. That really intensified over the last couple of minutes. Velocities haven't updated, but this could drop a tornado. Yeah, that's near Wall, Texas, southeast of San Angelo. Waiting for the velocities to update, but that is very strong. This could very easily drop a tornado at any time. That is a tornado. That's a CC drop. We have a tornado on the ground here in the southeast side of San Angelo, near Pecan Station.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Yeah. This is at least some sort of tornado on the ground now. That's a CC drop just south of Route 87, south of San Angelo. Again, a very high likelihood that we have a tornado here on the ground. According to the latest scan, again, that's east of Pecan Station, southwest of Wall, Texas. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a very strong area of rotation. And even if it isn't on the ground, I mean, and we're going off of one scan, but even if it wasn't on the ground, it's probably going to drop at any time, even if it wasn't. So you do want to make sure you're in your safe place if you're in this warning. Luckily, this is very rural parts of Texas once again. don't know if these are rivers or roads, but there's definitely a lot of areas here that are still in the track of this here near Wall, Texas. But once again, we got a serious wrapping motion on this. We got a hook echo and everything. That's your very strong inflow. It looks very reminiscent of what we just saw back up to the north a few minutes ago, back on the other storm that was near Robert Lee. So yet again, more likely than not, that's a tornado. The one that Connor's on, very broad area of circulation. So that one right now is not a concern. This one has quickly become a concern here near Wall, Texas. I'll have another radar scan here in a moment, but yeah, that's strong rotation. Does anybody know if there's any official word of there being a confirmed tornado by visual? If you guys do see anything, just at me on Twitter. At MaxVelocityWX. I don't know if there's anything officially here, but via radar looks very likely it's on the ground here. Yeah, there's a debris signature, but it's only on one scan, which could, again, over one scan, it can be a little bit hard to confirm. I mean, on this latest scan, I don't see anything, but we'll see what the velocities show. Here's the latest scan, and that really quickly occluded. Wow. That was a very short-lived tornado that we just had. This is the latest scan on the on this tornado-worn cell. I mean, velocities just died like the last one. I mean, it's barely even there anymore. So, more likely than not, this thing just lifted. That was awfully quick. Holy cow. That was on the ground for like 2 minutes. It could still be on the ground for the record, so stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, but no CC drop on this latest scan. Again, just east of Pecan Station. And the one back over near Vic, still a very large, broad area of circulation that we're still watching, but yeah, that was barely on the ground. Looks like there are some neighborhoods in here. Yeah, you got some neighborhoods. Hopefully this lifted before it hit those areas. A few homes may have been hit here just near the Farm to Market Road 1223. This would have hit the... Yeah, you got some homes in here. This would have hit right along the Kirk Road, I think. Can't really read that name. And then it would have been approaching Walling Pecan Road. So, you know, that tornado just went through those areas, but that really quickly occluded. I mean, that was... kind of crazy. See what the next radar scan shows. But if it is still on the ground, it would be in that area. Hey, Greg, appreciate that. Greg Postel is in the house from the Weather Channel. Appreciate him tuning in. I watched you all the time when I was younger, by the way. Just for the record. Waiting for the next radar scan again. This very quickly occluded, but see if it's still on the ground or not. If it is still on the ground again, it'll be heading towards areas just southeast of Pecan Station. And again, near Farm to Market Road 1223. Still got a broad area of circulation on the east side of Route 87 near Eden. So we're still watching that storm pretty closely. We'll have a new radar scan here in just... Or we just got a new radar scan. Yeah, this died really quickly. I'll take the tornado on the ground symbol off. It's back, really just radar indicated again. I mean, that was on the ground probably for like 2 minutes, and it's lifted. So, but obviously, if you're still in the pink polygon, stay in your safe place just in case. That tornado was a very fast tornado. And then the other one that's back over near Vic, Texas, it is still a large, broad area of circulation. But I think this is more of a damaging wind threat right now, more than anything. South of Henderson Chapel. We'll still watch it closely. I mean, Connor right now has a view of that storm. This is what it looks like. From his perspective, got a large storm base. Pretty strong winds still in this area. I mean, all these storms that are tornado warned are, or even severe thunderstorm warned are producing strong downburst winds. So, still a relatively impressive area here of high downburst winds.
Just a little bit in case we're in the path. There's the clear spot though.
Right in front of us.
Still may do it.
Keep a close eye on the incoming storm merger. Yeah, we got another one that's about to happen on this storm. It's a second storm merger. What's about to happen here?
Yeah, we got Rigsby next to us.
It's right here. See?
Yeah.
It might cross, like, if it touches it, it might cross.
That
like,
wind is picking up. Look at
just
that.
to our east.
Barely.
That wind has picked up
It might actually,
drastically.
Ground?
it might
Those are
be.
damaging winds
Like,
around
angle
70
more
miles per hour that are
yeah.
ripping through right now. Sorry, give it 1 second. Reloading it.
Right there, chat.
Yeah, it's trying to touch down.
They're very strong winds here, though.
Yeah, look at the couplet.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. It's
Right
gonna be
here.
right here. I mean, this is probably
Yeah,
the best
I've seen
thing to see it anyway. Wow, major.
On right your screen is the
RFP
rotation
now.
on this storm near Vic, Texas.
See anything
Those
on the
winds are
side?
awfully strong. Rear flank downdraft is awfully strong here, too.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Tracy.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, those winds are
Getting
strong.
rocked.
Look at that.
Getting raw in here.
Tornado's trying to drop. It'd be right in front of him, probably middle right.
Literally right there on the road, I think.
Yeah. No, I think it's north still.
Sure. It might be right there.
And for the
No,
velocities to
there's
update on this
no
storm. They haven't
motion,
updated in
no
3
motion.
minutes,
Yeah,
but
it's gotta be to the left.
Okay.
yeah, this is the latest scan
Might
on this
still be
storm.
No,
Once
I don't
again,
know.
I mean, we just don't have much here when it comes to the rotation. It's still relatively broad. It's still a very broad area of circulation. Now, they have a very strong, RFD surge that just happened, which is at least some ingredient that you need for severe weather, or for a tornado, excuse me, but it just wasn't super. It's just still not an organized area of rotation. I mean, it's trying. It's not very organized right now. And we got another storm that's about to merge with this one, by the way. So, the storms that are developing down here to the south, we put a loop on here. We're going to have another storm merger happen here, which, again, could drastically increase the rotation on the storm and intensify it. First storm merger that happened, it didn't really do much. There's another one happening here. We got another storm here that might collide into this one. So, kind of got a mess happening here. But if there's enough wind shear, we definitely could get a tornado there. And then the tornado warning back over to the west, south of Wall. Again, I'm not seeing anything too intense. Maybe something there near Farm to Market Road 1223. But it's not a super strong couplet. But it is definitely enough for there to be maybe some sort of tornado. So we'll be watching that area that I just circled closely. Again, tornado could go anywhere in this pink polygon. So if you're anywhere in the pink polygons, continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This storm did produce a brief tornado, at least by the looks of it on radar, but since then we haven't had anything on the ground. It was very brief, if it was on the ground. So yeah, the dust is insane on these storms. The dust is just insane on these storms. I mean, I'm seeing photos on Twitter. I mean, it's crazy. Like, the visibility of driving through this is going to be so low because of how much dust there is. Look at this, by the way, near Vancourt. All that dark blue. Right over Vancourt, Texas. This was a scan ago. I want to go back to this. That might have been some sort of, microburst or just some sort of very strong downburst area of wind. Winds on radar were estimated near 90. A little bit off the ground. Again, radar looks a little bit into the atmosphere, so it's probably a few thousand feet off the ground. But nonetheless, we might have just had a little microburst happen here near Vancourt. Winds are still around 70, but that was near 90 miles per hour right there. That is quite impressive. We got a massive hail core here just to the southeast of San Angelo. This is still the potential for baseball-sized hail. And we're still watching this storm over here near Vic, Texas, just east of that, that's still trying to produce a tornado. And then the one south of San Angelo, we're still watching for something there. The area of rotation that we're really looking at would be down in here. Let's check it out and see if there's anything. Yeah, that's our area of rotation. So if there's a tornado, it would be dropping just to the west of Farm to Market Road 1223. A lot of homes in this area. It's southeast of Pecan Station. And I'm not sure if there's like an actual town in here, but that would be where it's going to be heading towards. So on the southeast side there, again, of Pecan Station. Look at this. That's what we're looking at here.
Yeah. Doesn't look like anything special. Oh my gosh. Gotta watch out for these baseballs.
It's on the Vic tornado warning back over east of the tornado warning in Wall, Texas.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
A microburst is just like a short-lived, very strong area of downburst winds.
That's definitely the circulation right there.
How fast are those rain currents? I can't tell with the window.
It's not that fast. No.
Which again, those can be very high. They can go upwards of 100 miles per hour plus. They're very short-lived though. They're only over like a couple miles or a few
It might
miles.
be a little more west of where like the velocity's
May
at
have
it.
been, she's like literally on top of us there.
Oh wow, look at this.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Look at that rain.
Wow.
Clearly hit.
Yeah. Might try it right here even.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have another storm merger happening on this storm as we speak, so we'll see if this tries to intensify again. Near Paint Rock, Texas, which is... Vic is actually closer to this. This is closer to Vic, Texas right now.
Looks like a bowl right there, yeah. Doesn't quite make sense though. Nope. That's it right there.
This is, again, what we're looking at. We got 2 tornado warnings southeast of San Angelo. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation on the storm that Connor's on. It's been kind of, struggling here. Rotation's been very broad at times. It was a little bit stronger at one point east of Vic, but again, that was a while ago. And then the storm that's ongoing here back to the southeast of Pecan Station, if we have a tornado, it would be right here. And let's check the radar again. Not seeing anything definitive on the correlation coefficient, but if there's a tornado, it'd be just southeast of Pecan Station, near Farm to Market Road, 1223. It's a pretty strong couplet still, so if we have something, it'd be right there. So that rotation did occlude initially. We have kind of a redevelopment here that could still drop something. And down the road, this is going through very rural parts of Texas, but it would be eventually going towards the east side of El Dorado and near Menard. So those 2 areas in Texas, be vigilant. These storms will be in your area within the next 45 minutes to an hour or so as they continue to move southbound. It's hailing in San Angelo. Oh, yeah. We got a hailstorm going right into San Angelo now, right through the downtown area. This has just developed over the last few minutes. This is a brand new hailstorm that's going right into San Angelo. Not sure if we're going to get a great estimate on the hailstone size here, but it's probably at least quarter size, my guess. It could be a little bit larger than that. With the nature of how favorable today's environment is for the hail threat, that could be baseball plus if it, if it intensifies over the next few minutes and we get stronger updrafts. So that's definitely an impressive looking supercell right now, going to be moving right into San Angelo. We have a lot of storm development today. Lots of instability, so storms are just developing left and right. All right, here's the latest radar scan. We'll check out the velocities first. So waiting for a velocities update here. The storm in San Angelo, by the way, in the latest scan is still showing it looks like a larger hail core developing. So if you're in San Angelo, definitely stay away from windows. There could be some large hail going right into the downtown area. And then we have a massive hail core here near Wall, Texas, which is, again, baseball plus-sized hail that's falling there. The correlation coefficient still showing tons of hail there. And even on the storm over near Vic, Texas, both of these storms are producing a ton of hail right now. Here's the latest velocity scan. So if we have a tornado on the ground, on the storm that is southeast of Pecan Station, it's right here, which not really a great... we don't really have any sort of, towns nearby, but it's about 5 miles west of Farm to Market Road, 1223, and approximately 9 miles to the southeast of Pecan Station. If there is a tornado here, that's where it would be. We have a little bit of something here. Maybe just a little bit of something here. This definitely could be on the ground, for the record. I mean, again, we've been tracking this for a while, but that could be on the ground there. It'd be approaching Cristoval, Texas, or kind of close to that area, a few miles to the east of Cristoval. So once again, if there's a tornado, that's where that would be. The storm, that's near Eden and near Vic, Texas. Not really much rotation there right now. But yeah, it's an interesting storm right here. It's not anticyclonic, this is cyclonic. Yeah, we had a tornado earlier near Robert Lee. We had a tornado on the ground there for about 35 minutes. That was that large and strong tornado that was on the ground, did a bunch of weird things. That was our drunk NATO earlier that happened. Here's the latest from the National, or the Storm Prediction Center, sorry. This is a new outlook for those in the Big Hill country of Texas. Severe weather potential, mainly in the form of large or very large hail and as well as damaging wind gusts, will continue. So we got some storms out that direction. We're not really going to talk too much about those. They're very rural, but if anything gets significant there, we'll definitely, go to it and keep a close eye on that as those storms do develop. We do have some storms that are approaching the DFW Metroplex. Those are not severe, but they are producing some gusty winds and small hail. And apparently Connor's having some major hydroplaning right now. So be careful on the roadways if you're out there today. We got a lot of rain falling. The tornado warning for Vic has actually just been canceled, so they've gone ahead and canceled that warning. We've had multiple storm mergers, but just nothing materialized there. And then once again, we may have a tornado on the ground here that's east of Cristoval, Texas. And if it's on the ground, it's occluded now, but if it was on the ground, it would have been on the ground there in a little bit more of a populated area here, south of Wall and east of Cristoval. But that rotation just occluded again. I'm not seeing really anything on the backside of the storm right now, but we could definitely see a redevelopment there. Still a massive hailstorm here near Wall and Vancourt, moving down to the south and southeast over the next several minutes. So again, we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does produce anything. Again, right now we do have 1 tornado warning. We also have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Thank you, Ryan T, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you, George. Bradley Fay, all for becoming velocity members, and Mana Bear, and also thank you, William, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. We have 56 new members today. I do appreciate all of your support. All right. We'll keep watching the storm closely. It's, again, producing some significant hail. Still baseball-sized hail happening there. If we zoom out real quick, we do have some storms, again, approaching western North Texas. The main concern, again, will be gusty winds, lots of lightning and small hail. And then the storm that's east of Lubbock is also producing some hail and wind. Mainly a quarter-sized hail threat, and then 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then northwest of Amarillo, we do still have a ping-pong ball-sized hailstorm there. And then anything else back over in Kansas, Colorado, or Nebraska is, for the most part, damaging winds. And maybe a little bit of hail, but the concern overall is pretty much based towards that. We're not going to have a whole lot of a tornado risk, at least for now, in those areas. It's going to be a relatively low tornado risk overall. But if anything changes, again, we'll keep you posted. The membership link, April, is down below. It's also the join button down below if you want to become a member. The link would be in the description. Mark, Scud clouds just kind of give you an idea of the rising motion. There's not really a whole lot of direct correlation to tornadoes and Scud clouds, but more just rising motion on a storm. I mean, a lot of the time with tornadic supercells, we do have Scud clouds. I mean, we just saw that on, Connor's screen there, where there was a ton of Scud cloud activity on that storm. There's something down here. Okay, a couple areas. This one. The one near Vic is kind of dead, but I'm going to circle it. Just kind of want to look at these a little bit. Yeah, that's not rotation. All right, so the northern one's not rotation. This one's kind of, I think, done at least for right now in terms of a tornado threat. Still got some significant hail around baseball size, but again, if you're in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. We might have a little bit of something when it comes to rotation developing on this storm near Eden. So this will be something to watch for. And then the one again near Vic is for the time being a much weaker area of circulation. So not nearly as significant as before. But in case anything does change, we'll again keep you posted. The hail core that is going to be on the southeast side of San Angelo is still around baseball-sized hail. So still a relatively significant hailstorm right now southeast of San Angelo. So that's, again, going to be something we'll be watching for here over the next little while. I'm losing my flavor on circle. Unfortunate. Flavor goes so fast in those things. Alright, they've just canceled a tornado warning. So, no longer have any tornado warnings. That rotation pretty much occluded very quickly. Still do have a lot of hailstorms going through San Angelo. Hail in downtown San Angelo is probably around $quarter to $half size. So, still relatively significant hail right now. But overall, the threat of the tornado threat here is kind of dwindled, at least for the time being, on this storm. But obviously, we'll still be live at least for the next hour in case anything else does come up. And again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And we'll probably be live again tomorrow. So it's going to be another busy day tomorrow. P-size in San Angelo. Thank you for the report. So we got some smaller hail, at least from one report in San Angelo. So many mergers. We got storm mergers everywhere. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, if this activity kind of merges together, it could get interesting. And we could get an elevated tornado risk out of that. So that'll be the next thing to watch for here. Yeah, it's a pretty impressive hailstorm right now here. By the way, for everybody that's here that has not subscribed, if everybody subscribed that was not subscribed to the channel right now, we would probably get to 200,000 subscribers. So make sure to subscribe down below. We're not far from it. About 7,000 away. Is it snowing in northern Nebraska? I would hope not. We're in May. We shouldn't have any snow there at this point. Here's the latest scan. Threat is not dead yet here. You have some rotation still southeast of San Angelo. We got two different areas. I would still say there's something here. We got a little bit of rotation on both of these storms. One south of Wall, and then the other one southwest of Eden. Now Freddie McKinney's talking about how many mergers that are happening right now. I did get Culver's last night. Tonight, I'm going to try to at least eat somewhat healthier, because I've been eating a ton of crap recently. The tornado risk, Andrew, down there near the Texas and Mexico border is relatively low. It's not zero, but it's low. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate it. Amarillo radar south of Channing. Wait, actually, real quick, what is this? Oops. I have more rotation south of San Angelo now. I mean, we got like 3 different areas that I'm looking at. We got massive hailstorms, too, back down here in Texas. Wow. Look at that storm in Channing. We also have rotation, or at least some broad rotation near Route 385 here. That's developing. So there's something here near Route 85, too. We'll have to watch that closely. That circulation's beginning to intensify a little bit. Just south of Channing. Got a massive hail core, though, on the other side of the storm that's developed, too. It's snowing in Nebraska? That has to be cap. No way. You guys gotta be capping right now. It's May. We should not have snow in Nebraska. I don't know what the temperatures are up there, but there's no way they're below 40 at this time of the day. Gotta be trolling me. I need to check real quick. Wait, the temperatures are actually... They're in the 30s up there right now? Or was that this morning? Oh, that was this morning. Even this afternoon, they're still in the 30s. What is going up there in Nebraska? Excuse me? We're in May. Nebraska's doing Nebraska things, I guess. That's actually wild. I thought you guys were joking. Alright. I guess I'm wrong. Got a strong area of winds forming on this storm that was tornado warned. There is some sort of circulation developing here, but winds estimated by the velocities radar around 100. 95 to 100 miles per hour. So there's a possibility of either very high damaging wind potential here. We also might have some sort of tornado risk trying to develop there as well. And once again, that is near San Angelo right now. Got that right there. And then we're also watching another area near Eden. A couple different spots. There's something developing. Could develop a tornado threat as well. Hey, Steve, for the $5 super chat. Didn't know I was a weather nerd, but here I am. There's a lot of people that are weather nerds, including me. A lot of them. Thank you, Judith, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate it. Welcome to the Velocities. Is Reed done for the day? I think he is. His car got flipped. Or his truck got flipped. I think Connor Croft is going to be approaching that Eden storm that has rotation. So we'll probably go back to them in a second if they have a view. Oh, Reed's car didn't get flipped. This is somebody else. Oh, okay. What was he driving? I don't know what Reed was driving. My bad. I misinterpreted that then. Connor got great footage yesterday. He was we confirmed the tornado before there was even a tornado warning on the storm earlier. Back up near Robert Lee, which it didn't seem like it hit very many areas, luckily. Again, it's very rural areas of Texas, but there was no tornado warning on that storm until after the cone-shaped tornado was already on the ground. And if you go back near the beginning of the stream, probably about 45 minutes in, an hour in, that was when we actually had that, cone tornado. It was hard to see because of how rain-wrapped it was. And that was the problem the entire way. I mean, that tornado was rain-wrapped the entire time. There's like no visual of that at all. Hey, Cody, for $4.99. Been following the past couple of weeks. Yeah, I know. That was a crazy tornado. There's a lot of crazy tornadoes this week. And we're still not done, unfortunately. We have another day of possibly even strong tornadoes again tomorrow. And we still have a threat for the next couple of hours out of these two storms. And really, anything else that does become a bit more discreet could easily produce a tornado still. It's a low threat, but still does exist. That is not looking good. There's something brewing here. This storm is turning into a little bit more nasty here. This one's been kind of strengthening for the last several minutes south of Vancourt. That right there is what we're watching. Rotation's definitely intensified here over the last few minutes. Once again, if you are in this warning, if you're out in front of this, like near 2084, I would seek shelter, just in case. Use that tornado action plan just in case something goes down here, because that rotation's intensified a lot over the last few minutes. We might even get a warning on this. I'm trying to look. That actually could even be on the ground. Let me zoom in here. Can't really confirm it. That rotation though is definitely organizing here. So again, that's the hook southeast of San Angelo, Texas. It's trying to do something. That is a very strong area of wind as well. So even if there's no tornado, we have damaging wind potential upwards of 100 miles per hour right now, or 80 miles per hour, sorry. It was up to 100, but it's around 80 miles per hour just off the ground. Near the surface, it's probably closer to 75, 80. So still a relatively significant storm here. And there you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Not surprised by this at all. That rotation intensified very fast. All right, so brand new tornado warning on this. This is going to include areas northwest of Menard, Texas, and southeast of San Angelo. I'm going to try to get a more specific, detailed area of towns here in a second. I don't know if we really have any towns here. Let's see. If you're just tuning in, brand new tornado warning southeast of San Angelo. Very strong couplet of rotation developing. Once again, this is attempting to produce a tornado. Here's your storm. Notice the hook echo here. We got a hook developing and everything. Definitely could produce a tornado at any time. Still waiting to get the towns here. I don't know how many people are actually in this warning. All right, so this includes 113 people. So luckily, it's again very rural areas, but it includes parts of Concho County, Menard County, Schleicher County, and as well as Tom Green County, Texas, until 7:30 p.m. Again, we do have a potential for a tornado here. Very strong rotation on the last scan. The latest scan kind of just broadened it out again. But this will be moving down to the southeast. We're also watching the storm that is over here near Menard, or north of Menard, that also has rotation. So, two different areas of rotation that we're looking at here. In again, kind of southwest Texas near San Angelo. So if you are included in this pink polygon, you got to seek shelter immediately, no matter where you are, because there's two areas of rotation. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. And Connor has a view of somewhat of that storm. We'll go to him once he gets a closer view of that. Radar scans are about every 3 minutes here, so not super frequent, but they are frequent enough to get the the radar scans in. If you're a student, and again, this is southeast of San Angelo, near Concho County, Menard County, and Tom Green County, until 7:30 p.m. So it's about 45 minutes long. Once again, we have two different areas of rotation. We got one that's back up on the northwest side of this pink polygon, east of Cristobal, and we have another one that is northwest of Menard. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, make sure you seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible. Again, we don't have any towns in this warning, but it's about 113 people or so that are in this warning. Thank you, John, by the way, for the $15 super chat. Reed was in a rental truck anchored by his massive... What? I'll definitely try to watch it after the stream. Thank you for your $15 super chat. Yeah, it sounded like it was pretty crazy. Thank you, Troy, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. All right, here's the latest scan. Yeah. That's gonna be a tornado. Wow. This is another... That is strong. Again. This is, again, very rural. I mean, there's not really anywhere... Nobody's not really, like, again, this warning that's ongoing here, there's really not any towns here. There are some homes, more than likely than not, in this part of... I don't know what county this is, but it's southeast San Angelo, so this... county here, near 1223, that's Farm to Market Road 1223, west of Live Oak for reference. But that is very strong rotation. More likely than not, we're about to have a tornado here, or there could already be one on the ground here near again, Farm to Market Road 1223. That is a very strong couplet on the latest radar scan. Connor just saw it. Listening to their audio, he just saw it. I mean, that blew up fast. I mean, the last scan looked like it was kind of dying again, or at least trying to cycle. But now it's strong once again. Again, just west of Live Oak, Texas, southeast of San Angelo. Yeah, next radar scan will probably be in about 2 minutes, maybe a minute and a half, but that's right in the hook echo. This definitely could produce a tornado at any time. There's your hook right there. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Vancourt Wall, just southeast of San Angelo, back through Eden. That is for 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And there's also a TP on that, which is tornado possible. So that means that there is still a possibility for a tornado on this northern storm. But really, the most concerning thing is right now is this storm here that's south of Vancourt and Wall and east of Cristobal that is more than likely about to drop something. Or it might already be on the ground as we're speaking here. How far is Connor from this? Connor, I believe, is on the very far eastern side of this warning. So he's quite far. Or at least where the area of rotation is. But he might be getting close. He might go for it. I don't know. All right, here's the latest scan. So this will be your area of rotation that we're looking at. And there is now a debris signature, it looks like, on radar. So yeah, I believe we have a tornado on the ground here. Yeah. This is a tornado on the ground. CC drop on radar.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So yet again, another CC drop, which means again debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. We do have a tornado in this hook. Again, near Farm to Market Road 1223. It is southeast of San Angelo. It's west of Eden, Texas, west of Live Oak. It's, again, very rural area. There's about 113 people in this particular warning. It's not very populated. Now, with that said, obviously, if you're in the warning, seek shelter. But I'm just saying, not a super populated area. It's southeast of San Angelo. The storm itself right now is moving in a southeast direction, which means Menard will be in the track of this long term. But another tornado on the ground here, moving down to the southeast. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We'll have another radar scan in about a minute. That's where the tornado would be. Anyway, look at this. This is Connor Cross perspective on that storm that is currently warned.
You see the truck
Massive
flip?
rain shaft there. Pretty impressive looking storm.
You guys see that the flipped truck? That Reed?
No, we didn't. We heard about it.
Yeah, well, that's where that's.
Yeah, this tornado's on the ground.
Where we backed out of there.
We had it in reverse.
And clearly
like,
on the,
we ain't
on the
doing
ground
that.
on the debris signature there.
In there, dude.
Like, we saw it for a short second when it was like multi-vortex, then it got right.
Yep, we saw them.
Again, this is right now where the tornado is. It is east of Cristoval, Texas, west of Live Oak. If you are in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's a basement, a storm shelter, a closet, or a bathroom. We will have another radar scan in a moment, and we'll see what it looks like then. But this is definitely, at least as of a minute ago or two, on the ground, and it could still be on the ground. There's your debris signature. So it's still on the ground. It's picking up maybe trees or even a few buildings in the area. Get the velocity show here in a second. Storm is moving southeast right now. These storms have changed directions. I mean, when we have a tornado on the ground, they've changed directions often. But yeah, that's a... This is obviously on the ground, but that is a very strong area of rotation. Go to the winds here. 102 versus 44. That's pretty strong when it comes to the gate-to-gate. Yeah, this is a hook echo and everything. I mean, it doesn't look as impressive as the first tornado, but it's still there. I mean, that's a pretty strong couplet that we have on, ongoing here. Definitely a tornado on the ground. They'll be going towards Menard, Texas. That's really the next town in the track of this. So, still relatively far away from there, but that would be the next area that's in the track of this storm. We'll go back to this in a second. This is what Connor, again, is looking at. There's a bunch of CG strikes. This is a distant view of that storm.
Dude, look at the wind coming in there.
There's a bunch of cloud-to-ground lightning with this storm, and
I mean, I felt like we were fine. I just
from a
knew it was
distance,
like the
looks
north end
pretty
of
impressive
it.
as a
Like,
supercell.
Just the inflow just screaming into it, Yeah. You just don't want like a sub.
I have no clue what they're talking about for the record, but
Look how
that's what they're looking at right now. That's
Like we just have a
apparently a hill here in Texas.
But nothing we can do about it, Chad.
Again, they're at the bottom right of your screen, but yeah, again, this is a tornado that is in progress. Once again, that is going to be approaching the 4-county line here, southeast of San Angelo. Here's a more zoomed out look so you know where we're at least a little bit better of a view of where we're at. So that tornado again is moving southeast right now over the next few minutes. PDS would only be issued if there's a strong and or large tornado. That's usually the criteria, which I wouldn't be surprised that happened here. It is very rural, for the record. Again, there's not very many people in this area. It's like 113 people, not including all the storm chasers probably that are near this storm, but we also have a couple of circulations down here by the looks of it. They're not very strong circulations, but they are there. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And I'm not seeing any sort of CC drop here anymore. Well, let's see what the velocities look like. Again, there's not very many things here that are probably being picked up, so we might not have a CC drop, but... Here's the latest scan. So it might be trying to recycle here. It kind of happened with that Robert Lee tornado earlier, so this could be a very similar instance of recycling. Again, that's near Farm Market Road, 1223. Yeah, I'm not seeing a CC drop anymore. Again, it could be recycling, but still a very definitive supercell. Again, it reminds me a lot of what we just had. I mean, the rotation's still very tight, so we probably have something. That would be where the tornado is. So that's your tornado that we're looking at right now. Again, a CC drop doesn't mean that we don't have a tornado, for the record. But with that said, it is still a tornado, and that'll be moving. This is now a PDS tornado. We have a large and strong tornado on the ground with this.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, so this has gone PDS. Again, this is only issued when we have strong and or large tornadoes, so this is now a particularly dangerous situation that has now been issued on the storm that is, again, impacting about 100 people or so. It's, again, southeast of San Angelo, northwest of Menard, Texas. This is a large and strong tornado, and or large and or strong tornado that's on the ground here. Moving southeast, it'll be eventually going towards Menard. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I am retweeting an image of that tornado on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. But this is yet again another large and strong tornado that's on the ground. Very strong couplet on radar, and then also on reflectivity. Notice we got a large hail core here, but this is your hook echo right here. So that is where the tornado would be located. It would be right in the hook here. And again, that's moving southeast. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter immediately. That's a bathroom, a closet, a basement, or a storm shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is yet again another strong and large tornado in Texas. I mean, we've had no breaks with these. It's been unbelievable. We've had one, it seems like, every single hour or two when we're live. We'll have a velocities update here in a second. But that's a large field of winds going away from the radar. Very strong, by the way. All those orange colors, those are 80+ mile per hour winds going away from the radar. There is a chance this is trying to recycle, but that right there is your tornado. So that would still be your confirmed tornado right there. We don't have any sort of debris signature, but again, you don't need one for a tornado in this case. But that right there would be your tornado. That is still on the ground. Has not really weakened yet, but there's a chance this could recycle and maybe become larger down the road. But that's your tornado. Let me zoom out a little bit here. That right there is, again, your tornado on the ground. Again, this is a large and strong tornado. It is an extremely dangerous situation if you are just to the west and northwest of Menard, Texas. It's west of Live Oak, Texas, southeast of San Angelo, and east-northeast of El Dorado. But this is definitely still a tornado. That rotation is quite strong still. It hasn't really weakened. That's the area where we have a tornado here. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a PDS tornado southeast of San Angelo. That is a particularly dangerous situation. What that means is that we have a large and strong tornado on the ground. It is northwest of Menard, Texas, southeast of San Angelo. Again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress here. It includes a population of 84, so luckily, again, it's not a whole lot of people, but unfortunately, those 84 people's lives could be changed because of this large tornado that's on the ground. So, if you know any friends or family between those 4 areas that I just mentioned, San Angelo, Eden, or El Dorado, or Menard, make sure that they're in their safe place in this pink polygon. That right there, again, would be your tornado that's moving southeast as we speak. So, again, very dangerous storm here. Is once again producing a large and strong tornado right now. Yeah, let's say PDS tornado. I don't know why it says radar indicated. I don't know. Connor's off to Menard. All right, so Connor's going to try to get in position for this large and strong tornado. You know, I don't think you're going to be able to see this either. I mean, you might have been able to see it at the beginning. We had photos of the tornado at the very beginning of it, but the problem is right now it's becoming rain-wrapped, just like the one that we had back up in Robert Lee, Texas. This is, again, a cone-shaped tornado, so it's definitely a pretty impactful tornado right now. This is the latest scan. It may be occluding, but again, I do think we're probably going to see some sort of redevelopment here as this moves down to the southeast. I don't think that's the only tornado we're going to see here. I think that this is very reminiscent of what we just saw in Robert Lee a few hours ago, where, you know, that storm, it initially produced a tornado, it kind of died out pretty quickly, and then we had another large tornado develop. I think that's what we're going to see here, pending these storm mergers, because these storm mergers could play a factor here. That's really the key here. These storm mergers that we have happening right now, that's a, you know, that's a tough situation here. It's going to be tougher, I think, for this storm to really be intense with these storm mergers. It'll take a little bit of time to probably recycle. So, but the latest radar scan does show that area of where the tornado is on the ground is much smaller. It's not nearly as tight and confined. That's the tornado. If it's still on the ground, it's pretty small now. But what we're going to have to watch for is this to recycle. And the winds are very strong going away from the radar, so I do think there's a solid chance that that could happen where we do get another tornado here. So, but once again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows as this continues to move southeast. Again, very low populated area, luckily. It's northwest of Menard, Texas, and again, east of El Dorado. Drunk tornado part 4? Yeah, pretty much. This isn't really drunk, though. We haven't seen any sort of big wobbles with it yet. Been kind of going in the same direction for the last few minutes, moving southeast. Okay, guys, we don't need the Weast meme, please. I don't know. I don't even know where I got that from. I didn't mean to say that. What in the world's going on here? I had like 8 lightning strikes in the same spot. That's actually kind of crazy. Now, here's the latest scan. We'll get that in a second. Velocities will update in a moment. So we'll see how strong this area of rotation is, if it is still strong. Find out here in a moment. Yeah, this is definitely recycling. Again, we got an area that's, again, broadened out again, but that is definitely something that could recycle here and produce another large or strong tornado as it moves southeast. It is still PDS for the time being, so definitely still an impactful storm. So obviously, again, if you're in this warning, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Once again, that is just northwest of Menard, Texas. Now, since it's broad, and I don't think it's on the ground at this exact time, but again, it could drop again, I'm going to quickly go peep so I can, you know, not have to do that if we have another tornado. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
So I think it goes turns into like a monster tornado, but just don't even know.
Here we go, chat. About to get wild, I think. And even if it doesn't, the storm intercept will be wild. What's the word for hail?
Just 2-inch.
Oh, you know.
Yeah, just 2-inch hail, you know, nothing that we couldn't handle.
Light work.
I was impressed that we didn't get into any, like, there's a couple times where I was like, oh my gosh, like those stones are big, but
Yeah.
it never turned into like anything more than that. It was
Well, all
just
the
like,
stones that like were big, I feel like they somehow missed the car.
I know.
Because I saw a couple baseballs rolling by. Never hit the windshield.
Yeah, I see a big little base over there, but just
Welcome
in
to
the trees.
Menards.
All right, let's go back to radar again. All right, so once again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a PDS tornado southeast of San Angelo, northwest of Menard. Again, this is not, at least as of this past radar scan, isn't on the ground, but it could drop again. It was fairly strong there for a few minutes. It kind of occluded, but we could see another redevelopment here. It will be eventually going towards Menard and Route 190 east of El Dorado, Texas. Again, this is southeast of San Antonio and also west of Menard. If you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. What that means is that there is a large and or strong tornado that is on the ground, which again, as of now, has lifted, but it could drop again at any time. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. San Angelo, yeah, you're fine. Again, this is well to your southeast. You might get a few more storms, but that tornado threat should be pretty low. But again, this storm is basically, there's multiple storm mergers happening here, so I do think that tornado risk is, it's definitely there. It's just, again, we have to see something recycle here. And that would be this right here, that area of rotation, which is definitely still there. It's just, again, it's going to have to recycle through these storm mergers somehow, which storm mergers, again, do help, but produce tornadoes, but... Where's Connor? Connor, I think, is near Menard. So he's kind of waiting out that intercept, basically. He's, again, near Menard, so he will be... I don't know where he's going to exactly go, but he might go towards, like, 190 or something and then try to intercept it from there. That would be my guess. Orlando, Florida, completely unrelated. Orlando, Florida is going to be 97 degrees on, I think, Thursday or Friday. That is insane. Or next week or something. That's literally insane. That's next Thursday and Friday. Wow. That is warm for Florida. Max needs to be a pro broadcaster. I like what I do on YouTube. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is still a area rotation that we're watching. This is a particularly dangerous situation as of now. Again, that tornado has occluded for the time being, but it could drop again as it eventually moves towards Menard, Texas. So again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. Again, northwest Menard, southeast of San Angelo. Yeah, could try to drop something, but it's gonna have to recycle here. It was on the ground there for a few minutes and it kind of lifted, so we might get something else. We'll see. Yeah, DFW will be fine. Again, it's mostly just gonna be gusty winds. That's really the main concern there. Mostly gonna be gusty winds. And maybe some small hail. That would be about it. New radar scan should be coming in here in a moment. That has become heavily rain wrapped. So that area of rotation is completely rain wrapped. So if there's a tornado, I doubt any storm chasers are going to really see it. But that's your area of rotation. That wind field has been weakening a little bit here over the last few minutes. That storm activity out in front of it, I think, saved this from being a long track tornado going towards Menard. But once again, it could recycle, so we'll keep a close eye on it. For the time being, it is still a particularly dangerous situation. It'll be moving down towards Route 190, just west of Menard, Texas. So we'll keep a close eye on it. No problem, Stacy. By the way, thank you, Carol, Lewis, and as well as Drake for becoming Velocity members. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is still a possibility. This is still possible that it could drop another tornado northwest of Menard. It is, again, still heavily rain-wrapped, but as of right now, we don't have any CC drop. So, we'll keep a close eye on it in case anything does happen. The storm is right now moving southeast at approximately 20 miles per hour. So, not super fast, not super duper slow, but it's not the slowest storm that we've covered over the last few days. We've had multiple storms that have been very, very slow, like extremely slow. Parts were at 60 new members today. All right, while we have a second, I'm going to quickly zoom out, just give you an idea of what else is happening. And we've still got severe weather elsewhere. Most of these storms, again, are hail and wind producers. We do actually have one severe storm that's, or a couple actually, west of DFW. Main concern with those are going to be damaging winds and hail. So not super significant, but again, marginal threats overall of wind and hail. Do have another severe storm northeast of Lubbock. Got another one northwest of Amarillo. That is ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. That is one of the more significant storms that we've had up here in the Panhandle today. And then we also have severe weather, Kansas and Nebraska, and as well as back over into Colorado. But the majority of these storms will be mostly damaging wind producers. So I'm not expecting a whole lot when it comes to a tornado threat up there, but we could still see an isolated tornado. So that'll be the main concern up there. A new velocity scan is going to be coming in here on this PDS tornado in just a moment. Thank you, Music, for the $10 super chat. I do appreciate it. Drink water. I've been drinking plenty of water. Don't worry. Appreciate that. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And still a broad area of circulation on this, moving down to the southeast. This has dropped back down to now radar indicated, so it's no longer PDS. But it is still a radar indicated area of rotation north of Route 190. Again, we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does try to drop again. That is your area of circulation that is trying to develop once again, just west of Menard. There are storm mergers happening, so again, it could take a few minutes for this to get going again. We'll have to wait and see. Posture check. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, Debbie, for the $2 super chat. Houston, Texas. I don't think much is going to happen in Houston today. But Connor once again is going to be trying to approach the storm here soon. I'm not sure again. Let me look. He's again kind of on the east side of the tornado warning, but he's near Menard right now, so not far from it. Thank you, A4. A lot of flooding in the Houston area. Yeah, unfortunately, the event that we had the other day brought a ton of rainfall. I mean, I've seen some crazy videos of flooding there. It's really actually pretty unfortunate how much rain fell there. Houston seems to always have a flooding event like every year now. It's been very frequent there recently. This is Connor Croft, by the way.
I'll get farmland right there. I mean,
it's on the...
One patch is all I need to the right, man.
I can't actually tell, but I think he's on the east side of this pink polygon.
Well, also not driving into, like, the path.
Oh, he's actually on 190. Okay, so he's going to be approaching this tornado. He's going to be approaching the storm.
oh,
Right side of your screen is where we'd be looking for that potential tornado.
they honking at you?
But it's more than likely rain wrap, so I don't think we're going to see it.
All right, Daniel, there you go, buddy. Come on, Daniel. On the bridge? Oh my god, that storm looks scary.
What
I think I just illegally passed.
Dude, it's just black. It's just black over there, dude.
Or maybe not. I couldn't tell. I didn't see it before.
Oh my gosh. What's
Yeah,
happening?
rotation on radar has really weakened. So, as of now, the initial area of rotation is kind of dying out here.
Right here. Low bit rate, though.
We can see, oh, well, 1.5. So.
Hey, you wake up for the $5 super chat. It's not 10 inches of rain. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot.
Oh my gosh.
That Daniel Shaw, I have no clue. Wasn't really listening closely. I wasn't also looking at the road. I just saw him pass and it looked like a double yellow. That wasn't no passing zone? Okay. Daniel Shaw doing illegal things? Oh my goodness. I don't know who Daniel Shaw is. I think that was actually, I think I retweeted one of his photos, so maybe I do. Could be wrong. Yeah, I did retweet one of his photos, so good times. This tornado warning again is for those in Concho, Menard, and Schlacker County, Texas. Goes again for another 16 minutes. The area of rotation on the bottom right of your screen has broadened out quite a bit.
Don't want to get the lone star.
Keep a close eye on it.
it.
Yeah, this is live with Connor right now.
Just make sure
Oh, we're telling? Double yellow on a bridge, definitely illegal. I've seen worse. I've seen worse things that are illegal. I apologize about yawning. I'm actually, for some reason, a little bit tired. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I've been live every day.
Ramping up on this thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, him passing right there was not that big of a deal. It's okay. You know, it's A-okay. At least it was, I mean, again, it could have been a lot worse. Way worse than what we just saw. Who's with Connor? It's Freddie McKinney.
Dude, what?
They are both
What is happening?
live together.
Inflow is just going crazy right
Radar?
Yeah.
Latest radar scan shows basically no rotation left. There is a strong area of downburst winds that'll be approaching them. I don't see any sort of circulation though in the storm right now. If that changes, I'll let you know.
I know, we're like in perfect.
On radar, there's
bad
really not much
position
there.
right now, but
It's moving so slow.
yeah, I mean we can
We'll have time
jump
to.
out.
Thank you,
of
Zealous,
it.
for the $20 super
time to
chat.
figure
What are your
out,
thoughts on the
there's also a lot of
10%
ditches
significant
here,
tornado
so-
risk tomorrow?
Worst case.
I feel like it's gonna be kind of the same as what we've just seen the last few days. I don't think. I mean, honestly, all these days I think were probably, you know, at least in play for there being a 10% hatch risk. I think every single one of these days, the last 3 or 4 days, could have been. I just don't think there was any definitive area in any of these days that really had that greatest potential. I mean, with that said, I don't know if tomorrow's going to be really any different from what we've seen the last few days. It's just, again, we're going to continue to see this chance for a few strong tornadoes.
I mean, the west wind is
Tomorrow could be a bit higher, though, realistically, even further north of where that 10% hatched area is, like near Big Spring or Post.
We're
I'm not sure yet if we're going live tomorrow, but
Yeah, we're in a
I'll
good
keep you
spot.
posted if we do.
So good of a spot that I might have to literally floor it in any
Not-
direction at any point.
not
in the
super
next
sure yet.
10 minutes.
And if we don't,
We'll see.
then we're just gonna have to go.
Hey, Devious for the $5 super chat.
Yep.
How's the weather
Nothing like
looking
riding out a tornado.
southeast of
Yeah.
We got
Tennessee
some nice
next
deep
week?
ditches here, so
Yeah, like down there. Tell me
I'll
how
have a
you
forecast, I
Just
think,
go
tomorrow
down in
morning
there
on
and,
everything
like,
that you need to know
everything
about
goes
the next few
okay,
days.
yes.
Because the weather's going to get pretty active.
Easy, buddy.
So just wait till tomorrow and I'll talk about it more in detail.
Don't worry,
I don't think
guys,
Tennessee
I
will
took
see much, though,
physics
until like Thursday.
Dude, what? Dude, that's crazy.
Oh, no.
Generally,
this
the risk is
meets
pretty
up,
low. It's
like,
just isolated
I feel
damaging
like we've
winds
been
and maybe
saying that for the
isolated
last,
hail.
60 minutes,
Tornado
but
risk should be
it still
0
is true,
or
like,
near
when this
0 for
meets
most of
up, like,
Kansas.
What is gonna happen? And after this, then it's like, I mean, this is our last shot right here. I mean, it either goes big time or we just go.
I don't think we'd
home.
see
Oh,
it.
these are very ominous skies, that's for sure.
Look how dark.
This is again the tornado warning southeast of San Angelo. Real quickly, this is tomorrow's risk. Just for reference, this is your tornado risk for tomorrow. Again, we do have a 10% hatched area. Honestly, if they do keep this, it'll probably go up in here too. It's a very small area, so we might go live tomorrow. We'll see. Don't know yet. Kind of just want to, you know, have one day off here, but I don't know yet. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe we won't get any days off here. Thank you, Joanne, for the $5 super chat. 30-second analysis on Lubbock. I'll do it real quickly in a second. Let's go see if the rotation's completely kind of died here. Is the stream ending soon? I mean, I'm not planning on ending the stream yet. This tornado warning, though, the rotations died on that. That warning will probably be canceled. Lubbock right now, the storms are kind of avoiding you. The only threat is off to your north. You might get an isolated storm with hail and wind, but it's a pretty low risk. I think the tornado risk will also be pretty low at this point. And this is the live view on that storm that Connor's on.
Oh, dude, it is.
It's gonna be right where we are, dude.
Oh my
It's gonna
gosh,
be right
dude.
where we are.
What did you just say? Hey, Andrew for $4.99. What's your prediction for Brownwood tonight? Maybe some isolated hail or wind, but I don't think it's a significant threat.
It's all like this is coming back around, and when that meets, it's like it's either about to go crazy because the RFD is starting to surge, inflows. Dude, we're sitting like.
How do you super chat?
Right where it's gonna
I mean,
happen.
preferably the donation links in the description are where you go, but if you want super chat, the money symbol's there.
Play it from the
It's on the should be on the bottom of the chat.
safer, but
They're just being weirdos. That happens when you're young.
low bit rate.
Vince is at Best Buys? What is he doing at Best Buy?
Are you kidding?
Come on, man. I have to go a little bit back towards that town.
Looks very mean, I know. It's actually surprising how dark it's gotten. What time is it? It's like 7:20, so like, you know.
It's because we're
It's actually surprisingly dark. The sun hasn't even set yet.
600.
Because the top spot is disconnected, I think.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's one mag.
You're young? Thank you. I'm glad I'm young. Thank you.
Where are you guys going, bro?
I'm glad to know.
Dude, I'm just like fearing the next radar scan right now.
Dude, look at how dark it is. Like,
Just getting
literally, there's
dark.
no contrast. What time is it? I mean, there's still like another
There's
hour.
literally an
daylight.
hour and a half of daylight left.
Like,
down
look
here.
over there. You can tell like there's daylight still.
Like, this is just freaking
It's just
dark.
night.
My meteorologist, I will be in 1 year from now.
Dude,
I'll
I'm
be
just
graduating in about a
watching
year,
that next
as long as I
radar
don't
scan.
fail anything with
Like a
bachelor's in
hawk.
meteorology. There aren't very many meteorologists here on YouTube that are even, or many people on YouTube that are even meteorologists, for the record. So, I'll be one of the first that are kind of in this space. I mean, there's different spaces on YouTube. I mean, there's like, you know, you watch like a news station on YouTube, they're mostly meteorologists, but like, I'm talking about like, you know, this sort of stuff where there's extensive live coverages. I'm glad you can help, Alan. No
Come
problem at
on,
all.
load
I'd
right
like to help
there,
you in San Angelo.
I got a 7-8. What's your scan? 718.
1 million subs by next year? Yeah, right.
21.
Oh my gosh.
It might be consolidating back here
Yeah, it's gonna consolidate back west in the rain.
in the hail core, bro. Wait, right here.
You're like right on the lead edge.
Right here, actually.
Thoughts on Mike Seidel getting laid off by the Weather Channel? It's sad. I mean, I watched him forever.
The heck is that?
I mean, I watched the Weather Channel a ton.
Focus on it, it's getting dark.
Dude, that's like a
So,
Twitter
you know.
spot looking thing.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so.
Dude, what if I
It's really unfortunate.
just immediately, dude.
He was somebody I grew up watching. I mean, he was there for like 30 years.
I mean, look at that.
Slightly terrifying.
I plan on collaborating with Reed Timmer or Ryan Hall.
Clear slide.
I mean, Reed Timmer, I've been in contact with before. We might do something in the future, but I don't think anything's imminent. Maybe chase with him sometime. I don't know. We'll see. And then Ryan Hall, I talked a little bit to yesterday morning, but I'm not sure what I would do there if we do any sort of collaboration or anything like that.
Yeah, right there, dude. It just
But we might go to the drawing board at some point and do something there. I just don't know what it would be.
it's getting lower and lower.
But I mean, I love what I do right now. I'm not gonna, you know, ditch this channel or anything because I love doing the live coverage. I'd rather do this than really
Why is there no
work
way?
for somebody, but maybe work with somebody.
Dude, that's
It's always a
what she said,
possibility.
though. Remember she said there's like
Andy Hill is a meteorologist. Yeah, he's definitely a meteorologist.
It's whatever
what
it is.
I've
it's
talked to
going
Andy
back.
Hill. He knows that. He knows a
back in
lot.
there.
He knows more than I do. And I mean, I'm not done all my classes yet,
there's
but he
the
definitely
RFD
knows a lot.
Yeah.
RFD surge. That would
Impressive
be
how much he
exactly
has
where it
retained
is
for
right
information.
there. That's it. Might have to go back east.
I have to get out of here.
Plan to be the next
Or
James
get
Spann. James Spann is way better than me.
Or just stay right here.
Way better.
Wait for the next scan.
I hear Ryan's looking to hire another meteorologist. I know, I saw that. I'm not a meteorologist, though, officially.
What is this storm, bro?
I don't know, but it's kind of scary because it's like, you know, 5,000 Cape, you know, just...
Yeah, hail core is growing on the northwest side of Menard. It looks like it's getting pretty close to 2 inches, maybe greater in diameter now. There's a significant hail core developing there.
The next scan looks tight, bro. Might just be run.
And not really a whole lot of rotation, though, left on this storm.
I'm not playing with this at dark.
Go back to Menard.
Yeah, just go back to Menard and
Hunker down.
hunker down.
I wish I had Reed's weather knowledge. I think anybody would wish to have his knowledge. He has a crazy brain. God, I mean, I'm telling you, like, these people are way smarter than me. They have way more information in their head than I have in my head. Retaining information is it can be tough. Devious, I said I'd make a video on that tomorrow probably.
Getting closer.
But again, I'm not expecting much there in Tennessee until Thursday.
At some point,
yeah.
Better RFD's coming around.
All right, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label on this storm. That includes Menard, Texas, but I do think this tornado warning will probably be canceled.
Dude, we need to get out of here. We need to get out of here, bro. It's coming right at us.
Go easy.
Kind of get the frick out of here.
It's one of those situations where
I'm
it's
not
like,
playing with it, dude.
It's like not even worth
What's
it,
the
bro.
point? Like, what do we gain?
Dude, we get like we actually just get hit by the tornado. That's the only
It's a
way.
dynamic duo, I'm telling you.
Gain, we get hit by the tornado. That's
It's a fantastic
We
duo.
can't show
It is so
anybody
dark
our
and the
footage.
sun hasn't even set yet.
Give it away to somebody else.
It's like an hour away from setting.
And we lose.
This is a serious dynamic duo.
I'm just gonna go a little bit.
Yeah, just go like a mile or two. You know, just
I was never live for Mayfield or Rolling Fork.
Make it easier.
I wasn't around for Mayfield, I don't think, on YouTube at least. And then,
no
Rolling
contrast,
Fork,
like,
that was.
back over there.
Can't remember. I think I had an exam that day or the next day or something. I didn't have a huge audience when that happened, so I didn't go live for that reason too. I mean, I was just. It was a situation where I had an exam the next day. I had to focus on that, and then, or it was that day or the next day or something like that. And then my audience wasn't huge at that time. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember anymore, but. It's more because of probably having an exam. I mean, that's like right in the middle of March. Usually right in the middle of March, we have exams at the wazoo. Once again, this is the tornado warning. It's west-northwest Menard. It's going to probably be canceled or expire here in a few minutes. It expires in 4 minutes, so they might just let it to expire. If not, we do have damaging winds and as well as the hail potential heading towards Menard. Hail could be as large as 2 inches in diameter. But that's what we're looking at right now in the storm, moving down to the southeast. I think I'm all right, Legendary. I think I'm okay. Oh, by the way, I'll show you guys this after the tornado warning ends. I want to show you guys a surprise, or sort of a surprise. It's not really a surprise, but this is heading southeast. All these storms down here near San Angelo are mostly moving southeast. A couple of them near San Angelo are moving eastbound, but the ones that are near San Angelo are not really that strong. Or not really that, they're not severe, but they are a little bit strong. The bed? No, the bed's not back. No, the bed might return though. It might have to return after I set up my new desk. Which, if we don't go live tomorrow, I also might just set up my desk because we do have a new one coming in. That'll take a bit. Hey, Bernie for the 1999. I live in New England, but I'm also a weather nerd. Watch all your streams. Keep up the great work. I appreciate that. Where are you in New England? I'm curious. Or like general area. Thank you, April, for the $10 super chat. Columbia? Oh, or Columbia, Missouri, not Ohio. Glad you enjoy watching.
Dude, I'm like losing all visual to the eye. I have to look through.
Yeah, this is the tornado warning cell near Menard.
Just literally just bail because it's like look at this. It's gonna just do it like right in front of us at this point. Oh my gosh, just like right there.
It's literally right in front of us.
Western Mass. Okay, I used to live in New England, but not in Western Mass.
And I just can't see anything. You know,
there's nothing here.
Am I gonna upload a video with your thoughts about the upcoming hurricane season?
I'm worried right now, but...
Probably not.
Oh, there's a hailstone here.
I mean, if I made a video specifically about that, I would have to find 8 minutes plus of content that fits into that, and it's interesting, but I don't like really doing seasonal forecasts that much. I mean, I've done them, like for winter and whatnot, but like seasonal forecasts just I mean, for hurricanes, I think it would be interesting. I just don't really have a whole lot of graphics I could use for it. With that said, I do think this hurricane season is probably going to be one of the most active of all time.
Hold on, let me put the phone at it.
So that's my forecast.
Bro,
You're welcome for the details.
that's a funnel.
What is that right there? Is that a funnel?
That's actually a funnel.
I think that's a funnel.
That's a funnel right there.
Really?
Yep.
I got a little bit.
Funnel cloud middle of your screen. It's a little bit pixelated, but that's the funnel. There's a funnel cloud on this storm still.
Can I get out of
There's
here?
just a random funnel over there. I don't like the fact that.
Bro, what?
Dude, that was spinning.
It's a funnel.
That's near Byers Crossing, bottom right of your screen.
Not even worth it.
Funnel cloud right there.
Bro, what?
That's just going.
We've been
out.
super off topic for the last few minutes, but
Now she's gonna come down.
it might drop. Look at that thing. It's hard to see, but it's middle of your screen.
Let's get the frick out of here.
Circulation's right
This
there.
Bear
We gotta
Crossing.
Out of here, dude.
Just go,
Why is
dude.
there a funnel over there? There's not supposed to be a
swear
funnel.
it's
These
over there.
guys.
But I can't confirm. Like
Dude,
that's.
These guys are so crazy.
Dude, I just look on my side window. There's just a cone there. It's right. It should be right out your window right
I
now.
feel like I'm watching like a movie right now.
Should be right out your window.
There it is.
It's still going. It's still going, right?
It's
there.
gonna be pixelated no matter what because of the
Get us out
poor
of here, bro.
Yeah, just floor it.
signal in this area.
Just get up to 80 and we'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on
What is
1080p.
happening right now? It might touch down there. It
Dude,
came
these
down
guys are crazy. I'm
low.
telling you. I don't mean to
I just
laugh
don't
during
like the
a
fact
funnel
that, like,
cloud,
it's
but
not even where
holy cow.
circulation.
if there was a tornado, it would be dropping right over Bears Crossing, which this is no longer a tornado warrant, but that was a
West of
funnel.
Menard, Texas, guys. This is where that.
I don't know if we're gonna see it again.
Just had a funnel over there.
That was a funnel.
It is in such a weird spot.
It's west of Menard.
It's almost like a landspout. Oh boy.
Rotation on radar is bottom right of your screen.
Yeah, forget we are gonna
Holy
get.
cow.
I mean, it doesn't look particularly scary, but it could. Be.
Becky, I don't expect anything that crazy in Georgia, honestly. Thank you for your $10 super chat. I think it'll be pretty minimal stuff if you got any severe weather next week.
Yeah, it's
Be Thursday and
like
Friday for your main days.
over there. What the heck is going on?
Why is it
No,
not
this is
going
Connor
on?
and Freddie.
Oh, it's just it's behind the circle.
Connor and Freddie McKinney.
Yeah. Alright.
These guys need to storm chase together more often, honestly.
We should be chilling circulation.
Yeah. Should be alright. Dude, why was that actually a funnel?
I don't know, man. It was just like I look out my window and I'm like,
It was spinning, bro.
it looks just like a funnel. I have to look at it for a second and I'm like, I don't see it. I don't know.
We are back down to 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's not much of a decrease, but we have no tornado warnings right now.
It was spit.
This is the dynamic duo.
It's some info.
Saying it all along.
Might be time to just get the Menard.
Thank you, AJ. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Whoa.
Whoa.
Wow, look at that wind.
Yo.
Very strong wind there.
Holy crap.
Just inflow.
Ripping into this
Look
thing.
at how light it just got.
Probably it's an inflower. I'm guessing that's the inflow.
Dude, what
That's
is
just
the storm?
inflow,
Yep.
bro. Get out
What
of
is
here.
this storm,
It's
bro?
again on the storm near
Scary.
Fire Crossing, Texas.
67
There's no tornado
miles an
warning,
hour.
but that rotation it's broad,
Got
but it's
60
trying.
mile an hour inflow right here.
Wow. It's like a. Where's it flowing?
I don't know.
Oh, my bad. My title's still wrong. I didn't realize what that was.
Yeah, that thing's shooting south.
Forgot to change my title.
It's just flow.
Wow.
It's not even
down the
like.
road, right down
How many
the road.
tornadoes have we
like a
had from the
60
storm
mile-
alone? This is a different storm. The yeah, we have no signal, but the first storm that we had was different from this one. So the total amount of tornadoes today, I don't know. I mean, the first one was on the ground for like 35 minutes, so we may have had 1 to 3 tornadoes with that storm, and then this storm dropped a tornado. We've at least had 4 tornadoes, but this is not the same storm from earlier. But they are pretty far. I mean, yeah, that circulation is trying to develop over Byers Crossing. It's moving southwest towards Fort McCavitt. So that'll be the next area in the track of that rotation. Hey, AJ, by the way, for becoming a Velocity member. We have 61 new members today. I do appreciate everybody becoming a member if you have. All right, we have a quick second. I do want to show you guys a couple things. So we got all our, I got a lot of my computer parts in for this new computer. And so this is the performance CPU cooler that we got. So that's pretty cool. And then this would be your CPU. That's an AMD processor, which is a 7000 series processor. So pretty cool stuff. Got a lot of other stuff, but I can't reach it with my arms, so I'm not gonna get up. Got our motherboard and all that other stuff too. The things that we're still missing is like the GPU and also the case. So a couple things that we're still missing.
Actually, it might just be like semi past. He's just chilling.
No clue what a 7000 series is. Basically a selling point for somebody to buy a product. Basically all it is. There's nothing to it. It's just what they tell you it's a 7000 series, so you buy it.
Where is this glowing?
My GPU will be a GeForce 47.
It's about to
Gonna
go
drop a maxi wedge.
southwest of Menard, dude. It might plant on those chasers, bro.
Are there a bunch there?
Right there, dude.
Guys,
That's why I did not want to, like,
go west.
This could go tornado warn again.
It's like deviant again.
This could get tornado warn again. Rotation's still there. There's definitely some rotation here right now. It's trying. It's not strong, but there's rotation. It's moving southwest right now. There's a hook on this storm too. This is a weird storm. I think with every storm it's been weird, but this one's also weird. How's this not warned? The rotation isn't strong enough yet, but it could get warned if it does intensify on radar. There's a tornado possible label, so that's at least something. What are they driving through right now? They're driving through like a sheet of rain. Oh, never mind. I thought they were. Oh, they still are driving through a lot of rain and maybe some hail there.
Wind is rocking us.
dude, it's like shooting southwest, like straight at those chasers, bro.
Like, dude.
2024 can't produce a normal tornado? I honestly have to agree. These tornadoes have been whacked this year. Learned a new word today. Rain wrapped. It's actually a pretty, well, it's not common, but it's used in weather.
Dude, it's moving
Whenever a
southwest, man.
storm is, whenever there's a tornado or whatever it might be that's wrapped with rain, it's like gift wrapped, but for tornadoes.
Big wind still.
Alex, YouTube.
This thing is genuinely a beast.
Definitely YouTube. I enjoy doing YouTube more. They're on the inflow of the storm? Yeah, they're on the inflow. So all that wind is literally all just surging into the storm right now.
Could always try 83 south. I know. The thing is now.
So the next velocity scan shows, I'll go full screen of that here in a second.
Moving south. It's moving southwest. We're moving southeast, I do it. So like,
Corey, main concern will be large hail.
SOS on Verizon.
I think there's a boundary here.
Oh my god. Might go south.
The velocity's up to here.
Maybe a like.
Definitely not all the way south to Junction, but just to see it from.
Here's the latest scan. We do have very strong winds again, still going away from the radar. Here's your inflow surge. But once again, I'm not seeing a whole lot here. Maybe something there. Trying to verify that with radar on my other radar on my phone. There's a little bit of something there. Yeah, Route 190. There's definitely something here. whether it's just very strong winds or maybe a tornado here, it's kind of unknown. But that would right there near Route 190 will be what we're looking at. Just west of Barrett Crossing, and then this would be a broad area of circulation. Perhaps something here. So there might be like some sort of small tornado or something like that right there. And we don't have any CC drop, but that would be the area that we're looking at. You got your hook echo and everything on this storm, so it's definitely a pretty organized storm. near Menard, Texas. This could get warned. We'll see. Thank you, Frog, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Also, thank you, our Delta. Best scientists are at Texas A&M alumni. Okay. I've never been even to that college before, so I can tell you. All right, let me check Twitter real quick and see if we have any reports. I'm not seeing anything right now. No reports on this storm in particular as of now. Yeah, not seeing anything right now. How are the other states doing with storms? There isn't much really happening in the other states. It's mostly just isolated wind and hail everywhere. Got a whole cluster actually developing over in North Texas, but all those storms are just hail and wind. Got some near Memphis. The ones near Memphis are up to tennis ball sized hail. The storm that is northwest of Amarillo is also still doing pretty good when it comes to the hail and wind threat. And then the storms in Goodland are all outflow. This outflow boundary is producing a ton of damaging winds right now across Kansas and Colorado. Hail and wind on the other storm, one near McCook that's doing the same thing. So really nothing crazy here in Kansas and in Nebraska. It's a pretty typical severe weather event with hail and wind. We had 3.5 inch sized hail in Briscoe County and Quittake. They had a tornado nearby the other day. It's pretty huge. 3.5 inch sized hail. That was a little earlier, but still. That is pretty crazy. And for the next velocity scan, sorry, I was listening to Connor talking about his horrible bed. Apparently they slept in a bed last night that was hard as a rock. Alright, latest scan showing a broader area of circulation. It doesn't show it on here, but it's a little bit broader. Still got a hook here, so we could see something develop. There's still a pretty large inflow surge here, but yeah, it still hasn't really done much. But we'll keep a close eye on it. Put Connor here for a second. Order myself food. I'm not going to order food. It's too expensive. It's like $40.
Inflow again.
I don't feel like spending $40.
2 hours and 17 minutes.
I know.
Yeah.
But for the record, depending on how long the stream is, I might go get some food somewhere. And go
Get
drive
back,
there.
get some like
We'll see.
alcohol wipes.
See how much
Wipe
longer
down
we
my
go.
car.
I don't know how much longer we're gonna go. I don't know. This threat still exists. I mean, we got 19 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got a
Gonna
ton
go
of them.
another mile south.
No, there's still plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings,
It's still
but
60 mile an
See
hour.
if we can see anything, chap, from the angle
overall
from
the storms are
west,
again mostly just wind and hail.
or from the east looking west. I don't think we're going to be able to personally, but
How wide is the sewer?
so much grunge, man. 31 mile
31.
wide supercell.
Gosh dang.
So many freaking trees out here, man.
God, that's the second time I've sneezed in the stream. First one was way earlier, but still. I usually don't sneeze. Something's in the air. IHOP? I'm not getting IHOP, no.
Not gonna go
Done
south.
with IHOP for a
Oh,
little bit.
no. That was to go east.
Oh, that's the go east.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still got some circulation.
Or something, I don't really know.
Bottom right of your
Somewhere in
screen.
direction that we're not trying to get. We're in the right
This
lane,
takes
man.
us. This takes
Just not very
us,
organized
yeah, I
on
think
this
you're
storm.
Lost, bro.
This is the road that goes east. It's like, dude,
Thank you guys.
Right, wait, one more on?
Don't need everybody to say bless you.
that was the south time.
Bro,
It's the most unison thing I've ever seen in the chat. Everybody said it other than
trying to go
Soup
north now,
Sandwich,
bro.
who said Taco Bell run for the border. I
I think this way is
don't know
more.
what that means.
We need to go back the way we came.
Exactly.
Is that possible?
Yeah. We're
How
like-
long have
we're
we been
on the
live?
road that goes-
We're a minute away from 5 hours.
Menard? Dude, I'm so
Allergic to not having IHOP. I don't think that's how it works. Alright, we've dropped significantly. We just dropped down to 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. Wow. What a drop. I mean, it's unbelievable how many warnings we've had today. It's 18. I didn't expect to have this many at one time, but we're up to 18 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy. Alright, let's see. Not seeing anything else on Twitter, so it looks like we have no new reports. And every storm right now is producing hail and wind at this point. Anything that's severe. This is the only storm that we've been really looking at for a while that still has a little bit of rotation, but as of right now, again, it's still a relatively broad area of circulation. We'll see if it does anything, but it's still not super crazy here. Send Max a crock pot. I actually do have a mailing address for the record. I've been mailed only one thing over the last, like, year and a half of having it. And it was, like, Easter candy or something. I can't even remember. Thank you, honey, for joining the velocities. Back down to 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. Holy cow. Big drop. Four warnings just expired. What is a little bit surprising, or not really surprising, but, like, interesting, is that we actually got severe weather in North Texas. And these storms aren't anything crazy, it's just wind and hail, but still interesting. Okay, everybody wants to send stuff now? Okay. I'll put the link in the chat. There's like there's a link tree, and then you can find the link on there. If you ever want to send anything. It's been a lonely address for the last year. I never really mention it, but it's there. Yeah, this is really the only concerning storm right now, other than the wind threat in Kansas and Nebraska. Tucker, that's the wrong link. Tucker, that is the wrong link. That's the old one. Oh, I forgot to update on your thing. The new one's in the chat, or in the description. Yeah, Alan, I saw that. There's pretty large hail up there. About the eastern part of that storm? We got a massive hail core. I mean, what we're looking at is the rotation here. It's pretty interesting to see the radar visual of that, but that's the hail core. Got a hook here, so we have an inflow. Again, we're looking to see if we get some sort of rotation that develops into a tornado. I think the threat is low here, but it is really the most, I would say, concerning tornado threat storm right now that we have on the radar. Other than this, there isn't really a whole lot that's rotating. So this is really the main concern here. Still streaming? Why is that shocking to people? I mean, honestly, we've been live like 8 to 10 hours some days recently. I don't think it should be shocking. We go live all the time. Gamer, it's manual. I mean, I manually update all the warnings. Just for the record. It's a lot of manual stuff. I could have it automatically update, but I don't really... It's a little bit more complicated to set that up. Hey, Michael, for becoming a Velocity member. Yes, Nikki, that's correct. Yeah, again, that's... The link is in... on that thing. Thingamabobber. It's more that's not formatted. What do you like? I don't need anything mailed. It's just there. I don't have anything in particular that I need mailed. I was just saying we do have a link. Yes, Tucker. So we do have an outflow boundary here. This is an outflow boundary. We got our inflow. We got our hook. We got a large hail core. Dynamically, it's actually a pretty impressive storm, but the rotation's been pretty mediocre here. Yeah, we'll stay live just in case this does anything for a little bit longer. Literally, it kind of looks like a hurricane almost without it spinning. It's kind of crazy. We got like a weird spin on it. Like it's like a little low pressure system here in the middle. What it looks like. Socks. I don't need socks. Actually, I have a lot of socks that have holes in them, for the record. Papa John's gift cards. 100% no, please. I do not need to be cursed with Papa John's gift cards. No, I actually bumped into somebody that follows me here. I don't know if the person that gave this to me is watching, but I actually bumped into a person that works at Longhorn Steakhouse, and they gave me a Longhorn Steakhouse gift card. Very nice of them. They know me from my channel. It's pretty funny. Apparently Connor Croft isn't ending his live stream until he hits 50k. I don't know what he's at right now. Let's see. He's 200 away. Go subscribe to him if you haven't already. He's 200 away. When's Max Velocity merch? We have Max Velocity merch. I just don't ever talk about this stuff. All of our links are in the description. I'll put it in the chat. If you ever want to pick anything up, that's the link. How tall am I? I'm tall. About 6 foot. Can I show the next few days? Sure. Why not? Rotation here isn't really developing into much yet. Still keep a close eye on it. So these are the next few days for severe weather. It's, again, a pretty large area for the next few days, but for today, we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather, which the next update from the Storm Prediction Center on that, I think it might have already come out. If not, it's in 10 minutes. I could be wrong. But this is the area that we're looking at for tomorrow. Again, large, slight, and marginal risk, a really large marginal risk. Smaller, slight, and enhanced risk across parts of West Texas. Again, the main concern is going to be large to very large hail and damaging winds and even a few tornadoes. And a strong tornado or two will be possible in West Texas. But again, it's a very large area here that we are talking about. And here's your tornado risk for tomorrow. So, unfortunately, more strong tornadoes will be possible. This is the first time in the last few days that we've actually had a hatched tornado risk. So, at least gives you an idea that the tornado threat might be a bit higher tomorrow comparatively to today. And then once we go into, what's today? Friday? Flying Fences Friday. So this will be going into Sunday. We have a marginal threat in the southern plains. So not anything too crazy, but isolated hail, wind, and maybe an isolated tornado. By the time we go into Monday, that is when our first of many severe weather outbreaks will be possible. We do have a large, slight, and enhanced risk of severe weather here across the central plains. The main concern here will be the potential for damaging winds, large to very large hail, and a few tornadoes. And we could have a tornado outbreak on Monday. So Monday looks concerning. By the time we go into Tuesday, that risk shifts to the Midwest and as well as the Mississippi Valley. I will have a video probably out on this tomorrow, hopefully. So again, I'll have more detailed timing stuff tomorrow and whatnot. But Tuesday, which will be tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, looks like a busy day across parts of the Midwest where another outbreak of severe weather will be possible. Wednesday will be another severe weather event in the southern plains. This looks pretty significant as well, where we could have another severe weather outbreak. And then by the time we go into Thursday, we'll probably have another risk across the Ohio Valley, somewhere over here. I'm not sure what the level will be. It might be a slight. It might just be a marginal. We don't really know yet, but that would be the next day to watch for further to the east. I don't know why everybody's putting their height in the chat, which is so unrelated to what we're talking about here, but that would be the next few days for severe weather. So again, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel if you're new here. We will have a video out on this probably tomorrow. And again, subscribing to the channel is free to do. It's just the red button down below. Make sure to subscribe. We're currently 400 subscribers from 194,000. So again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and we'll have a video probably out on that tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. If I don't have a video tomorrow, it'll be almost definitely Sunday. But probably tomorrow. Probably. Maybe. Possibly. Who knows? All right. Thank you to Honeybee Michael for becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Michael. Also, thank you, Michael, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Caitlin, for the $5 super chat. Do you think the Metro of Detroit will have any significant severe weather next week? I don't really think so, but it's subject to change, perhaps sometime around Tuesday night and a Wednesday morning, but I don't think it would be significant. Thank you, Adam, for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, Michael, for another $2, and thank you, Davis, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. All right. We're up to 65 members today. Nice. The radar I use is linked at the very bottom of the description. Again, everything like donation links, social media pages, everything is in the description. Merchandise, all that sort of stuff. All linked in the description down below. All of it, basically everything is linked down below. Like literally everything. Here comes the rotation. I don't think this has really been rotating that much. I mean, it's very, very broad area of circulation. It's really not much. Thank you, Alan, for becoming a Velocity member. Do I have a microwave? I do have a microwave. Yes, I do have a microwave. Thank you. Sock size? I don't know what my sock size is. Is that even a thing? I don't know. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm guessing large? I don't know. You think South Dakota's gonna hit Monday? Maybe, but it would be a low risk. I think the main concern will be Nebraska through Texas, but really the main concern being Kansas and Oklahoma. What's my height? I've already said this. It's about 6 feet. I don't know why this is so relevant. T-shirts? Usually large. What's my what's my eyesight? Yes, let me answer all my medical questions right now. Let's do it. Might as well throw out the SSN while we're at it. $10 to $13 is your sock size. I don't even know what that means. Tucker, do you know? Do you know what this means? I feel like I'm so stupid right now. Like, I don't know these things. What's my eye color? I don't know. Pink? Couldn't even tell you. I apparently don't know what anything else, so... Common knowledge is not a strong suit for me. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate the generous $20 super chat. I'm a large sock size, alright? That's confirmed. Oh, Lord. We have 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. You know, that's actually pretty shocking. We have a ton in up north. A lot of these are just wind, but still. We got warnings everywhere. Guys, I know I have blue eyes. Thank you. Okay? Thank you. It's just a joke. Just a joke. Yes, my shoe size is 18. No, it's not. Trust me, it's not 18. I'm not Shaquille O'Neal out here. Everybody's investigating everything. Do I have a girlfriend? No. If I had a girlfriend, I wouldn't be live probably right now. I mean, in all honesty. Thank you, JC, for the $5 super chat. 100%. 100%. I'll do that here soon. Don't worry. Thank you, Stace, for becoming a Minimum Velocity member. Oh, the chat has lost control. It has lost control entirely. I had somebody comment after the stream last night. They're like, there's a storm coming through my area and you were talking about this and that. I'm like, there wasn't even anything that significant at the very end of our live stream, but no, there are people that legitimately want to watch for severe weather coverage, and this just happens. Unfortunately, things just go down the drain. Good news is that there aren't any tornado warnings, and there really isn't a whole lot of rotation in any of these storms. This one has broad rotation, but again, we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does anything. This is the one near Menard, Texas. Thank you, Moral, for becoming a Minimum Velocity member. Thank you, Saturn, for the $2 super chat. I mean, you might get hit, but again, the main concern is just isolated hail and wind for Albany, Texas. I don't know what I'm getting for food tonight. All I know is I'm not getting DoorDash or whatever. What in the world just happened to this hail core? Holy cow. We got a significant hail core here near Menard. This hail core is blown up over the latest scan. Huge hail core here. We got a hook down here. Still a pretty impressive storm. Probably around baseball-sized hail. Massive area. Thank you, Wilgen, for becoming a moderate velocity member, and also thank you, JC. Appreciate that. Yeah, this hail core blew up. Do I play sports? If I played sports, once again, I probably would not be live. Sports are super time-consuming. What am I reading? I could not tell you. Yes, Velocity is my last name, 100%. Velocity is 100% my last name. That'd be a crazy name. If that was the name, that'd be pretty crazy, to be honest with you. Here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. So no longer any enhanced risk for severe weather. It has been downgraded to a slight risk across the board. Tornado risk is still a 5% here just south of San Angelo or near in the San Angelo area. And then the hail and wind threat have also been downgraded. So no longer any enhanced risk. But we do still have a slight risk in play. Oh yeah, golf is a sport. Yeah, I do play golf, but that's not competitive. By any means, I'm not on a team or anything. Gotta legally change your name to... Yeah, I gotta legally change my last name to Velocity, 100%. You're just tuning in. This is a storm near Menard, Texas. This has probably been the most significant storm here over the last little while. Mainly a large to very large hail threat, damaging winds, and perhaps an isolated tornado with this. Still relatively significant. Yeah, this right here, again, this is a surge of damaging winds here. That would be your hail core. Got a little hook, but it's not really doing anything right now. Rotation's been pretty broad on this storm. This chat is flying. Thank you, Demon. No, thank you. Thank you, Caitlin, for becoming a Velocity member. When do you have time to golf? I only have time when I'm on, like, vacation or away or whatever. I mean, I'm hoping, so here's the plan right now. We'll probably be live from Monday, and we might be live tomorrow, but the plan is right now we'll be live from Monday until Thursday or so of next week. And then, so we'll be live 4 days in a row, basically, again. And then after that, I'm hoping around Saturday or Friday will probably be our members only stream. So Friday, for those that want to watch us build our computer, it'll probably be on Friday as long as I have all my parts. Friday would be the day though that will build that computer. So if you're a member, you can watch that stream. You can watch us build the computer. I'll have somebody with me as well, kind of go through the specs and all that. It'll be kind of cool. It'll take like an hour or two. And you can answer, I'll answer questions and stuff or whatever. Saturday, I'm hoping to go away, so that'll be next Saturday around May 11th. I'll probably be gone for like 5 or 7 days, but I will still be uploading videos, and then live streams will be on a occasional basis if needed. But it looks like after Saturday of next weekend, things should be getting a bit quieter. I'm getting a new computer. I am. I already have a bunch of the parts. And this is one of them. I mean, I got a bunch of parts already that have come in, but it's gonna be custom built. So, yeah, it's a major investment, and again, it wouldn't be possible without all of our Velocity members. So I do appreciate those that are a member of the channel, and again, that's why we're doing it for members only. But that's a big upgrade and should be a major improvement for stream quality. And I'll have 6 monitors total. We have 3 right now. We'll have 6 total. We have 3 monitors that are also coming in. I bought out the remaining stock of one of these companies, one of the company's computer monitors. So I bought the last 3 that they had. And we'll have those for the studio as well. Sorry, I'm just checking something real quick. Okay. All right. Is this the only storm? We have 14 severe thunderstorm warnings, so no. We're just doomed on this one, because this one's been the most... Or it's been really the closest to producing a tornado, and it's really the most significant. I mean, we have 14 warnings, but they're all over the place. I don't have the graphics card yet. That's the one problem. The graphics card is coming from Amazon, but it's for some reason gonna take longer. And then the case for the computer doesn't come for about a week. I mean, we would build it tomorrow because I have like almost all the parts, but we don't have all the parts, unfortunately. I kind of wish we did, but we don't. I call it soda. Who calls it pop? Thank you, Brandy and Sai for becoming Velocity members. And also thank you, Living, for the $5 super chat. If you get it on TV, you got to keep it up as max velocity as your handle. We'll see. Thank you, Aim, here for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate your generosity. Thanks, Spitfire, as well. Where do the mods go? I think there's still a mod here. I think the chat's just going so fast right now. East Coast calls it pop? What? I've lived on the East Coast almost my entire life, excuse me? Could get it legally changed? I could. I'm not going to, but I could. Thank you, Carbon, for the $5 super chat. You realize that the post office is going to be very confused and your mail goes... I don't think we're going to get that many packages. Who's actually... I'm just curious. Is anybody actually going to mail me something? Because if so, I might have to actually give them a heads up. Because, I mean, we've had 1 package in the last year and a half. Okay, I've seen 2 yeses. 3, 4. Oh, God. All right, we have 4 yeses. That's not bad. 5. 6. Okay. We got 7. All right, that's not good. Anything more than 6 is probably bad. Hopefully they just don't all come at the same time. Holy cow, what is going on here? This is a massive hail core. DBZ value is at 75. I've never seen it that high. No CC depiction of that hail, so that might just be like a glitch or something, but that's hail, that's huge. That's easily softball size if that's happening there right now. You guys should not all send packages, otherwise it's gonna go haywire at that place. They're gonna be like, why does this guy all of a sudden have 50 packages when he had 1 in the last year and a half? Yeah, I'm not really seeing much here. Mostly just, again, maybe some baseball-sized hail at most. That white area there might just be a little bit of a glitch. And then damaging ones up to 70. And again, there's a little bit of rotation here in Menard, Texas, but it's not much. Still relatively broad. How much hail could that hail core chunk if that hail core... What? I was reading that thinking that was an actual question. How much hail could that hail core chunk or chuck if that hair core would chuck hail? What? Excuse me? To be honest with you, I don't know what you're saying. Thank you, Daniel, for becoming a Velocity member. It's the most confusing donation I've ever read. This chat went rogue. It usually happens, like, after hour 5, it always gets rogue. If we don't have tornado warnings, it goes rogue. That's what happens. Hey, Debbie, for coming a Velocity member. Somebody needs to mail this guy multiple boxes of cheese curds. That'd be pretty funny. By the way, 2 warnings have now expired in Texas. We only got 1 severe storm, which that one's probably not going to be severe anymore. Again, maybe just some gusty winds and small hail. That's really the main concern there. The severe weather risk is ramping up, though, across Kansas with those outflow boundaries producing damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. I'm not super concerned about that activity, but if anything does develop, I will keep you posted. This is, again, really the most significant storm that we have right now. Massive supercell here in Texas near Menard. Mainly producing a large hail threat around baseball-sized hail in here, and then we got our hook, which we're watching for a low tornado risk. So that's really what's up right now at this point. But again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And again, if anything happens, we'll keep you posted. But as of right now, at least the severe weather risk is, at this point, lower than before, which is good news. All right, I gotta refresh my stream. This chat is lagging now. I'm from Miami, Florida, but I live in Belton, Texas. Do tornadoes come through here because I want to see one? Miami, it's usually pretty rare. At least in Miami, I mean, around it, you can sometimes see an isolated tornado from hurricanes, but yeah, just it's not super common there. It's more common in Texas for sure. But Florida does get a lot of tornadoes. Again, they're just usually not in Miami. I mean, they're a lot of the time in surrounding areas, like rural areas. Thank you, Casey, for becoming a Velocity member. Fort Worth will get hit more likely than not, but it probably won't be severe weather. It'll probably just be isolated wind and hail, which would be probably small and not much. Hey, Wiggly for $4.99. Indiana is in the line for at least some severe weather next week. Again, I'll have a more detailed forecast on that probably tomorrow. I do not chase storms usually. I mean, I've chased hurricanes before, but at some point in the future, though, I do want to chase storms. All right. No tropical storms so far this year, which is interesting. We hardly ever have tropical storms anytime before May to begin with. It's not very common. What's up, brother? Oh, Lord. This is getting out of control. Thank you, Delta, for becoming a Velocity member. Hurricanes usually, or even tropical storms in general, they usually don't form until, like... You usually don't start until at least June. It's usually, it's rare to see anything before May, especially. We sometimes have something in May. It's just not overly common. Got a massive hail core, by the way, on this storm. It's growing. Just west of Menard, very rural parts of Texas. That hail is significant right now on this storm. Trying to get the CC on here. Yeah, that's a lot of hail falling there near Menard. How do chasers contact you to provide footage? I don't know what you mean by that. How many members? We're up to 76 right now today. I need more lights in the background, brother. Brother. Maybe in the future. I don't know. If you guys actually see anything interesting on, like, if you guys ever look at Amazon, you see any interesting lights that I could put in the background, let me know. I'll look into it. Would you dare chase with Reed? 100%. Yeah, if you guys see anything interesting, like lights or decoration or anything, let me know. Because I do want to add stuff to the background here. Especially if the bed's gone. Which I'm not sure if it's 100% gone, but... it'd be cool to have some more lights back there. Okay, we don't need all the sketch references here. Oops. My mic stand is getting too low. This mic stand is horrendous. It's like, it's horrible. Horrible quality. I got it on Amazon. I thought it would be better. Like, it's really not good. No, we're sending you lights. If you send me lights, I mean, I don't even know what I would do with the lights if you send me any. Unless it's like weather related, I could probably fit it in somewhere. Thank you, Dragon, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, I don't think this storm's gonna produce. It's still struggling. Near Menard, Texas. I'm not getting an 8-inch sign, guys. Oh my god. Green screen? No, I'm not gonna get a green screen for this. Man, no, it's just AI generated text. Nothing special. Will Waco get hit? Waco, Texas is not going to really see anything. Again, it'd be isolated gusty winds or small hail. Standing desk? I'm not getting a standing desk. We are getting a new desk, though. It'll come in tomorrow, I think. And that desk will be much larger than this one. It's a pretty small desk that I'm using right now. But we'll have a new large desk, and I'm not sure how it's going to fit in here. So basically, the bed could go back to where it was before if that desk does not fit, like, well enough. But it will fit. I don't know to the degree of it, how it will fit. Because I also have two massive lights. I mean, I got one over here, got one up here. You can't see it, but they're huge. And those lights take up a lot of space. So the desk doesn't really go right against the wall. Thank you, Doobie. Appreciate it. I'm not getting a bunk bed. I mean, I'm the only one here. Keep the neon cloud light. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep it, but we might add more. We'll see. Don't you need a bed to sleep in? I mean, I have a bed. It's just not, it's not behind me. You know, the bed moving doesn't, you know, mean I don't have anywhere to sleep anymore. For the record. A race car bed? Oh my god. A race car bed. DFW, once again, mostly just gusty winds and small hail. I'm not expecting anything significant there. These streams always get so weird at the end. I sleep? I know. I know it's shocking information, but yeah, I do actually sleep. It's pretty shocking. Supercell bed. Yes. Actually, yeah, that'd be pretty sick. Get a supercell bed. Thank you, Cindy, for becoming a Velocity member. It's incredible how many people actually want the bed back. Like, it's insane. It's a ridiculously high number of you guys that want the bed back. Thank you, Sid, for the $5 super chat. I do sleep. Strong rotation in Mexico? Wow. That is a supercell. I don't know about rotation. It's a bit contaminated. But there might be something there. That's a massive storm, though, in Mexico. I swear, they get some of the largest storms here in this area. I've seen a lot of large storms there in Mexico before. I mean, we still have a large inflow on this storm that's still going down to the south. It just, there's not really much rotation on radar. Got a massive hail core, we got a hook and everything. Just, it's not really doing much. That's awesome, Jenna. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Thank you, Sweet, for the $3.99. Thank you, Todd, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some marks in the chat for Todd. That is our highest tiered membership. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Tubi, for the $5 super chat. Can I look at Brownwood? I don't think there's really anything happening up there. If anything, it's just, yeah, it's just strong storm. Oh, we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning now for DFW. Damaging winds up to 60. And that would be why. A damaging wind threat. Could get some flying trampolines here near the Dallas-Fort Worth area with this storm. That is a damaging wind threat that is heading towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Once again, nothing really that significant, but it's something. I do not expect a tornado here for the record. The tornado possible is for the other storm. But this is a severe thunderstorm that's going to probably just produce damaging winds, and that's it. And a lot of lightning for sure. It's kind of on track for Dallas down the road. Thank you, Hannah. Appreciate it. Connor did sign off. Yeah, Connor's done. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know. We hit 100,000 subscribers over the span of like 2 years. We've almost gained another 100,000 in the last like 70 days. Like, it's kind of crazy. We're right now about 4,000. We're about 6,000 subscribers right now from 200,000, which is insane. This storm is a weird one. This is barely even rotating. It's just a massive supercell near Menard, Texas. How do you become a member? The link is in the description. It's also the join button. Do your weather classmates know about your YouTube reporting? I've kind of said it before. I mean, not very many of them know. Very little people know about it. Even professors. There's only like a few. Who's Connor? Connor's the storm chaser that we're with. Connor Croft. But he's terminated his stream for the night. He's done. He's had a good day. We ended up seeing that tornado before a tornado warning got issued earlier, for the record. So, just pretty good. At least got the warning out a bit before the tornado warning, was issued. It was always a good thing. That was the one near Robert Lee. That was prior to officially being tornado warned. At least we think it was a tornado. It looked like. I mean, we had power flashes and everything. So, presumably, that is what happened there. What about Fort Worth? Fort Worth right now is looking at damaging winds. That's it. Nothing else. And lightning, but that's it. And rain. Sorry. There's 3 things that you're looking at, but, the main thing is just damaging winds. Over 30 million views? I don't know how many total views we have on this channel anymore. I really don't pay attention to stats that much. Wow. We're actually over 30 million views all time. That's pretty impressive. Sheesh. Didn't even know. We had about 7 million views last month. I do know that. Last month was our highest viewed month ever. Which is bananas. And mainly a hail threat with the storm. That's going to be probably weakening north of Amarillo. Got a tornado possible in Kansas here. Not really seen much. And Scott City. Hail, wind. Storms in northwest Kansas, just wind really, maybe a little bit of hail. McCook had a 71 mile per hour wind gust, believe it or not. A little bit of hail up there too. Nothing really too crazy over there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning on that storm that we've been watching forever. That is producing 2-inch hail, 60 mile to 70 mile per hour winds, and then a TP on it, which is a tornado possible label. So that's still going. That'll be going towards Junction, Texas. Actually, a bit more populated there. Sharknado probabilities in the next 24 hours? I don't know, man. I would say it's more of like a, I don't know. We don't really have any, I mean, we don't have any really water in Texas. And the storms that are going to be happening are not going to be near this area. Like near the ocean. So, you know, chance of a Sharknado is, I would say, pretty low. Yes, there is a GoFundMe for that family that was hit by that tornado. The Lambert family. I'm not sure what the GoFundMe's at now. I mean, I posted the link of the GoFundMe literally everywhere on all my social media platforms that I could. Which I think a lot of you guys did donate through those that link, which was again a GoFundMe. Let's see what it's at now. Wow, they breached the goal. They end up breaching the goal. They're at 59,000 now. It's crazy. The weather community came together and helped that family out. But yeah, if you guys do want to donate to that, again, the link's posted on my Twitter. It's posted on Facebook. It's posted also on our YouTube community page. We chipped in $500. I know Ryan Hall's squad there chipped in like $10,000. So, I mean, a lot of people in the weather space came together and helped out. Obviously, not really any of us know who this family is, but we just know, you know, what we saw yesterday on Freddie McKinney's stream. Like, they were directly hit by this tornado. The home was leveled. So, you know, I'm glad they're doing better. It sounds like they are doing better. They got the immediate attention that they needed. So, a lot of good news there overall. And hopefully, again, we can contribute to a lot more of these causes in the future as well. By the way, thank you to Lillian for becoming a maximum or moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Don't thank me for donating, by the way. Like, I mean, honestly, a lot of this is, again, because of you guys. You know, it's not because of me. You know, hopefully we're helping and getting the word out, but it has nothing to do with really me. It's all you guys. But hopefully we can chip in more in the future to a lot of these things. Like, I'll try to set aside like a percentage and just try to like put it into this stuff like this. Because I mean, that's the goal again, is to help people. It's not to, you know, obviously I'm still in college, so I have a crazy amount of expenses. But like, you know, after that, I mean, there should be way easier to streamline stuff like that, be charitable and whatnot. Delta, yeah, the jet stream has a major play on the storms this season. I mean, again, we're in a La Nina, you know, El Nino transition period, so, you know, it's a big play in what we're seeing right now. Jet stream is, I mean, the jet stream pattern overall varies by, you know, La Nina or El Nino, so, I mean, I could do a detailed video on it. It's just, you know, we're kind of in a transition period right now. Corey, I've used a bunch of different radar websites and stuff and different radar softwares. I still think this is really the best one all around. I do not get extra credit for this channel, no. I get asked that a lot. Thank you, Lillian, for the $5 donation. That's awesome. I'm glad I can inspire you. No problem at all. Check Abilene. Look at Abilene. Looks great right now. What is happening right here? Is this just windmill contamination or something? I'm actually curious. I mean, this beam must be like really low or something. It's picking up on something southwest of Abilene. Does anybody know? Is that windmills or something? Because that's not a storm. Not sure what that is. Might just be windmills. Windmills don't look that large. I don't know. I think hurricane season will be crazy, honestly. The GoFundMe link, again, is under our YouTube community page. It's also on our Twitter page. It's on our Facebook page. Again, all those links are in the description below. I didn't directly link it down below, but that's where you can find it. I probably should have. I just didn't think of it. Looks like we do have some rain-wrapped rotation here just south of Menard, so we might have to watch this a little bit here over the next few minutes. A little bit of something there. It's not much. There's something. I do cover hurricanes. Yep, we will be covering hurricanes. The bed will be back. It could be back. We'll see. We will see. We have another view of this. Yeah, there's rotation here. So there's still some rotation on this storm. It's going to be going into a little bit of a radar hole here soon, but there's still just a little bit of rotation there near Menard. The goal was 50K, but I think GoFundMe automatically bumps the goal up higher or something. I don't know. The initial goal was 50K. What, Misty? What? It's going backwards again? I don't think this is going backwards. This has been going southeast for the last several minutes, and I hope it continues like that, because we don't need another drunk NATO, I'll be honest with you. Like, and we don't even need a tornado in general, but, like, you know, we don't need a drunk NATO. But, I mean, that's definitely intensifying just a little bit. It's going to be going towards Junction, Texas. Fort Worth is mostly just gusty winds. Main concern is gusty winds. Nothing else really there. Sharknado. Not getting a Sharknado tonight. It's gonna organize? It might. I mean, it's quite rain-wrapped, and the inflow is kind of gone here now, but it's there. There's definitely something here. Oh, is that a windmill? Okay, so that is a windmill farm. I don't think the CC... I don't think there's any CC drop on that Mexico storm. That one was mostly just hail. I don't know if I'm live tomorrow, guys. I'll figure it out tomorrow morning. I may or may not be live tomorrow. I don't know yet. I don't really want to go live tomorrow because I'd rather be able to at least have a day off before the big severe weather event next week, but if needed, we will go live. I just don't know if we will. It's a very rural area. Most of these events have been very rural, so luckily there's not, again, a ton of people being hit by these storms, but I'll see what the outlook looks like tomorrow morning. I'll look at what the radar looks like. But once again, we've been live 8 of the last 9 days, so, you know, we'll see. I'm not entirely sure yet. Not sure. Thank you, Critical for becoming a Velocity member. Welcome to the Velocities. We have 81 new members today, by the way. Appreciate all the new members. I'm thinking about taking tomorrow off. I don't know yet. If I don't take tomorrow off, we're definitely taking Sunday off. We need at least one day to relax. At least one, or not really relax. I'll be probably doing stuff, but, you know, a little bit more relaxing. 100% JD, 100%. I will unsub if I can't get an answer. There's 7,500 of you and there's one of me. So the probability of you getting an answer from me is not low, but it's definitely not that high. It's hard to answer questions when this chat is going so fast. There's something here. That rotation's actually a bit stronger here. Let's see the next update here. This could get tornado warned. Yeah, it's just north of Junction. The weather in Houston is not concerning. Again, there's really nothing happening there. It's just, if there's anything happening, it's rain. Looks pretty fine right now, though, to me. We don't have a CC drop on this, but again, it is a strong couplet north of Junction. We'll see what happens. A lot of hail, too, but that could technically be contamination, but it is a little bit stronger. We'll see. Thank you, Frank, for the $20 super chat. I'm glad I can help, and thank you for your generosity. Family in Junction, they're prepping. It's a good thing. I mean, definitely make sure you protect your vehicle if you haven't already. I mean, there's significant hail for sure coming towards Junction right now. How big is the hail? It's 2 inches right now, diameter. It could be larger. Again, we've had times with this storm that's been much higher than that. It's been upwards of baseball size, but it is currently warned for 2 inches in diameter. It could be going down, though. I mean, you know, this storm's been going forever. I don't think it's going to be higher than 2 inches anytime soon. I think it'll probably kind of go down from here, hopefully. Hey, you geek for the $9.99. Take tomorrow off. I need the day off. It's Saturday for me. We'll see. Again, I don't know. We might be live. We might not be. Not sure yet. I am getting hungry, though, and I don't know what I'm eating. Everything's almost closed. It's 9:30. I could get McDonald's. Fun fact. It's only $5 or $6 or whatever it is for a meal. I'm not getting IHOP. I don't know what I'm doing. Slow storm tonight? All these storms are slow. That's, you know, I'm actually surprised I've stayed somewhat sane with these storms when they're slow. I used to have issues. Whenever we had really slow storms going at like 10 miles per hour, I'd run out of things to talk about because they're just so slow. I mean, but these storms have been producing tornadoes and such, and it's been obviously much more intensive than that. I'm not door dashing. Again, I'm definitely going somewhere. There's no way I'm door dashing. DoorDash is like $40. Thank you, Frank, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do cook, but not really that often. During severe weather season like this, it's hard to do that because, I mean, I'm live multiple hours a day. I'm prepping multiple hours a day, too. I mean, again, before and after streams, I mean, I'm still prepping, I'm still doing stuff. It's not like, you know, it's just this and that's it. Do I have a short attention span? I wouldn't say so. Get a steak. Might be too late to get a steak. I haven't had a steak in a while. PDS IHOP? Yeah, we have a PDS IHOP alert. By the way, that rotation's weaker on the latest scan. It's there, it's not much. I don't think this will get warned for tornado unless it tries to recycle here. Seems like the storm overall is just kind of outflow dominant, and it's not really going to do anything besides the hail and wind threat. Thank you, JD, for the $25 super chat. Appreciate it. Hey, no offense to Debbie, by the way, if you're still here. No offense. I mean, I'm just saying, I cannot answer every question. We have 7,600 viewers, and I'm be honest with you, like, a question like, what's the weather and wherever, it's just, I mean, it's not hard to look it up, you know? And I'm not being, and again, it's not to be rude, I'm just saying, like, if there's nothing happening in Houston or anywhere over there right now, it looked pretty nice overall. I don't think there's even anything on the radar over here. There's literally nothing on the radar. Like, you know, you're fine. You're good. But I definitely look at the weather app, and then if you have storms in the forecast or whatever, and you have a question, then let me know. But I mean, there's nothing happening there right now. Yeah, nothing to be rude here. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, you know, there's nothing happening there. You are good. You are good. What an exciting channel. We'll have to remember this one. Okay. Appreciate the comment. Go to Costco and get your $1.50 hot dog. Sounds pretty good right about now. I don't think Costco's even open anymore. Yeah, that rotation weakened out, so I do think the tornado threat's going down on this storm. Why do we have 18 severe thunderstorm warnings still? There are so many warnings. They're everywhere. Got one in Dallas right now. We got the storms rolling through Dallas with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Whoa. What is going on here? We got a strong area of wind right now on the southwest side of Tarrant County near DFW. This is upwards of not 110 miles per hour, but probably around 60, maybe a little bit higher than that. The base velocities were showing higher though. It's showing like, well, actually no, it's not, just a different color table, but like 60, 65. Got some strong winds right now going through the southwest side of Tarrant County though, near Dallas, Fort Worth. No bad weather at DFW today. I never said no bad weather. I did say isolated damaging winds if any storms are severe. I think. I said something along those lines. But the threat of severe weather here, I mean, it was mostly just supposed to be ordinary storms. It's a pretty, low threat still. Just damaging winds. But technically, I don't think DFW is in the threat today. Or you might have been added to the marginal. Yeah, actually, DFW was added to the marginal in the latest outlook. But if any severe weather happens, it would just be like this, isolated damaging winds. Thank you, Shane, for becoming a moderate velocity member. We're up to 84 new members today, by the way. If we got 16 more members, that would be the second day in a row with over 100 in the stream, which is pretty crazy. We have a storm near Lawton, Oklahoma, which is also producing some isolated hail and wind. Also east-northeast of Amarillo, another storm like that. Again, most of these storms in the Texas Panhandle are weakening. The ones in Kansas are still producing damaging winds and hail and maybe an isolated tornado, but the threat again is relatively low at this point. So yeah, I'm not looking at anything too concerning right now. Thank you, Holly, for the 199. Were there any tornadoes? Yeah, there was. I don't know how long you've been gone, but there was a couple of tornadoes earlier. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. We are 140 subscribers away from 194,000, so make sure to subscribe down below if you're new here. And yeah, I was about to check something. Let's see if we have any other reports on Twitter here. I don't see a whole lot of concerning storms left, as I mentioned before. I mean, a lot of this is just wind and hail. Again, this one that's near Menard has been a large hail producer here for a while. But it's not really rotating anymore. The ones in Kansas are mostly wind. So, I don't know. Not a whole lot left right now when it comes to a tornado threat. Thank you, Jenny and Sally, for becoming Velocity members. We're not getting to 200,000 subs in the stream. There's just no way. We would need over 6,000 people to subscribe between now and then to have that happen. I am Kathy. Yes, I am. Yeah, for some reason, I don't know who added the 8-inch emoji, but that's there for some reason. I couldn't tell you why. Don't know why. But it's there now. Part of history. Yeah, I think this storm's kind of dying out. Let's go back to Kansas real quick. Not really seeing much rotation. There's a little bit north of sublet, but it's not much. A couple of storms up here to the northwest. I swear all these storms have a TP label on them. Like every single one of them. No problem, Kathy. Welcome in. This is not how a typical coverage goes, by the way. I usually don't talk to chat a whole lot unless there's something, you know, unless there's not much happening. There's a lot happening. We're usually pretty focused in, but I mean, there are a lot of warnings. It's just a lot of these storms right now are marginal threats. I mean, we got damaging winds, got golf ball sized hail. Nothing really too tornadic from what I'm seeing, though. Which obviously up here, there was not really much of a tornado risk. It was mostly just hail and wind, but yeah, pretty low risk right now. It's also snowing, apparently, in, like, northern Nebraska right now, which is just whack with having severe weather at the same time. Gorilla, if there are severe near you, it would just be isolated damaging winds. I need a PDS IOP emoji. That'd be crazy. That would be wild. DFW is just looking at damaging winds. That's it right now. Damaging winds up to 60. Maybe 65. The storm looks like crap on radar, but the velocities are actually still pretty strong. The strongest winds right now are south of Fort Worth. They're just south of Benbrook. All those bright greens, that's the highest damaging wind threat. Thank you, DH. Whoever DH is, appreciate you ordering a t-shirt or a couple t-shirts on our Max Velocity shop. It only tells me the initials. It never tells me the name. But whoever does buy merch, I do appreciate it. And if you do want to buy any merch, the link's in the description. It's also in the chat. We might be adding a Drunk NATO t-shirt at some point. We'll see. Yeah, this is a very populated area. I mean, you know, I used to live around here, so you know, there's a lot of people here. But luckily, the threat is just isolated wind. There's no tornado threat here, which I'll take it off the tornado possible just for no confusion here. PDS IHOP or Drunk NATO shirt, I'll take 10. If anything, it'd be a Drunk NATO. Otherwise, I'd have to get some sort of licensing from IHOP. We're at 86 new members today, not 100. Definitely buying a Drunk NATO shirt. Might have to do it. Might have to do it. If you're a graphic designer and you want to graphic design that, join my Discord server, message me, and you might get paid if you do it. I actually might make one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I guess good thing we didn't go off air yet. We have a tornado warning in Kansas. There's a lot of circulation near Highway 23. This is south of Gove City. We covered this area the other night, actually. There was a tornado warning literally here. I'm not seeing a whole lot. Again, this is in Kansas. It's an area of circulation, but like this is the right here. It's very rural areas near Highway 23. If you're in this warning, obviously seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, it's not a super populated area. It's just like a population, I think, of like 100 or 200 here. I remember we covered this the other night. So luckily, it's a very small area. It's 122. So it's a very small area, very rural, just south of Gove, in southern Gove County, Kansas. It's south of Granfield and south of Park. But again, the main concern here would be hail, but there's also a chance here for maybe a brief tornado. You have enough rotation where there could be a tornado. Areas out in front of this would include South Waukene. So be vigilant if you're in those areas. But otherwise, it's, again, very rural part here of Kansas. But if anything happens, we'll keep you posted. Thank you, Fert Saint, and also Ariana for becoming Velocity members. I support the drunk t-shirt idea. Yeah, again, if you're a graphic designer and you want to design a Drunk NATO t-shirt, join our Discord server and message me. The link's down below. Because I might do that. We might have one. surprised people aren't talking about the flooding in southeast Texas. There's a lot of flooding. I mean, they had an overload of rain the other day. So, you know, there was a ton of rain there the other day. But Texas does get, I mean, southeast Texas does at least get 1 or 2 flooding events every year. It's pretty common. I just got a comment 26 minutes ago on my oldest video ever. Or my least viewed video ever. From Vari. Somebody looked to find my least viewed video on YouTube and commented on it. So that's actually pretty funny. Thank you, Jurgens, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in Kansas, south of Gove City. It's, again, very rural parts of Kansas. I'm not seeing a whole lot. I mean, there's a little bit of rotation. Granted, we're far away from a radar site, so it's a little bit harder to tell what we're looking at the ground. But if we do have a tornado, it'd be near Highway 23, and it'll be approaching the southeast side of Gove City, probably in about 10 to 15 minutes. But once again, not super concerned about this. But again, we'll stay live just in case, but it's nothing too crazy here. Thank you, Ricky, by the way, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate it. This is the latest scan. Again, it's pretty broad rotation right now. I don't think it's an imminent concern. But if you're in this warning, just stay in your safe place just in case. Still something to watch for. Could still drop a tornado. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I really don't see much there. I'm looking at other places too. Granted, we are far away from a radar site. But, like, this area of storms, mostly just wind. Might be a little bit of rotation on that tornado-warned cell. Nebraska, mostly just wind and hail. Texas storms are mostly all hail and wind now. And also the one that's the most significant hailstorm thus far, that's kind of done. So we don't have a tornado risk there. So at this point, really the only storms that have any chance at tornadoes now would be in Kansas. And they would be like this one here. So, but this one's still not really looking that healthy. Thank you, Deborah, for becoming a Velocity member. What about Garden City, Kansas? Where in the world is Garden City? Oh, down here? I think you're already done. If not, yeah, you're pretty much done. Just strong storms if you're on the east side with gusty winds and small hail and perhaps some lightning. 13 more members. Or actually, we need 10 more members. We're 10 away from 100. Yeah, I mean, I agree. The rural areas, you know, it's hard to get emergency services and stuff. But I'm just saying overall, like, you know, it's rural and there's really not a whole lot here when it comes to rotation. There could be a tornado here. It's not really that definitive on radar when it comes to the rotation. So I'm not seeing much. I mean, I'm not seeing an imminent tornado here, but we could still get something. I'm just saying the rotation here on radar is not very impressive. It could drop a tornado, but it would be south of Gove City. A lot of farmlands. We covered this area literally, I think it was either yesterday or the day before. Like, you know, it was one of those 2 days. And we had a tornado warning here, and we had a few land spouts, but we never had a tornado. So this area has already been hit, like, within the last couple of days. We covered this the other night. Thank you, Hannah, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Mitch, for the $9.99. Every time I think about the weather, you are here live. It's pretty true. Thank you, Mitch, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. And also thank you, Java, for becoming a Velocity member. 7 away from 100. 7 away. Jeff, yeah, if you get severe weather there in Keeler, Texas, the main concern will be wind. I'm not expecting really any sort of significant tornado threat at this point in Texas. I think the tornado risk is pretty low to 0 now. Maybe some hail. That's about it. Hey, Savannah, for the 1 gifted. What about overnight in Texas? I think actually most of the storms in Texas overnight tonight will die down and really kind of diminish. Most of the storms today are primarily from daylight heating. So majority of the storms should not last much past like 10 or 11 tonight. They should weaken for the most part. Thank you, Nikki, for the 5 gifted members. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Debbie. I don't know why the velocities just did that. Back down to the site. Now 1 away. We're 1 away. 1 away from 100. Yeah, this rotation's broadened out quite a bit. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much here. Broad rotation south of Gove City. So again, southern Gove County in Kansas. If anything develops, I'll let you know, but once again, doesn't look too concerning. We've officially hit 100 members in today's stream. Thank you, Fat, for the Water Velocity member. Yay! I'm getting super hungry. This warning goes for 21 more minutes. Yeesh. That rotation, I think, is going to die or either go north out of the warning before this thing. Unless it... again, I don't really see much here. It's relatively broad rotation. It's not really... It's also pretty weak, but... And just in case we'll stay live. Thank you, Ashley, and also Nikki, for becoming Velocity members. And Shelby. Thank you, Chady, for the $16 super chat. Appreciate it. I'll try to do a video on how to use Radar Omega, but I think there's already tutorials out there on YouTube. I could be wrong. But if not, I mean, I can try to do something at least for members only and maybe public. I don't know. If I do it, it'll probably be members only, and then I might upload it to like Facebook or something for public. I've had a lot of people asking me about it, so. Sure, change the virtual railfan to from Fort Madison. Let me check. I've had it on Fort Madison for the last few days, even yesterday when we didn't have any storms there. I just kind of forgot to change it. Give me 1 second, and I'll look. If you're just tuning in, again, this is a tornado warning in very rural parts of Kansas, south of Gove City. Broad and weak area of circulation. It's not super concerning, but if you are in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Wow, got a lot of flashes there, and that's the live camming Carney. That right there is the... That's actually a lot of lightning. Look at all that lightning on the right side of your screen in Kearney, Nebraska. There's a ton of cloud-to-cloud lightning. It's like a flash every second or two. Thank you, Jack, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. They have updated this tornado warning. It's been condensed. Not really that condensed. I mean, it's pretty much the same area, but the rotation on radar, at least from this radar site, is pretty weak. The other radar site here is also still relatively weak. So I think the storm's kind of weakened out. Still low tornado potential, maybe on this like southern side of the storm. But I would say it's pretty minimal right now in the storm near Gove City. Thank you, Russell, for the $4.99. This warning is south of Gove City, Kansas. Again, it's in very rural parts of Kansas. If anything develops, again, I'll let you know, but I'm not seeing much right now. Fort Worth is mainly an isolated damaging wind threat. That's about it right now. Okay. That was Benbrook. Again, just isolated damaging winds. Thoughts on the next week on the multi-day outbreak? I will have a video on that tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow morning I'll have a video on that, out on that. If not, I will try to have a video on Sunday, but I'll have a video tomorrow on the multi-day outbreak next week. Again, if anybody is a graphic designer that wants to try to design that Drunkenado t-shirt or whatever, message me on Discord. I have no interest thus far, unfortunately, but I'm not a graphic designer, so if I make one, it's probably going to look horrendous. This is a new area of circulation, so this is a new area that would be the next concern on the south side of Ghost City. Next week will be exhausting. This week's already been pretty exhausting. Next week will be even more exhausting. Next week is going to be way more busy. It's going to be a lot busier. We need a whole merch team at this point. I don't sell enough merch to have a merch team. Any bad storms for Edmond, Oklahoma overnight tonight? I don't think Oklahoma is going to have really much overnight. Again, it'll be just isolated wind if you get anything. But I think most of the storms in both Oklahoma and Texas will kind of die down because of daylight heating ending. So, at least I don't have class. I know. That's the best part. I mean, I honestly haven't really been that tired this week. Like, you know, after final exams, I've been feeling better. JD. Oh my god. Some insane lightning and Carney? I know. It actually is pretty crazy. Let me, I'll full cam it real quick while we wait for the next radar scan here. This is on virtual railfan. Oh, train's coming. The things just went down. Crossbars, but all that lightning, look at it. Just a lightning show in Carney right now. Hey, Shauna, becoming a Velocity member. The lightning is pretty incredible with these storms. I mean, it's frequent lightning here. There's your train. Yay. How dangerous is lightning? Lightning can be dangerous, especially if you were caught outside when there's lightning. Underground lightning can strike you and injure you, or even do more than that. Need 1 day to rest. No rest in weather. That lightning's pretty crazy. I'll go back to it in a minute. This is 3 minutes old. Still waiting on the next radar scan here. Yeah, pretty broad area of circulation. I'll be honest with you, I'm not super concerned about this storm, but obviously, again, if you're in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place. If anything develops here, I'll let you know. It's not super concerning. Here's the, again, virtual rail fan out of Kearney, Nebraska. This is not a tornado-warned storm, but there's a lot of lightning. Pretty impressive. On a summer night in Florida, you see this quite often. There's a lot of thunderstorms. You see this often. There's a lightning show in Kearney. Beautiful lightning show.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning in a different area, north of Cimarron, Kansas. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's actually a bit of a stronger area. That's your rotation right there. It's actually a little bit stronger. This will be going towards Ravenna and Calvesta, Kansas, over the next few minutes. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. and in an interior room of your home or building. And that's radar indicated rotation. Nothing confirmed on this as of now, but it will be moving to the northeast over the next several minutes. This includes a population of 301, so we're triple the other one. But regardless, I mean, again, population's kind of irrelevant. I'm just saying that's the general area of how many people are in this area. At least it's rural. Again, a lot of these tornado warnings, luckily, have been in smaller areas instead of like massive cities. I mean, yesterday we almost had a hit in Abilene, which was, you know, could have been bad if that happened. But once again, this is a new tornado warning. Stronger couplet that's south of Highway 156 and just south of Highway 23, going to be going towards Ravenna and Calvesta, Kansas. Yeah, we got a couple tornado warnings. I mean, the one that's up to the north, I haven't seen much on. The one that's back over near in Gove County, it's not really doing much. So I'm not really concerned about this one. There's a little bit of rotation. It's not much. I don't think it's enough, really, to produce something. This one, though, on the other hand, is a bit stronger. But even then, it might kind of take a left-hand turn. It's kind of doing that a little bit right now. And if it does that, I don't think it's going to produce. But obviously, it could still produce. So we're going to keep a close eye on it. And here's the latest scan. So latest scan, it's kind of broadening out all of a sudden. So yeah, we'll keep a close eye on it. But again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot there. It's broadening out again. Trying to see if we have anything else here. I'm not really seeing much else. But again, both these tornado warnings are in Kansas right now. That lightning is just crazy there in Kearney. It's crazy. And no new reports on Twitter on any of these storms. Got another train going by. Oh, wait, never mind. We don't. Never mind. All right. Lots of lightning in Arlington. There is a storm there producing damaging winds, but again, it's not really that much of a concern at this point. DFW is just strong storms now, nothing severe. Wow, this storm's actually now upgraded to tennis ball sized hail, the one in Junction, Texas. So that storm's actually gone up in hailstone size. I kind of thought it would go down, but it ended up going up. So if you're in Junction, Texas, stay away from windows. And then again, our only tornado warnings right now are in Kansas. But as of right now, I'm not seeing anything super concerning here. Rotation's a bit broader, but we'll see if anything does try to intensify here. God, I keep yawning. I forgot we had a tennis ball emoji. I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, this rotation's still relatively broad on the storm near Gove City. I don't think that warning will continue, or if it does, it'll just be let to expire. This one, again, that's back over near Ravenna. We'll see what the next radar scan shows. I do think it's broadening out here. You might have tornado sirens going off in DFW, but it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, it just means severe weather. It doesn't mean tornadoes, you know. It just means that there's severe storms in the area. Sometimes it can mean tornado warning, but in Texas, for some reason, they do it for severe weather, too. All right, radar just updated. We'll see what the velocities show. Sorry, by the way, but thank you, Bust, for the $7 donation earlier. I missed that. I do appreciate it. My apologies. I just saw that. Yeah, sirens go off in DFW for everything. I mean, they literally go off for everything. It's not... No, it's nothing new. They go off for basically everything. But, you know, I mean, mainly they go off for hail or wind, and, you know, if there is a tornado warning, they'll most of the time go off for that too, but, you know, they do go off for just regular severe weather too. I don't really get that. I don't know. I don't get it, but that's what they do. Have tornado sirens going off in Garden City, Kansas. Well, I guess they go off there too. Garden City is... They're not even in a warning. Oh, it might be... You might hear them because of the tornado warning to the east. But Garden City in particular, I don't know why there'd be sirens going off. The storm's off to your east. And it will not be coming towards you, by the way. Native, the one I have on the right side of the screen, no. Yeah, velocities right are never updated on this latest scan. I do think the rotation's probably weakening, though. But if you're in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place, just in case this does try to do anything weird. Again, this is in Kansas right now. We have a couple of warnings in Kansas. Sorry, I keep yawning. One near Ravenna, and then we have the other one up to the north. Near Gove City in southern Gove County. Thank you, Lisa, for becoming a Velocity member. Kudos for staying on for the entirety. Yeah, we went live for 6.5 hours. Didn't really mean to be live for that long today, but it seems to happen every time. I always plan on being live for like 3 hours, and then we go live for like 6 or 7 or 8. I will say, though, if this rotation doesn't look super concerning in the next couple of scans, we might just end it early, because, I mean, well, not early, but, you know, might end it at some point, because I'm not seeing a whole lot here. And these are pretty rural parts of Kansas, and I'm hungry. I'm starving, and I don't feel like getting DoorDash. 14 hours later. At this rate, we could probably go for 14 hours. The storm definitely has cheese curd sized tail. I don't know what beaver sized tail is, though. Beaver nugget sized tail? Oh my god. Because why not? I mean, I would stay alive, but I'm like genuinely hungry, and yeah, I'm hungry. There isn't really much happening here. I'm also apparently tired, so I've been yawning. That's the rotation, by the way. Again, I'm not really seeing much there. How are we up to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings? What is happening out here? I mean, we have warnings like everywhere. It's like a mini severe weather outbreak happening tonight. Got severe weather up the wazoo. We're legitimately up to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings here. We have one in Oklahoma. We got... They're just everywhere right now. Weird stuff. They're everywhere. Our rotation's weaker. The other rotation's weaker. They're both pretty weak right now. Yeah, they're pretty weak right now. Nah, nobody has to pay me for DoorDash. I'm not getting DoorDash. Even if somebody did donate me for DoorDash, I'm not getting DoorDash. I just do not feel like spending another $40 on DoorDash. I would not accept. Two more frames? All right, well, we'll hang around at least for one more, maybe two. If nothing intensifies, then we'll call it. DFW is just gusty winds. That's it. And lightning. Taco Bell. Uber Eats. Uber Eats is the same thing. It's still gonna be like $40. It's still a ridiculous amount. They're both the same. I need dessert. Brownie, maybe? No, thank you. I'm probably honestly gonna get McDonald's. I don't know what else I can even get. It's like 11 o'clock. Or not 11, it's 10, but still. Not really much I can get at this time of the night. Looking for some comfort food out here. Yeah, like there's like nothing open right now. Everything closes at 10. It's really annoying. Burger King? Burger King's like McDonald's. It's basically the same thing. I would try Domino's. I'm not doing pizza again. I don't really want to do Domino's either. I don't feel like pizza. I had pizza yesterday. And the day before. Here's the latest radar scan. We'll check out the velocities. They should update here in a second. Again, we're right now in the tornado warning cell near Ravenna. I'm not getting Waffle House. Why would I get Waffle House? Like, that's just like horrendous quality. 2 warnings. Yeah, we got 1 here. We got 1 up to the north. Never mind. That's down to 1. I think the other one just expired. Yeah. We're down to 1 tornado warning. And then we got 16 severe thunderstorm warnings, which is still a pretty crazy amount at this point. But yeah, this tornado warning will probably end up being canceled too. Yeah, if you want to design a Drunk NATO t-shirt for me, just message me on Discord. Again, the Discord link's in the description if you're interested in doing that. If you're a graphic designer or you think you can design something that is pretty good for a Drunk NATO t-shirt or sticker or whatever it might be, then you can join my Discord server, link down below. If not, you can message me on Twitter. One of those 2, preferably. Max doesn't answer. Once again, we got 6,900 people. It's hard to answer every single person's question. Dark 106. What time are storms tomorrow? Storms tomorrow will probably be... I think the start time will be about 3 or 4, and they'll probably go all the way up until like 8 or 9, maybe 10 for the most part there in West Texas. That's like the main time frame. Anybody with Caitlin for the $4 Venmo. Sounds good. I'll try to get back to it at some point. I need to eat though. I would get sick of eating that. I am honestly sick of eating McDonald's. I just don't have anything else to eat. Don't really have many options. Alright, we'll wait for one more scan, and if it's just kind of dead, we'll end it. Because I'm hungry. A friendly reminder, make sure to follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Follow us on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Again, all those links are in the description below.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What? Okay, we're gonna have to stay live. Never mind. What in the world's happening up here? This is up in Nebraska. That is a massive hail core. This is near the... This is near Kearney, actually. I was kind of hoping... I did not think this would happen. I was not... guess we're just gonna keep going. I mean, this is a strong area of rotation. Southwest of Kearney. If you're on this warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Yeah, that's pretty intense. It's hard to tell if it's a tornado because of all the hail here. That might actually be a tornado right there. It's hard to tell, but there might be a tornado here. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. What in the world?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another... This is confirmed. We got a confirmed tornado on the ground by public.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Guys, this is unbelievable. I was so close to ending the stream. Now we have a tornado on the ground in Nebraska. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter. We got a tornado on the ground going towards Wilcox at Axtell, Nebraska right now. We have a strong couplet up here to the north. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, we have a tornado in progress on the storm that's near Wilcox. Moving east-northeast, going towards Axtell, and eventually going towards Minden. This is, again, this is confirmed by public, so might even be a CC drop there. I just can't see it yet. Let's see what the next... Let's do it. Wow, that is impressive. Look at this. We got a massive hook echo on this storm right now. Very strong inflow as well going into the storm. See what the velocity show here in a second. Wow, yeah, that's your tornado right there. It's that right there. It's gonna be west of Wilcox, Nebraska. Gonna be moving towards Axtell. Again, this is just south of Kearney, which we have a live cam, or we did have a live cam. I'm on the wrong screen. There you go. Live cam on the right side of your screen out of Kearney. But there's a lot of lightning with this storm. It looks like a little CC drop there. But that right there would be your tornado that's in progress near Wilcox, moving towards Axtell, Nebraska. Once again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. I guess we're gonna have to order DoorDash because I'm starving. Don't know if I have many options at this point. See if there's any reports about this on Twitter here. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground near Wilcox and Axtell, Nebraska, just south of Kearney. We have another tornado warning on that storm just north of that is rotating. It's not nearly as strong, but it could develop into something. But the storm near Wilcox has a confirmed tornado, again, confirmed by public. So this is a confirmed tornado heading east-northeast, going to be heading in the direction of Wilcox. For the record, these two tornado warnings include a population of about 7,500, so there's a lot more people in this area comparatively to the Kansas storms. So again, if you know any friends or family in Wilcox, Funk, Old Ridge, Axtell, make sure to give them a call or text. Make sure they're in their safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And the one that is confirmed is the one near Wilcox that has a very strong inflow. Definitely a bit more of a concern here right now. I'll have another radar scan here in just a second. Tucker, can you look for barbecue? Just message me if you see anything on DoorDash. Yeah, this hail core is impressive. I don't know. I don't think it's golf ball size. I think it's larger than that. That hail core is I mean, I don't know. It might not be larger than golf balls, but it's pretty impressive on reflectivity. All that white there. But this radar beam, for the record, might be a bit lower. The third tornado warning is in Kansas, which has now been canceled, I believe, or expired. That one was canceled. So we only have these two now in Kansas. Or sorry, these two in Nebraska. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Again, the tornado that's on the ground is the one near Wilcox, moving northeast. If you're in this warning, again, you need to seek shelter. It's a confirmed tornado by public, moving northeast. I looked up barbecue and it comes up with Chili's. How is Chili's barbecue? Still waiting on a radar scan. Again, this would be your confirmed tornado, and this is the latest scan. So that's your tornado right here heading towards Wilcox. And we might have something up in here northeast of Holdridge. Looks like we still have some sort of CC thing there, but let's see what the velocities show. We're waiting for a velocities update here. There we go. So that's the tornado. So now if that's still on the ground, it's on the northwest side of Wilcox. So again, if you're in Wilcox, Nebraska, or Axtell, you've got to get to your safe place, and also on the southeast side of Funk. Those are the two areas, or the three areas that are really in the main track of this storm right now. Anywhere in the pink polygon, you should be in your safe place, but obviously those areas as well. But again, that right there would be your tornado. That is still in progress. Again, that's confirmed by public. We might also have something developing here, but that looks pretty broad at this point. That's north of Funk. That'll be going towards the south side of Kearney for reference. So that's still a concern. Have any cameras in these areas? Kearney's the closest, and that's at the right side of your screen. That's like just to the north of these tornado warnings. Thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate the generous $25 Venmo. I'm trying to order right now, and I'm just not having any luck. It's too hard to do this while I'm doing this. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground on the one near Wilcox, going towards Axtell. And then again, the one north of Funk is still not really looking too concerning, but I would still stay in your safe place just in case. Just in case it tries to do anything. I'm getting a barbecue thing. As long as it isn't too expensive. I can't make a sandwich when we have tornadoes. It just doesn't work like that. See if there's any reports on this on Twitter. We'll have another radar scan in just a moment. Once again, this is a tornado that's on the ground near Wilcox, Nebraska. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. The northern tornado warning is still radar indicated rotation, and that one's been much weaker than this one. So, and the tornado that's on the ground is going towards Axtell right now. It's a whopping $40. Okay, we're not doing that. Never mind. I'll just starve until there's no tornado warnings. There's a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for a large chunk now of southern Nebraska and as well as northern Kansas, and that goes until 2.5 more hours from now, so that's about until midnight. This watch is mainly for hail, wind, and maybe a couple tornadoes. Again, we do still have, again, 2 tornado warnings here. We got the one that's on the ground as of at least a few minutes ago, reported by public near Wilcox. They have gone ahead and canceled the northern tornado warning. So this is the only one that we have right now that's near Wilcox, which again is a confirmed tornado that is still in progress as of what we know. They'll be moving towards Axtell and Minden. So again, if you're in either of... If you're in this area, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in Minden, you do not have to seek shelter right now, but you should stay vigilant because this storm will be going in your direction. The tornado as of about 5 minutes ago was right here. We haven't had a new radar scan, but more than likely that tornado is probably on the south side of Axtell if it's on the ground still. Or maybe not. Maybe it's on the north side of Wilcox. Sorry, that was a bit too far. So that tornado, if it's still on the ground, is now on the north side of Wilcox. That's waiting for the velocities to update here. If it is on the ground. Rotation on the latest scan looks a bit broader, but that right there would be your rotation. So it's on the north side of Axtel. Moving northeast. Don't have any CC drop anymore. We had a bit more. We had a little CC drop before. Not really anymore. There's no way we're gonna be live until 3 a.m. There's no way. I'm so hungry, it's not even funny. I hope this weekends. I really do. I'm hoping. We got 15 severe thunderstorm warnings, so that number's going down a little bit. Honestly, I do think, though, you know, long term, like, being honest with you guys, like, I do think this will actually produce some level of a tornado risk as it moves east. We have a little QLCS developing, so that could produce a tornado threat down the road here through Nebraska. I think the ones in Kansas are not really doing much when it comes to the tornado risk. I think the majority of these storms will be mostly just wind and hail. That's the storm that we're looking at. Again, live cam right side of your screen, and Kearney is also not far from where this tornado warning cell is. I don't have cereal at this place. Nothing for the Lesser Antilles. That's actually the first time I've had somebody ask me that question. No, that's... In terms of hurricanes, we don't have anything coming there. If you're just tuning in, that's where the tornado is. It's going to be just on the north side of Wilcox. If it is still on the ground, which, again, rotation on radar is it's broader at this point, but it could drop again. And if it does, it'll be moving towards Axtell. Going towards Route 634. Thank you, Radar Riley, by the way. Or Wiley, appreciate that. Also, thank you, Todd. Thank you, Myra, by the way. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you for the $25 Venmo. I legitimately, for dinner, I just want McDonald's. Like, I don't want anything special, and I don't want to DoorDash McDonald's for $25 because I can get it for like $6. So, I just drive there. So, that's what I want to do. But hopefully this just kind of weakens out. It is back down to radar indicated rotation, so this is no longer confirmed. It will again be moving towards Axtell over the next few minutes. And it'll be going eventually towards Minden. So we'll see what the next radar scan shows. Again, it might be broadening out. We'll see. Be moving east, northeast, and northeast. Thank you, Mimi. I appreciate the generosity. You guys are too generous, but again, I just want McDonald's. I really don't want to DoorDash anything. I don't know why, I just have that craving right now. Shelby, it is pretty common to have a lot of lightning with storms, especially this time of the year. A lot of instability, warm. I mean, you got a bunch of stuff in play there. You got a lot of ingredients for lots of lightning. I can DoorDash McDonald's, but again, it's like $25 versus like $6. I would literally rather just drive there. But again, we're gonna at least stay live through this warning. If this kind of dies out, then we'll be done. But for now, again, this is still something that could strengthen again. It is kind of a little QLCS that's developed here, so we'll see. If it just kind of broadens out over the next few scans, then we should be good. But that is right now near Axtell and just southwest of Minden. Just bring the stream down to McDonald's. Yeah, let me do that real quick. Let's pack this all into the car. Yeah, I mean, after a tip and everything on DoorDash and stuff, like, McDonald's is easily going to be $25. It's not hard for that to happen. See if there's any other storms that are concerning right now. Aside from this one, which... What time is it? All right, we're at 6 minutes behind on the velocities. This radar is not updating very often, which is a little bit unhelpful. But if there's a tornado on the ground still, or if there is to be one, it would be on the south side of Axtell in Nebraska. That's crazy, JB. I mean, the computer I'm building is a very large fraction of that. It's like a fourth of that. Around a fourth of that. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate your generosity. Very generous. Like, legitimately, I just want McDonald's. Like, it's just, I'm craving it right now. I don't know why. That does not look good. Hopefully that's just hail. Just waiting for the velocities to update. Because that looks like hail to me, but if the velocities are strong here, that could be a tornado. On the south side of Axtell and north of Wilcox. Velocities just haven't updated, though. Thank you, Phenomenal. Yeah, velocities are never updated here, but if we have a tornado, it would be right over Highway 44, just south of Axtell. Eventually moving towards Minden. Once again, this is just south of Kearney, Nebraska. It's not far from there. Which, if you look at the right side of your screen, there's a lot of lightning right now in Kearney. Yeah, Texas is fine. Texas is fine. Mostly just isolated hail and wind. Very low tornado risk. We have an inflow and everything. It's a pretty impressive storm. Got a large swath of rain and hail too. It's actually, again, it's actually a pretty impressive storm on radar. Apparently my mod Tucker needs a new computer. Somebody help. Somebody help. New radar scan will be coming in at any moment. Hopefully we get a velocities update, because that'll help kind of give us an idea of how strong this rotation is, if it is still strong. Still waiting on that scan. Again, if there's a tornado, it would be right here on the south side of Axtell. Is anybody in Axtell, by the way, in the chat right now? I'm just curious. Axtell or Wilcox, Nebraska? All right, here's the latest scan. I don't see a inflow notch anymore, so that might be a good sign. Might is the key word. I live in Minden. Definitely get ready for hail if you're there. Minden's definitely, I almost can assure you, you're going to get some level of hail there. It's a broad area of circulation, but it hasn't really weakened. It's still there. They might end up issuing a new tornado warning for this for Minden. They might. No CC drop, though. I think what we're looking at there is just hail. The area of circulation is still relatively broad. But again, this could drop another tornado. It's not completely finished. It's actually a little bit more organized than the last scan, so that's why, you know, it's a little bit more concerning. We'll see. They might issue a new warning for Minden, though, if this rotation does kind of intensify a little bit. This current tornado warning does go for 7 more minutes, and they canceled the one on the northern side pretty quickly, so, you know, if the National Weather Service doesn't think this is a concern, they'll cancel it, you know, probably relatively quickly. Yeah. Still watching it closely, just in case. Yeah, and I already dropped one tornado. Could drop another. It's fine, Tucker. Next time, have pre-made food in a cooler next to you, maybe a microwave in the room too. That's kind of difficult. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're gonna have a massive desk in here soon when we do all our studio upgrades, and adding a microwave into here would probably be one of the hardest things ever. So there's not gonna be any room. We'd have like no room in here. Light show in Kearney, Nebraska. I know, it's actually insane. For those that have been looking at the right side of your screen, I mean, there's a ton of lightning there in Kearney. The lightning is, like, I mean, it's literally a lightning show. It's pretty incredible how much lightning is happening there right now. Like, non-stop. I mean, these storms are intense. Don't get me wrong. They are relatively intense. Any chasers out here? I have no clue. There's always there's chasers everywhere, like all the time, but I don't have a clue. Not of any that I would know of. Train coming? There's always a train. Those power flashes? No, that's just lightning. That's just a ton of lightning. Now, everything that you're seeing there in Kearney is lightning. I mean, if you look at Kearney, they're not that close to the warning. If there were to be a tornado, it would be currently 18 miles south of Kearney, so not even that close. Train NATO? Train NATO. Hey, Star, for becoming a minimum velocity member. By the way, I do appreciate anybody that's become a velocity member or super chatted today. Hopefully I was able to thank all of you guys, but if not, I do want to thank you. And we're still in the storm that is trying to produce another tornado, or might try to, near Axtell and Minden in Kentucky. Or not Kentucky. Why did I just think of Kentucky? Oh my god, I need to go to bed. This is in Nebraska. Moving to the east-northeast. I don't know where Kentucky just came from. I really have no clue. But the latest radar scan, it looks like it's kind of bowing out. It looks like more of a hail and wind threat and rain. The velocities here. Wait for the next scan, which should be in here in a second. KFC? That's what I'm thinking of. Must be what I'm thinking of. Yeah, the circulation is pretty broad. I don't know. 3 more minutes on this warning. We'll see if they issue one or not. A new one. Guys, I'm not thinking of the Derby or KFC. Alright, they've canceled the warning. Yay! Hopefully we can actually go eat now because I'm starving. Alright, well that tornado warning has been canceled, at least for the time being. We'll wait one more scan out just in case it tries to intensify again, and if not, we'll get off. Just one more scan. One more scan. Gotta do one more. Knock on wood. Oh man, if there's another tornado warning issued, I might lose my mind. Like, please, let's chill out. I have not eaten in like 9 hours. I need food. Please cooperate, storms, with me. I would appreciate it. I don't see any rotation on any of these other storms. Oklahoma ones are pretty much just hail and wind. Only one warning left in Texas. It's still producing tennis ball sized hail. Holy cow. Still a tennis ball sized hailstorm there. Let's spam those tennis ball emojis in the chat. Crazy stuff. Any crazy storms today? We had another large tornado earlier. We had a couple of PDS tornadoes earlier. Junction is mainly just hail and wind. Up to tennis ball sized hail. Stay away from windows if you're in Junction. Or if I don't know if Junction's still in the warning, but if you are, definitely stay away from windows. That's a relatively significant hailstorm. All right, we'll wait one more scan and see if anything happens. It should be in here in a minute or so. But if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream if you've been finding it informative so far, and make sure to click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. If you want to support the page, become a member. The link's down below in the description. All the donation links are also in the description below, like Venmo and the normal donation link. And our social media pages, make sure to follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We are also on Facebook, same place, at MaxVelocityWX. And yeah, fantastic. Great promo. But we're waiting for one more scan here. If it doesn't look bad, we'll call it. Gotta give it one more scan. Just in case. PDS, this is a PDS McDonald's situation. We need to get McDonald's. 200K tomorrow. We're not hitting 200K tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be live yet tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. It'll probably be I'll make a decision tomorrow morning. Probably. Velocities aren't even updating. The velocities are telling me right now that you need to stay on. They've not updated at all. I thought Taco Bell could only go PDS. You're not wrong. I know that there's a 10% hatch tornado risk tomorrow, but honestly, any of these last few days could have been the same thing. Yeah, I'll go live if needed, but I honestly just want to go away tomorrow for a mini one-day trip to somewhere. Just get your food and come back. There isn't really, I mean, we really are just looking at wind and hail from here. There's really low tornado risk, but this kind of decided to kind of develop here on this little QLCS. We've been live 8 of the last 9 days. If we go live tomorrow, that'd be 9 of the last 10. Just a lot. I'm not burnt out. Trust me, I'm not burnt out. It's just I just want to do something other than be live every single day. Even if it's just for one day. Just one small day. It'd be nice. If we don't do it, I mean, if we go live tomorrow, then Sunday I'm definitely going somewhere. Has to be at least one of these days. Save some energy for Tuesday. Trust me, I have no problem next week. Like, you know, I am already prepared to be live every day next week. I was not prepared to be live the last, like, 5 days, though. I mean, I wasn't really expecting to have to go live every single day, and we might have to go live again tomorrow, so, you know. The weather is officially trolling me, yes. Okay, why is the velocities update? I mean, the radar's not even updating anymore. This is 6 minutes behind. What is happening? We need an update. Say, very important situation where I need to go get McDonald's. Like, hello? We're now 7 minutes behind on the latest scan. If you wait any longer, another warning's gonna pop up. Alright, they finally updated. Let's see what the velocity show. Computer needs McDonald's. Thank you, Wonderless, for becoming a Velocity member. The National Weather Service still says there's a tornado warning active. Might have to refresh, I don't know. There isn't anything active on my screen. I haven't gotten anything either. Alright, I got the latest velocity scan on my phone. For some reason it didn't update on here. It's still broad. It's not enough for me to be live, so I'm going to go eat McDonald's. Alright. Great stream! No, honestly, it was a good stream. Again, we had a couple tornadoes earlier. If you want to watch them back, you can go back in the stream. If you did enjoy today's stream, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe. Again, I do appreciate anybody that's become a member today, or if you subscribed, or if you super chatted, donated, anything like that. I do appreciate you guys a lot. Again, we might be live tomorrow. I don't know really yet. I'm going to make a decision on that probably tomorrow morning, so just stay tuned on our Twitter page, @MaxVelocityWX, for the latest there. All of our social media links are down below in the description, so make sure to check that out. Also, we are approaching 900 total members on the channel, so I do appreciate everybody that's a member of the channel. I am probably going to be, I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. I'll more than likely be live Monday through Thursday of next week. Friday, I am planning on doing a members-only computer building stream. So if you're a member of the channel and you want to watch that, it'll be exclusive content for members only. For about 1 to 2 hours, we'll be building that computer. It'll probably be Friday. If for some reason I don't get all the parts by Friday, it will probably be pushed out until like the following week, because I'll be gone for like 5 days after that. So Friday is the hope. If I don't have all the parts by then, we'll do it some other time, but that'll be, again, a members only stream. All right, and that's about it. I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Join our Discord server, link down below. Twitter, Facebook, everything's linked in the description below. Go check all that stuff out. It's a lot of links down there that you can go click and have fun with. All right, have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll see you guys all again soon, and have a great night, and possibly tomorrow. Again, we might be live. We'll see. Have a good night. We'll see you guys all again soon.